Sorry, what website was that? Great news, everyone! I think I've perfected a plague that will destroy all life on Azeroth.
Ooh, this is actually a pretty spicy poll. This is an insane poll.
Pew, 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 pew. It looks like they're gonna go for this. I can't quite believe that we're actually gonna see this.
Hello and welcome to the Keystone Masters format experiments. My name is Custer and I am here with Dratnos and Darkmech. So we are heading into our final mythic tournament for the Battle for Azeroth. Are you guys excited?
Yes. I'm pumped. I'm jacked.
Yeah. It's going to be an awesome day of awesome dungeons. So we are here for the last hurrah of the Battle for Azeroth Mythic Plus, but we have a little twist in it as well. So for this tournament, there is going to be a spec lockout, which will enforce players from not stacking specs in the dungeon and also forcing players to not repeat the same specialization twice throughout a series. So, you know, we're not going to see a lot of the stacking that we've seen recently in the MDI and all that kind of stuff. So we've seen a lot of interesting things recently. Dratnos, what's your initial thoughts so far on this format?
It's a really exciting one because it's so much creativity for the teams with what they have to do. You know, there's kind of this idea of like, do you want one tank player who plays 3 different tank specs in your match? Or do you want that best tank spec, you know, maybe the Protection Warrior, just throwing a name out there, and you have to have 3 different people play a Protection Warrior in each game, right? That kind of question is going to be so dependent on what the individual players on the team are able to do. And I think different teams are going to have different answers to it. And it's going to be really exciting to see how that all works out when they play up against each other.
Yeah, Custer, I think... I think Dratnos summed it up perfectly in regards to the layers of complexity that's going to come in with this kind of spec idea. You know, you're not going to see triple BM hunters for KRs or workshops or motherloads, freeholds. You're not going to see double unholy DKs coming into the mix. And it is really going to bring out your multi-classes. Like one in particular I've been watching through practice is Trell, who's rotating between tank, healer, and DPS. And to be able to play that at a tournament level is huge. You know, that's amazing. So we're going to see some really awesome stuff coming out of this tournament, I think.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of these players show their flexibility. As you said, not on just DPS or healers or tanks, it's going to be on a lot of different roles. So as you said, I'm excited. I did want to give a special shout out, though, to the organizations that have supported this event to make it possible. So shout out to Blizzard, Twitch, Radar.io, Wowhead, and Raidbots. It's going to be an awesome event. And if you want more details about it, head over to Radar.io. They have pretty much everything that you need to know about what's going to go on. So, there was a time trial set earlier in September in which teams were required to practice and record an official attempt for a set few dungeons. The top 8 have since qualified, and these are the teams that are going to be battling it out here in the Keystone Masters. We can have a look at the bracket now to see what it looks like. Did any of these teams stand out for you, Darkmech?
Well, I mean, first it was a big shame to see Pieces with the buy there having to withdraw, but we were really lucky with the amount of depth we still had in this tournament. There's still some really big names in this, so you know, standout wise, probably top 3 is Perplexed, Paint for Femme, and BDGG. But you know, of course, anything can actually happen when it comes to game day on these. You know, you can watch teams practice, you know, for 4 hours straight, the first 15 minutes of a dungeon trying to get a pull down, and then it can go to complete pieces when you're actually trying to execute it on the day. So top 3 teams, you know, Perplexed, Paint for Femme, and BDGG really standing out, and Perplexed and Paint for Femme through the time trials in regards to total times certainly put a stamp in regards to, you know, this is what we want to set up in this tournament. But I wouldn't write off the boys either. You know, I always have a soft spot for Rad, so we'll see.
Absolutely. So, as you said, unfortunately, Pieces Ponies have had to pull out of this tournament and will therefore be giving the first round a bye. But other than that, these squads are competing for the glory and the $7,000 prize pool. So, let's start getting into the nitty-gritty of it all, though, of what we should expect from the group. So, Dratnos, we've never seen this format before. What are you expecting teams to play that we usually don't see?
So the tank spot is, we were talking about that Protection Warrior, then something like a Vengeance Demon Hunter as the second option in a lot of dungeons. That was already something we saw in the MDI, so I think that's going to be something that's fairly common. The third map is where we start to get to the, I think really, maybe we'll see some variance. Maybe we'll see teams again having just somebody else on the team play a warrior for another map. Or I think we've seen in the time trials, pretty much every other tank seeing some play in that third slot. For DPS, I think a hunter in most groups is very likely, but like we talked about, you can only have one, right? You can't have two PM hunters in the same map. So those other spots, stuff like Death Knights, just stuff like whatever people are good at that they're able to play, rotating onto those. This is a format in particular where being really good at a spec means that it's probably worth playing. It's not like, since you're playing 3 specs, there's a good chance that 1 or 2 of those will just be your main spec, and you're not gonna have to play whatever the meta spec is necessarily. Again, I imagine teams are gonna have different answers for that. And then for healers, I'd expect to see a lot of Mistweavers, Druids, and Paladins. It kind of works out nicely that there's 3 that I'd say are pretty clear cut above the rest, and I think we'll see a lot of those. Although I have heard rumblings of a certain priest strategy in a certain special dungeon that we might get to see as well.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a priest in MDI. I've pretty much only ever seen the Mistweaver monk, and that's sort of like something that, obviously has the strength that other things have. So this format change, is that going to mix up the routes at all? Because usually we see, when you have all those hunters, all those death knights, everything is catered to that strategy. Dark Mech, are we going to see different routes and all that kind of stuff with all this, mix up a format?
I think there'll be variations on how they do things. But at the same time, there's still, I suppose, in a speed format, there's still certain pools and certain ways that you're going to process these dungeons. So I think the teams are still going to go for them. Big examples when I was watching practice runs for Perplexed. They were running a Frost Mage through the whole of Toldagor and then didn't have a Mistweaver, so they were pulling Jez through the cage with Rake on the Resto Druid and things like that. So they find ways to get around these kind of things. And obviously, Frost Mage you generally see maybe on the beach in TD, but we don't allow in this format to zone out and swap specs. So I think they'll still be going for it. I think there'll just be there'll be some pretty edgy pulls coming in, and it's just whether or not they can pull them off and hang on, or if they'll kind of fail miserably in their attempt to do it. So it's going to be exciting to watch.
That is definitely the exciting moment, seeing those big pulls and then seeing if it works or not. But we are seeing players and teams in their final form now. We have 125 corruption resistance and a Dream pushing through these +20 dungeons. Historically, in the MDI Global Finals, we've been at around 89. How much of that difference does this extra 36 corruption make, Dratnos?
Well, it's going to depend on which class you're playing. Some classes were already able to get pretty much to a full budget, stuff that was, particularly if you were using 8 weapon or 8 item slots that could get corrupted instead of 9. So if you were a 2-handed user instead of a dual-wield user, and you were using these 15 or 20 corruption pieces, you were already kind of running up against the edge with just the 89 corruption resist. So those classes, I think, are going to benefit less than ones that want to use stuff like Twilight Devastation, perhaps, tanks that want to do that. They're effectively able to put on an extra Twilight Devastation and a half with 36 more corruption, and just specs that scale particularly well with corruption. Things like Fire Mage, last time we saw, in an MDI setting, if they wanted to play all the Masterful, they needed to take a huge amount of risk with corruption. They needed to incur that inevitable doom drawback, and I don't think they're anywhere close to needing to do that with this much corruption resist. So it should be a big increase for those specs that scale really nicely with corruption.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do want to give a bit of background to the viewers who don't really know me. I am an Elemental Shaman main and specialist. So by that, I mean I've done 15 pluses very slowly. I'm just curious, Dark Mech, is there any chance that I'll see an Elemental Shaman out here today?
I don't know. I don't think we saw one in any of. I don't think I've seen one in any of the practices. But someone might surprise you. It's like me. I might see a Blood DK get ran. It's highly unlikely, but there's there's a chance. You know, there's always a chance.
We
Is
do
there
have
anything that you would
Petco.
like?
Well,
Petco,
I was
sorry,
just
you
gonna say
go,
we-
Dranos.
Yeah, we do have Petco in this tournament, who is a renowned elemental shaman specialist. He's playing, I think, in our first match. So there's a chance. I would say the chance is small, though. From what I've seen in practice, I haven't seen them trying it, but you know, maybe it's just a secret thing that they're waiting to pull out just for the day of the tournament to, you know, surprise the competition.
We can absolutely hope for that, or at least I can. So, do either of you guys have like a pocket pick that you guys are interested in, that like something that you think would fit in really well in a format like this? Maybe starting with you, Dark Mech.
I don't know, actually. Do you know, I want to hear what Dratnos has to say first, and then I'll go from there.
That's a shame, because I was really hoping you would have a nice long-winded answer that would allow me to have a nice intelligent thought about this one. You know what? I'll go with that Blood Decay. I think that would be a really cool one to see in this format, and I think it could actually work out nicely. It's a well-suited spec if you don't need the big numbers that the Warrior can do to this kind of format.
It would be interesting to see if you could stack the Twilight Dev with a Blood DK, then, you know, you may see something, but I don't know. Spell Reflect is so strong in so many areas too. Warrior's ability to gather up. It's just, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I'll be very interested to see what the guys come out with.
Very interesting indeed, but we do have our first match of BDG versus the boys coming up soon, and we do have the compositions that they will be playing on our first dungeon right here. So it is going to be a Waycrest it's actually going to be a Workshop 20, and we see pretty standard things for the most part with the Warriors. What stands out for you right now, Dratnos?
Well, we have Cry playing the Warrior for BDGG. So there are 3 different people on BDGG who can play the Protection Warrior. It's Cry, Chow, and Trell. And with Cry doing it, that frees up Chow to play his main, the Fire Mage, and Trell to play that Hunter. And I think this is going to be a really, really high damage composition for this dungeon. Meanwhile, over on the side of the boys, we're seeing a pretty similar setup, except they're deciding to bring the Rogue to the field instead of the Mage. I think that's going to be slightly lower damage from them. But they have that Holy Paladin that might make up for some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do these affixes mean? Because Workshop is a very linear dungeon for the most part. For these affixes and what you're seeing right now from these compositions, is there anything that is scary to you, Dark Mech, or is there anything that sort of like speaks to you about what could be sort of the unique thing in this dungeon?
I think what's actually going to be interesting is I kind of half expected to see a Mistweaver come out here for revival on Samrek if they're going to play that with the last boss. That platform gets quite busy. So that's kind of one of the interesting things I'm seeing. The last boss and that, even on a tyrannical setting like the Giga Zap and that, scales a fort anyway. So I don't think these guys will struggle too much with that side of the affixes. But I think the main one's going to be Bursting, coming down towards Cujo, and whether or not they decide to pull all of the slime in onto Cujo and then use the box for a line of sight. Like with Bursting, if you screw the pooch there, you're in big trouble. Like, you're in big trouble. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how these teams are going to sort of work around these affixes with these different compositions. As you said, I think a lot of people are practiced in forms that, of the normal comps with the stacking with the hunters and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a little bit of unique things. Dratnos and Dark Mech, I do want to get your initial impressions. Who do you think is going to take this series, BDGG or the boys? Just, throwing it out there before we see it all, before we have all the answers. Dratnos, start with you.
At least from the comps in this first game, I like the look of BDGG. I think the Fire Mage is going to be this is already a great Fire Mage dungeon, and I think that having Chow on it for this it's going to work out really nicely for them. So my money's on BDGG.
Yeah, I'm pretty much going to fall in line with Dratnos here, just out of time trial times, and BDGG's experience in playing in tournaments as well. I think you kind of have to throw favour to them.
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually do have a team video for the boys, which will sort of give you a little bit more information about who they are. So we're going to jump to that one right now.
My name is Petko. My in-game name is Petko. What was it, the rest? I forgot. My main role is DPS. My main class, I don't know what is my main class anymore. We actually have not practiced at all. We did time trials for like 1 day, but it wasn't even 1 day, it was like 8 hours. And ever since we haven't logged on TR. But when we will, I'm pretty sure Bobby will be the guy dying the most.
I'm dead. I'm just dead.
In my book, a good player is a person that knows how to play multiple classes, multiple specs on the same level. Not multi-roles though. My dream is, well, not my dream, but let's say my goal is to obviously win MDI. I do believe that KSM will come close to the tournament, and I would like to see it succeed. And I would join the next KSM for sure, 1000%.
Sorry about that. That's my fault. So we actually had them saying and poking a lot of fun towards each other. I'm a little interested. You know, he said they're not very practiced. They're just sort of running it. Are you expecting that a lot from these compositions? Sort of not as much preparation, but sort of more just theoretical things and sort of seeing if they will sort of pay off in the end?
Well, I think one thing to look at for the boys is that this is a team that is pretty much the exact same roster that they've run in the MDI. So they have all of this history of practice in the dungeons built up already. And I think that they'll be able to take that and use that to have good strategies for most of these places. They're going to have to adapt to having a different composition for the dungeons. But I think that that is going to allow this team, like they have just so much built up synergy with each other that I think that will carry them through here. It looks like, though, we are right about to get underway. Both teams are putting in their Keystone. On our main stream here, we have BDGG, and in the bottom left corner, you can see the boys getting started as well. Slight delay in when they've started the run, but don't worry, we will normalize that if it's close at the end. And we are here underway with BDGG pulling this very first pull.
Yeah, it's going to be. They can see they're opting for the rocket barrage to take care of all of these ad strat instead of going for the hammer, which is really nice. They've done that with absolute finesse instead of opting to go under the hammer, which, you know, both strategies are viable, but that was just clean.
Yeah, I think the rocket barrage has a little bit more upside. If you do that faster, like it can be done faster, but it is, I think, a little riskier as well. A little bit harder to do the same way every time. You can see now they're kind of prepping these hammers, and they go in at certain times to coordinate when the hammer slams with when the bosses are going to be active, and that's going to be a really good way for them to just do huge chunks of these bosses' health with these different hammers. And yeah, you can just see they are melting. Wow.
Absolutely. I mean, if you guys in chat don't know, the hammer scales damage-wise on how many people trigger it off, so they'll be stacking in as a group and then moving out from under it afterwards to allow that hit. Tanks are trying to remove the 2 plates off the Platinum Pummeler, and then they'll bring it sort of to that last hammer where they'll take the last plating off and hopefully kill No Mercy for You sort of around the same time, but wanting to make sure that they're just keeping consistent uptime on No Mercy for You under that hammer. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if it's on one of the hunters just popping an immunity and then just staying there through flame jets just so they can keep that hammer damage going on No Mercy for You.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to get it here even before that second flame jet gets cast, which is a really good sign. This is, of course, a tyrannical key and a tyrannical plus 20 at that, so the damage from the flame jets does not mess around. They were able to get through with only 1 cast of that, so they had a lot of cooldowns for it. And now you can see maneuvering over towards that last hammer. They're going to get that, slammed down and really well executed as the boss is just about dying. Really quick kill from them. Meanwhile, down on the side of the boys, you can see they're a little bit slower on the boss. They did start their dungeons slightly later, but even factoring that in now, they're still slightly behind here. Yeah, you can see still 40% health on the Platinum Pummeler. They're taking this a little bit slower. They are going to take off most of the rest of its health with this hammer smash if they got everybody in it. Yeah, that's going to be maybe 30 seconds in favor of BDGG here at the start.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what BDGG here do as well. Here comes this pull I was talking about on whether or not they take all of the slimes into Cujo and use a box either for line of sight. It doesn't look like they're doing that though. They're maybe just going to use immunities and use the pillars.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways that you can do this first area. For instance, the boys here have access to that rogue, so they were able to shroud past those first 2 waste processing units, and they're able to just move in to the last bit here. Meanwhile, BDGG didn't have access to that, so they had to come up with something slightly different. But what BDGG has is they have the Fire Mage, and so they're able to just combust onto Cujo, and as long as all the ads are right next to Cujo, that's going to be really easy for everything to die from the Ignite. So you can really see how the different composition choices here inform the different pulls that the teams have to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is just going to be about tank positioning and finesse now on Cujo. They'll just be looking to make sure that they have just that min-max uptime, making sure they've got as much uptime on Cujo as they can with the box movements when the flame jets come out. That way they're able to just keep that consistent DPS on Cujo, making sure they're in a safe spot on the box and just keeping that uptime on the boss. This is such a short dungeon. The min-max side of that really does come into play.
Yeah, you can actually hit Cujo while you're still hiding behind the box if you can get both the boss and yourself positioned perfectly. And that is a really great thing to take advantage of to do just that tiny little bit more damage. You can see a good, I think that was a feigned death coming out on the Cujo leap there. If you feign death or vanish while he's leaping at you, he will stop and not keep leaping at everybody else, won't do any damage. Really good way to keep it so your healer, especially if they're that Holy Paladin, are able to just keep blasting damage instead of having to spend any globals on healing. Meanwhile, we hop back over to BDGG's perspective here, and you can see that they are a solid 70% of the boss's health, I'd say, ahead here. Look at that damage meter as well. You can just see Chow has ascended off of, I think, mostly the strength of the initial combustion with all the AoE, but still, that is going to melt the boss, and they are done with Cujo. Just 4 minutes and 44 seconds into this dungeon, they've already killed the second boss here. And 40% trash as well. That is wild.
Yeah, just really, really clean. And now comes the ultimate test of getting up the conveyor belt. And you can see Trell just a little bit stuck there trying to jump up. It's claimed so many lives, the conveyor belt. So they get a clean transition up here. They're going to speed pipe. They're going to probably pull all the citizens in with this, I would assume, just for Trell on the Hunter there for just as much funnel as he can get, getting those rapid reload resets on Aspect, and just absolutely pumping the damage here. This is where BM's really going to come into its own while Fire Mage, while Chow's waiting on his combust to come back up, which will most likely see put out again on the 3 bots coming up. But again, it's a tyrannical setting, so I don't think they're going to have too many issues with the arcing zaps and the large AoE when it goes off.
Yeah, one thing you have to watch out for here is, in addition to tyrannical, we do have skittish active, and skittish plus Fire Mage is often, the math equation there often ends up with a dead Fire Mage if you're not careful. So they need to watch out on the threat side. Here we will see Chow. There's that combustion coming out. So it's on Cry to make sure that Chow does not get too much aggro here. These mobs are going to just melt if that combustion can be allowed to take a little bit. Oh, but you can see Chow actually gets meleeed. Yeah, there it is. Unfortunately, though, that Chow is able to do much more damage to those bots than they are to him. They're all gone. Great work by BDGG, managing those affixes there onto the Blastotron now. And we are pretty rapidly approaching the final part of this dungeon. Ooh,
they're really moving quick. And you can see here, Cry's actually moved the spider over to the side. And this will mean Chow can just stand there and pretty much pew his little heart out without having to actually move for this capacitor discharge. So, you know, it's a really nice way that you can get around your casters having to move here. Hunters can obviously stay in being so mobile, but, you know, just a nice big brain strat to drag that over so Chow can get some decent damage into this outside his combustion window.
Yeah, mages really prefer not having to move all the time. They can do it, especially if they only have to move a little bit, but having to dodge the entire capacitor discharge tends to be a DPS loss, so it's understandable that they want to avoid that. All right, here we go. We are in now to Nyalotha. We've got the obelisk activated, and probably we're going to see a snap coming out. Yeah, you can see Cry on a little box there.
Yeah, there we go.
That is going to be Void Weaver Mouth there, snapped over. So they're going to kill this. This is going to be the one awakened mob they will kill, and they will fight the other 3 with the last boss. Now, between these 2 team compositions, BDGG is going to have a much easier time fighting awakened enemies with the last boss because they have that Fire Mage, and Fire Mages really specialize at that kind of awakened on pull of the last boss moment. Whereas the boys are going to have a little bit of a harder time dealing with that, but it is by no means impossible for them either. Just something that it'll be alive for a little while longer, so they'll need to be playing around those abilities for longer into the fight.
I'm assuming we're going to see them drag this trash in to Sparkflux as well, which is going to be interesting as well, because even though this trash, it's a tyrannical setting, this trash, this boss, when you get double ups with cogs, flame cannons, and things like that, can get fairly spicy. So they'll be trying to get this. You can see a plant spawn now, so they're getting over that to get a stun on the plant. And they're absolutely, Trell's just melting this trash at the moment with all those resets. So here comes flame cannons and just rotating around. You want to get this trash down early on in the fight. The reason being is the longer it drags on, especially on a tyrannical setting, you've got plants, you've got cogs, you've got flame cannons, you've got discombobulators to watch out for. It's the Super Bowl of don't stand in the bad stuff, pretty much.
Yeah, Trell playing that Hunter does have a little bit of an easier time dodging everything than, for instance, Chow does on the Mage, but it's still a challenge. Even on a spec as mobile as BM Hunter, there's just so much stuff on the ground, and especially on this tyrannical affix, when you get later into the fight, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes into this fight, the entire ground is just covered with stuff you can't stand in, and that is when it can start to get really challenging. On this plus 20 level, we should see the boss die before there's too much of the area denied, but it's still a challenge, and they will still die if they get hit by 2 effects, pretty much, of anything in quick succession here. So even at this key level that's maybe a little bit lower than like the super high pushing that some of these players on this team actually do, it is still a very deadly boss fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though we've seen, from 26 to 30s now in regards to key range, things will still kill you. It's not the fact that these guys have done higher keys and it's just a 20. Mistakes in here will still kill you. There's sort of no questions about it. So these guys still having to play super clean, super well with their interrupts, and just still be on top of everything, as it's not just a free ride in regards to skipping down in difficulty for them. They still have to play well. They still have to bring it.
Trell forced to use his turtle there as he got an unfortunate positioning. It was forced by the laser beams into a part of the room that he really did not want to be in. That's not going to be a problem for them, though. They are able to take down Machinist's Garden. Looking down at the side of the boys also doing really well on this boss fight. I think they've caught up largely in time here. The question is if they pulled the same amount of trash. Yeah, I wasn't able to see if they have pulled that trash pack into the boss the same way that BDGG did. So it looks like they have. Yeah, so the boys are neck and neck here with BDGG. They've caught almost all the way back up, and BDGG just have this maybe half the trash pull lead now.
These two mobs, I mean, they've played them really clean, BDGG, but they have to be the worst two mobs to be pulled on top of each other for range. You try and see where their butts are facing, and you just cannot see which way the sonic pulse is coming out of. So BDGG handled them really cleanly, and now are heading over. And the boys are right on their heels, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. We'll probably see half the bridge pull, and then I'm assuming we'll see a skip on the last top corner, and then we'll see the 3 awakened mobs with the boss. But anything can happen, and it is all going to come down really to this last boss with the 3 obelisks, tight space. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, so because of the differences in pathing here, the boys are going to have to pull a little bit more than BDGG is here. BDGG just needs these 3 gnomes, and then they're going to be able to skip to the last boss, whereas the boys are having to fight a robot as well. And those robots, not only are they more dangerous, but they have quite a bit of health that will sponge up some of the boys' time. Let's see how BDGG is now going to skip to the boss. It looks like they are not going to use the obelisk. They are instead going to be using Lightfoot potions on the whole team, and they're going to run through. Cry, it looks like, has some threat there. And maybe they'll all be shadow melding at this point. Yeah, there comes the heroic leap. Everybody's getting into the room. Shadow melds are activated. Have they skipped everything as wanted here? Yes, they have. They've dropped combat with everything, and they're now ready for the last boss here. This is a really hard part. This is where it all comes down to. We're going to see how well Chow can combust and kill these awakened enemies before they kill the rest of his friends. And here we go into the pull.
It's going to be interesting, and this is what I was talking about at the start of the dungeon too. You have no form of mass dispel on Samrek to get rid of this fear, and you've got orbs flying around, you've got Blood of the Corruptor leaving puddles on the ground, you've got a fairly narrow space as well, and generally you see like triple range in here. It's not too bad because there is still 2 range, but spacing is something that you have to be aware of, where usually in a tournament setting you might not, because you have 3 range. but they're making really nice work of this so far. You've still got the Hunter's Pet Taunt for Orgoroth as well, so you're not getting slapped with that. So Cry can kind of get a bit of a respite from that, but they've handled this really well so far. This is clean.
Yeah, wow, Trull got a really tough overlap there of a Fear and a Recalibrate, but it's not going to be too much of a problem there. Samrak is going to go down before another Fear comes out, and look at those damage numbers as well. Chow just has completely annihilated everything here. That's not something that the boys have access to as well. The boys having to figure out a way to do this without access to that Fire Mage, coming into the boss fight a little bit slower than BDGG as well. BDGG here really in position to win this map. All they have to do from this point is not have a wipe, and they should be able to edge out the win here. They have pulled the boss early enough, and given they didn't wipe to those Awakened mobs, it is now their game to lose, unless the boys can pull out some insane damage numbers, which they do have the Holy Paladin. That is a pretty big single target damage advantage compared to the Resto Druid that Terrason's playing on the side of BDGG. So maybe it's possible for the boys to close this gap back up with that single target damage, but wow, it's going to be hard.
It's certainly going to be a bit of an uphill battle now. We're going to be on to Omega in its final form soon for BDGG, which is coming up in 7 seconds. The boys are not far behind, though, and they've sort of gotten through those obelisks really clean as well. And I shouldn't imagine there's going to be too many issues with Magnetic Arm and Magnetic Grapple for these guys, for the remainder of this fight. But it's still, anything can happen. A Spud moment could happen and someone could get knocked off. Like, that's never, ever happened to me before, but it can happen. Bad things can happen.
You can get knocked off this platform? I wouldn't know. I've never seen anything like that happen. So it's good to I'm hearing about these mechanics now for the very first time.
Yeah, I only heard as well. It's never happened to me, as I said, but I have been told on a recalibrate you can get punted off the platform and die and not be able to be B-res. So, anything can happen. You can see Magnetic Grapple coming out now, but they're having no problems in getting through this damage, staying away from that arm, and they are just chunking through his health as well. Down to 50% to go now for BDGG, just making sure that they're not overlapping with these Giga Zaps. You can see Trell just getting through that with Aspect, no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, the boss here is dying really quickly, actually, for BDGG. This damage on a Tyrannical boss fight on a +20, this is still really, really fast for them. They are pumping out a lot of damage here. And as long as they can get through this one last Magnetic Arm that's going to come out in a second, that'll be all they need. They'll be able to win this game. Yeah, you can see the boss melting now, sub 10%. BDGG going to come out to an early lead in this match. Game 1 going to them. Great job. The boys, though, also coming up with a very, very close time.
Really clean run. 0 death, too. They've BDG putting it down that they did not come to fornicate with spiders. They came here and they mean business.
Yeah, and there it is. We have BDGG taking the first dungeon, Mechacon Workshop, over the boys. So we saw a pretty clean run from pretty much both of these guys, as you said. Do you think the major difference that we saw just in time is on top of and on the back of this Fire Mage?
I think some of it can be attributed to the Fire Mage. There was also some differences in pathing through the dungeon. Now, some of that might have been because of the Fire Mage, but I think BDGG were able to get through the dungeon in one fewer pull because they pulled so much trash onto Kujo, the second boss. That, in addition to doing the first boss faster, I think explained most of the difference in times between these teams. In fact, I think other than those effects, I think the boys were closing the gap in the rest of the parts of the dungeon. So, yeah, a really close game 1, actually. I think we're in for a great series here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be interesting because... Oh, sorry. Sorry, you go, Dark Mac. You follow up.
Custer, I was just going to say, as Dratnos pointed out, the boys, they lost a lot of time on Platinum Pummeler and No Mercy for You, but they were clawing that entire dungeon back. Like, if there was another boss, say, in that dungeon, they made up a ton of time from that first boss.
I'm actually a little curious. Why did that, clawback happen? Is that just extra damage in the composition, or is that just something of them playing a little bit cleaner, a little bit faster?
It's almost impossible to attribute it to any one thing. I do think, looking at that Holy Paladin versus the Resto Druid, that's a pretty big single target damage differential. So it could be explained by that, but it can also just be explained by the pulls working out slightly better for the boys the rest of the way through the dungeon, or playing better. Yeah, it's some combination of those three effects, right? The comp, luck and skill. And much as it is my job to identify which one of those it is, I can't do it. I don't know.
I'm not going to force you to push that narrative. So it's going to be interesting as we go further into these series as well, because the compositions are going to have, in previous dungeons are going to have effect later on the line as they go into new dungeons. So we are actually heading into our next dungeon, which will be a Mechagon Junkyard, which is a historically different one coming from these teams, coming from the game, because we have those bots. Are you expecting any compositions to be built around this sort of, bots and the shock bots and all that stuff that we see in Mechagon Junkyard?
Like Dranos, one of the things I've been interested in, and you might be able to shed some light on, I find it interesting. I've never seen in a speed environment them take a fire mage in to a junkyard and then go. It always ends up generally in a double pool going towards Gobermac and playing the dungeon from there, but no one ever goes Gunker side first, where say you could get all 5 players with 3 bots in the space of say 2 minutes, and then you could cart a renormalizer throughout the dungeon for your mage to spell steal that enlarge buff. But it's never been done. Now I don't know if the crossing the map is too much of a time sink, or if it's just not viable, but that's something I'd really like to see done.
I think it's a possibility. I would be surprised if either of these teams pulled out the Fire Mage here, though, because there are just so many specs that work really well with the bots themselves, and Fire Mage isn't one of them so much. It's stuff like Havoc Demon Hunter and Unholy Death Knight that just scales so nicely with the Zap bots, and I would expect to see one of each of those specs from both teams. And the third one probably being that BM Hunter if they have somebody able to play that. And then from there, I think this is going to be a really great place for both teams to pull out a Mistweaver and a Protection Warrior as well and facilitate those massive Unholy pulls. And there's kind of an interesting element in this tournament where if you've got a game of 3 maps, you kind of want to save your most oddball specs, the ones that are like the most questionable, for that last game, because that's the one you might not play, right? So I think we're going to see those really powerhouse Mistweaver games here, and then if the boys are able to win it and we go to a game 3, I think that's where we'll start to see the most, the farthest from the ideal specs for each of these teams.
The furthest from the tree, I'm sure. So I'm curious, because I've never really done keys at this level. What is really the pressure point that we see on Mechagon Junkyard? What's the pull or the fight that is the most important? Because we are doing this on Fortified.
Honestly, I think it's going to come down to whose nuts are large enough in their shorts and how many obelisks they want to play with the last boss. Because the last boss, if you've got 3 obelisks, or if you dare to go 4, is a very tight arena, and a lot can go wrong. And we've seen historically in the past, when you try and overpull the last boss with a number of obelisks, things go bad. So I think I think it's going to come down to the end and how big they want to go.
Yeah, this is also a dungeon that really punishes you when you wipe the first time. Really the whole way through, you've got those bots on your characters that are really strong, but if you wipe once, you lose them. And you're going to have to go and find them from weird spots all the way throughout the dungeon. It's a really difficult dungeon to recover from something going wrong in. So whichever team is able to best keep that run clean the whole way through is going to have a huge advantage, right? The first time something goes wrong, it makes it way more likely that the second time things are also going to go wrong.
Yeah, usually in these kind of dungeons, when it rains, it pours, especially on Junkyard, as you said. So it's going to be interesting. I guess I sort of want to pick your brains a little bit, because you said Unholy Death Knights, these Protection Warriors. So you're expecting massive trash pulls, even though we are going to see this on Fortified for the Junkyard? Maybe starting with you, Dark Mech.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good funnel opportunity in this dungeon. Thinking ahead with Gobermac, for example, you can pull Gobermac between those 2 bullies or from the side, and it won't actually activate the 2 bullies in front of him. It means that you won't be able to drop your charges on all the pylons, but if you're running hunters in here, Unholy DKs, those little ads that continually just run in throughout the fight are not going to get zapped by the pylons, which means, things like unholy DKs and hunters are going to just get mass funnel from those mobs into bosses. There's also just, as Dratnos was saying before, your ability, if you can keep your bots and how large you can go in here, your bot scale of haste and key level, there's just some really large opportunities for big pulls where you can really see those classes come into their own and just, absolutely blast.
Yeah. I think we're going to be heading in just a minute, but it's going to be interesting. BDGG, came out with an incredibly strong first map on that workshop. Are you sticking with your pick here, Dratnos, after seeing them play that first dungeon in going into Junkyard?
I mean, they're up a game. I've got to. They've got a big advantage here. Now the boys are going to have to win both this map and the next one. That is a really tough position to be in. It's not impossible, but I'd say BDGG, yeah, with the way they played that first game, and given they only have to win one to win the series from here, very, very like my pick from earlier, yeah.
So you guys have both, done very high keys. If you are down 1-0, you are the boys. How do you sort of mentally reset? Because they played that dungeon pretty clean, right? Like they were just a little bit short. Is that just a mental reset? Stick to your strategies. Don't really overthink what just happened. What do you think, Dark
100%. I mean, these guys have all done tournaments and they've all done enough live keys to know that when things go wrong, the last thing you want to do is int on yourself and then just completely, go off. You have to be able to reset. You have to be able to figure out what went wrong. And, even on a tournament setting, these guys have practiced these dungeons for 6 hours doing the same pulls and wiping over and over. They get pretty good at resetting their brain and being able to just go again, new dungeon, new focus. This is our plan. We stick to it. Now we just have to execute it. And, credit to the boys. They played really well in that workshop. They didn't lose because they played poorly. BDGG just played off their heads basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually do have the rosters and the compositions that we're going to see both BDGG and the boys coming into this Junkyard. So what stands out to you, Dratnos? Anything just sort of eye-opening right now?
Well, it looks like Protection Warriors. Oh, wait, actually, I see Rad's on the Protection Demon Hunter there. So one of those two things I think is probably not it. But other than that, we've got we've got the Mistweavers, the DHs, the Havoc DHs, and the Unholy Death Knights, and then a Fire Mage versus a Hunter from the two different teams here. Actually, it looks like we've got Hunters on both sides. I was, in fact, mistaken about that one. So we do have that Vengeance DH, though, from the boys instead of the Protection Warriors. Other than that, though, a lot of similarities here between these two comps.
This is going to be interesting, and as I said, I'll be interested to see where we go first. I'm assuming it'll be straight down towards King Gobbermack, and maybe a double or a triple. It'll be interesting to see how big they go here. There's a bit to watch out for in this trash. You've got your hexes from the shamans that need to be kicked. The bullies are going to be doing that frontal shockwave, which, if you're in amongst it in a large pool, it can be really hard to see which way it's going. And the tank also has to be mindful of the grinders and that skull crack they'll do, because it's never happened to me, but if you're not in melee range as the tank, it will kill one of your DPS. As I said, it's never happened to me, but it can happen, so something to be aware of.
Don't you play Blood Death Knight, Darkmech? Don't those just kill you as well?
Everything kills me. Everything kills me.
Oh, okay, so we're into this first pull here, and yeah, you can see a big unholy setup here coming out from Thalamir, and yeah, just big, massive damage. Gonna melt everything here. Affixes that are going on are Sanguine and Grievous, which means that it's going to be really important for the teams to keep these mobs moving as everything is dying. If something heals up a lot from Sanguine, that's going to slow down their run by a huge amount. And in this area, there are some mobs that don't cooperate with you as much as you'd like. The trash tossers that jump around can often jump into Sanguine, and that can really, really slow things down. I think that's what happened with this one here. However, they were able to get through that reasonably quickly. More than 20% trash just from the first pull. Thalamir going to pop the Lightfoot, go and grab that Shockbot to increase his damage as they move in now to the next pull. One of the nice things about Unholy DKs is that your cooldowns are fairly short. You can see Dark Transformation is already back up. Doesn't have the Unholy Frenzy, but the Dark Transformation alone would be enough for a reasonably sized ramp here if he wanted to fire it off. May instead hold off and wait for the Dark Transformation instead, as they've pulled right into the boss. Whew. This is a blazing
Yeah,
fast MDI style start for both teams.
Yeah, this is huge, and you can see too they've elected to just keep all of this trash onto King Gobamak, and they are just going to keep that funnel for the Unholy DK going. It's just Felomir just going full whap here with some well-applied plague. It's just absolutely crazy. And Sanguine as well, they've managed it really well from the first initial pull to even this onto King Gobamak, being able to drop the Sanguine behind him there. They're only activating one conduit, so they continue to have that funnel coming in for the Unholy DK and the Hunter. Ring of Peace coming out there again to avoid Sanguine. This is a really, really nice opening from VDG here. Really, really nice opening.
Yeah, it has worked out great for them that this map where Trell is playing that warrior is going to be the map where they have Sanguine active, because I think Trell is the most experienced tank that they have on the roster. You know, Chow and Cry have both tanked some extent, and both will be playing Brought Warrior for this team today. But Trell is the one who's tanked MDI keys quite a lot in his past, and so that Sanguine experience of moving the mobs and preventing Sanguine healing, it's a hard skill to see on damage meters, but it's a skill that really becomes apparent on the timer at the end of the dungeon. So that's working out really nicely for BDGG here. They have done a lot of work to figure out which person is going to play which spec in each dungeon. With the format that we have here, figuring that out is actually an extremely difficult thing to do. And I've seen the spreadsheets that they've used. It is an impressive feat to be able to coordinate 5 different players who can each play so many different specs into coherent compositions for each map that won't cause them to double up, given the series rosters that we have here. It is an incredible feat of coordination to be able to do that, and I think it's paying off really nicely for BDGG here. It looks like this is just a beautiful combination of specs and players for their team.
I'm just impressed somebody managed to impress you with a spreadsheet, to be honest. But this is a big pull here. This is a big line of sight pull here. And again, for the tanks here, you have to be really careful of this sledgehammer debuff that gets put on you. It's a stacking armor decreasing debuff that goes on you. It can absolutely wreck the tank, and you can see Cry just dropping really low there from some of the hits as well. They throw out the grenades on the ground, which on this terrain as well is absolutely awful to see. Death Knight utility coming in really handy there with the piston head blaster there with the grip on the other side of Sanguine. They handled that really well. That was a triple pull, line of sighted around, killed it outside so they didn't have Güney in the encounter space. That was nice. That was really nice, Stratos.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up some more of those robots now, and they'll be moving to the corner here. This little corner area is extremely potent. We can see both teams are actually in this area for fighting this boss. And when you're in this area, Trixie doesn't actually have line of sight to the locations that she would jumpstart over to. And so because of that, she just doesn't go anywhere, and you can just keep fighting her here. Nano is going to spend a little bit of time out on his motorcycle before he comes and joins the party, but once he does, you can just keep both of these enemies here the whole time. The downside of this is you're not going to have an exhaust cloud to go and stand in for the big, I forget what it's called, the big tase, the mega tase.
Mega tase.
As it was. Yeah. But you do have a lot of immunities on this team, which means that whoever gets targeted has a good chance of being able to immune it here. You can see it's going to go on Thalomir here. He's just going to have to fire off the AMS and hope for the best, I guess. And yeah, that's going to be fine. That immunity works out nicely for him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only, and it's not an issue, the only thing in this spot is that you just have to tank your Eye of Corruption because you have nowhere to move. But, you know, they got through that without any issues whatsoever. And it was obviously with Güney, you had no options to really pull trash into that area as it's too small to do so. So they've cleaned up Trixie and Nano, like, really well. They're heading over to Gunka now. And now it's going to be interesting to see how large they go in Gunka's room, how many toxic monstrosities they feel like pulling at once, and if you can get your toxic monstrosities synced up, it's not too bad. You've also got access to some of the fences around the top area, which can actually avoid you getting sucked into the toxic monstrosities. But the big issue will be if they pull 2 or 3 and then they're out of sync, players will be getting ping-ponged everywhere. And that debuff can be quite nasty. You can use an immunity on it, but you can also heal it off as well. But yeah, this is a dangerous area. The little slimes are also dangerous. You've got the elemental. You've got to watch out for the slime wave. Here comes that consume now. So Thalomir can just AMS it and not have to really worry about that dot. But they're having no issues through this. The Hunt, Chow, and Thalomir are absolutely popping off on this pack.
Yeah, this is some classic Hunter and Death Knight damage when there's just this many targets. Great work by the team here. One mob did get healed there, that Slime Elemental from Sanguine, but it's to be expected at this point. This is still a great outcome for them. They were able to do this very quickly, and that revival from Terrasant against the Consumes there just allowed them to stand in as a whole team and not worry about it at all. That is huge Mistweaver utility against that nasty disease that will absolutely kill. If there are two people that get affected by it and you don't have a dispel for the second person, that second person is as good as dead on a key of this level.
Absolutely. Here's what Thalamir was holding his AMS for, so he stayed in for this one just to try and destroy this quickly as they'll start moving around. I wonder how they're going to manage, if they're going to bother pulling the... I mean, they'll absolutely bother pulling it for percent, but whether they'll pull the trash in on Sanguine with Gunka. Obviously, you have to manage that really well. They will have a Ring of Peace to knock the trash away if they decide to do that, or if they'll just play this safe.
I don't think they came here to avoid pulling. You know what? As I said that, I was expecting them to run right into the boss, but yeah, it looks like they are going to play this one safe. Nope, they're going to the boss. All right,
take it back.
They waited until I made a claim before refuting it. That's a very good strategy coming out from BDGG. And yeah, they're going right under the boss here. Because of the way this boss's hitbox works, as long as Trell is carefully positioning, Sanguine shouldn't be too much of an issue. The challenge there is that Sanguine might not heal the boss, but you will have Sanguine in the path of that melee squirt bot that you need to stand in at different points during the fight. So that is something that you do have to watch out for. However, they've been able to position in such a way that it's not going to be too much of a problem for them this time. So that's working out nicely. This boss actually does quite a bit of damage, as we do have more trash now getting pulled in the middle of this boss fight. 2 Mechagon Troopers, I'm not even sure where those ones came from, plus a Toxic Lurker and the Renormalizer. Okay, so this is the pull right at the gates near the start of this zone. They skipped it earlier. They entered the zone through a slightly different strategy than just walking through the doors, and now they were able to pull that trash in the middle of the boss fight. This is a really efficient way to make sure that you're always cleaving something down with the boss fight, and that's going to be something that will just get them such a huge amount of enemy forces. They're now at 80% of the way done with trash. Once they finish with this boss, they just need to get 20% more there, of which a huge amount is going to come from awakened enemies on the last boss, and then they're done. They just have to do that last boss. So they're pretty much done with this dungeon. Meanwhile, on the side of the boys working on Gunker. I don't know what their enemy forces situation is looking like, but I suspect that they are either on pace or behind. I don't imagine they could be ahead where BDGG is on trash count.
I think BDGG, as you said, like, it's in a speed setting, it's amazing to see what you consistently can pull into bosses, so you're not losing time just fighting trash mobs on their own. And we saw two individual pulls into Gunka there, which, you know, as you said, it gives them a huge advantage, and it's absolutely crazy. So they're pulling all this into one pull as well. They're just going to have to be mindful of the cavalry here. When it does its rapid fire, it can do a bunch of damage. Also, just watching out on the renormalizers, making sure they kick those shrinks. Here comes the cavalry now and the rapid fire. So just making sure they're scooting around the back of this. That's champagne tanking from Trell there to not allow that Sanguine to drop on the cavalry mob. God, be my hero, Trell. Be my hero.
Great job as well by the rest of the team putting priority damage into that cavalry, which has more health than the other enemies and came in later than them. But Thalamir on the Unholy DK. Unholy DKs are known for their big AoE, but actually while they are doing that massive AoE, whatever they're primary targeting is also taking just a huge amount of extra damage. And so he did a great job there of holding his burst and targeting that cavalry once it came in and using his burst then. That really sped up the pull for them. There are ways that he could have maybe done more overall damage by just going on his burst immediately as soon as the pull started, but that would have caused the pull to take longer because the cavalry would have taken longer to die, and that was what was delaying the next pull from happening. Samrak is going to be the awakened mob that they fight. I think that's the only one that they have pulled this dungeon, so I think we're going to see 3 with the last boss.
They'll be going in with 3. Which is wise, because as I mentioned before, if you've got fears going off while this is going as well, you know, you've got your focus kicks on Voidweaver, you've got Trell that'll most likely be pet taunting Urgroth, Chow that'll be taunting Urgroth to take those splats. You've got the Dark Fury to watch out on the ground as well. You've got the Blood of the Corruptor putting its purple patches under that, and then you've got the boss firing off under it as well. But these guys are just absolutely blitzing through these at the moment. Voidweaver's almost dead. Urgroth's almost down as well. This is just really impressive. They are playing so clean.
They are in such a tight corner here, but they're able to escape it just barely. Wow, that was a scary part of the map to be in. They're now going to be going over to do the intermission phase. A little misstep there as they walk the wrong way at first, but they're able to do a U-turn, get up the side of the stairs here. They actually have a lot of people that can just turtle and run through here or use those sorts of effects, although AMS is not up for Thalamir, so going to have to do some jumping. Luckily, they are playing those Night Elves, which have a beautiful jump animation, so that's going to work out well for them as they get through the iteration phase here. Everybody is doing that hack. This is a great job by them of getting to that hack really quickly. Grievous is actually so nasty on this part as well.
They did that clean. They've all gone down so they can finish it up the top. There's, what is there, 10% left on there, I think, for the channel to finish up. And then they'll just be moving into one phase, this HK8 here. So they've done this so well. I'm still in awe of the fact that all 3 obelisks basically died at the same time with the tank buster. And they should have no problems one phasing this at all. Cooldown save for it, and they are absolutely mincing through this HK8 aerial. BDGG looks like they're going to take this and close it out at 2-0.
Yeah. There it is. It's a 2-0 for BDGG. That was another incredibly clean dungeon by these guys. It's unfortunate a little bit because the boys have been playing incredibly clean throughout the series. We did see them actually just fall at the very end there to the final boss, but for the most part, they were keeping pace with BDG throughout the entire thing. So do you guys just think that was just phenomenal prep and great planning going into that one, Dratnos?
I mean, yeah, 12 minutes and 49 seconds is not a realistic time for that dungeon. That is incredible feat by BDGG compared to what we were seeing, a few months ago. Now they do have more corruption than back then, but still, this is a wildly fast run through that dungeon. And BDGG, I think, are really showing that they are a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. It's not over for the boys though. The boys dropping to our lower bracket, they will still be allowed to continue to compete in this tournament though. So. It's not the end for them. They can make their way back.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see how those guys are going to do because, as I said just before, they were playing pretty clean. They just got edged out by BDGG. So, Darkmech, what did you think so far of the tanking? Because that's the first thing that I think of when I was watching that dungeon. Hearing you talk, as soon as the blood DK comes on the screen, you get excited. Did you just see phenomenal play from the BDGG tanks?
I mean, Trell is... I try not to sound like too much of a fanboy, even though I am. He's an incredible tank, and preparation and being able to multi-class so well across tanks as well. But it's just being able to use. I think a massive example was with that cavalry pack that we saw just before the first obelisk they took into the last boss. Like amazing positioning and kiting to leave all that sanguine in the one pool around the cavalry mob. And as Dratno said as well, like. That doesn't go without absolutely amazing DPS who are extremely switched on in regards to what they're doing. So phenomenal, absolutely fantastic play.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Paint for Fem versus Control the Environment coming up after this break. But first we have analysis after a quick break.
My next game in 5 minutes. Would it?
issues with Undead's audio, but we'd like to take a second and go to the casters while we figure this out. Thank you.
BGG and the boys.
I didn't catch any of that. Were you muted then?
No, I should be good. Can you hear me now?
Right. Yeah.
I didn't get
you.
any of that, Custer. Could we go again? Let's pretend then. Go.
Right, we'll run it back. All right.
Let's run it back.
Welcome back to the Keystone Masters. We're just coming off of a fresh break. We have Cyber right now joining us. So we just saw the BDGG take a 2-0 win over the boys. Just give me your initial impressions from that match.
You know, BDGG going into that, I think they were just the slightly higher seed in that between them and the boys. So, I mean, if you look at it on paper, we were probably expecting that result. But I think both were very strong teams. I really think the boys were gonna have that junkyard when I was seeing it played out like midway through the key. I thought, I think the boys are going to take this and we're going to go to round 3. But it just shows like the high caliber of players that we've got in this tournament. That BDGG just go and take that in a clean 2-0. But like we said, we're going to be seeing more of the boys, and I cannot wait. I love those guys. So yeah, good luck to them for the rest of the tournament for sure. Oh
yeah, I wanted to also add.
Sorry, I wanted to also add, I would be remiss to mention, I love seeing, I think Rad's jumped in on the Demon Hunter on the Vengeance, which was great because I know he's been doing a lot of beta playing on the Vengeance and enjoying that, so it's great that he's able to come and just, pull it out on live as well.
Yeah, that's going to be something that's really exciting about this whole tournament is we're going to see a lot of people picking up things that we haven't really seen, right? Because usually we see the very generic comps. So actually, I want to throw it right back to you, Cyber, and maybe Darkmake, you can follow on this one. Is this pretty much what we should expect to see throughout the rest of this series? Maybe a little bit of differences, but for the most part, we're still going to see the Hunters, we're still going to see the Death Knights, we're still going to see the Warriors. Is that sort of the litmus test for the day?
Well, as Dratnos kind of alluded to in the previous game, he was mentioning about the fact that unless you go to a game 3, most teams are going to be looking to play their 2 best comps in the first 2 matches and just hope that they can just take 2 wins and not even have to deal with the repercussions in that 3rd match. Obviously, they're planning for that 3rd, but I think we're going to see a lot of, Warriors. We're still going to see the Unholy DKs. The interesting dynamic, though, is the case of how we're going to see these players go from a healer role into a tank role and potentially into a DPS role, as we're seeing in the case of like Trell, for example, and those guys on BDGG. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are back with the analysts though, so I'm going to throw it back to you, Undead, and hoping everything's working out fine.
Thank you again, Costa. I think we're good this time. Hopefully you all can hear me. My name's Undead. I'm here with Sinadochi on the analyst desk. And as the guys were saying, we saw some great games out of both BDGG and the boys. However, we saw what we found to be the difference was the difference in comps, the flexibility that BDGG has to kind of play a lot of different things, really pull out what they think is the best comp rather than just the best players on okay classes. So we saw that specifically with the Fire Mage in Workshop, and we think that made a big difference. So what were your thoughts on that, Sinek?
Thanks, Undead. So the major story of this first dungeon was absolutely the Fire Mage pick. The only major routing differences we saw between these 2 teams was found really early in the dungeon and compensated at the end. So BDGG's choice to play Chow and the Fire Mage enabled them to bring basically 2 of the cars in the hallway before Cujo straight into Cujo. And this is a pull that actually turns out to be significantly more challenging with access to a combustion. The area denial from the cars prevents a lot of uptime on both the boss and the trash. And if you let that pull drag out, you're going to see people dying and falling down. So playing these 2 extra cars with Cujo allowed BGGG to skip the 2 robots at the end of the dungeon, which we often see pull with the Tinkerer. And that's critical because doing that pull with those extra 2 robots is really a pull that you want to press your cooldowns on. If you're a DPS player, you're sitting there, you're seeing 5 targets, you're salivating. You're like, oh, I want to combust this. But BDGG very cleverly did not want to pop all their cooldowns there because the next pull is the boss with 3 obelisks, and that's pretty scary. So I really like this optimal allocation of DPS cooldowns, and you can see that in their routing choice. Honestly, the boys were clawing back time and did pull the last boss at around the same point BDGG did in this first dungeon, but the Fire Mage priority damage gave BDGG enough of a boost in the first phase to push through that spiciness and move into the single target phase where you're chilling. What did you think
And we
about
saw that
the
dude.
second dungeon? Yeah.
I think, do we have our clip of the last boss pull with the Fire Mage just to see like how insane it was? We saw basically they pulled the boss at about ahead, which is just due to when you play Fire Mage, you can target the boss here, and you know all the obelisk ads are going to die. Whereas when you don't play Fire Mage, you kind of have to pick your favorite of the obelisk mobs to target down first, and then you end up losing time on the boss, and that's exactly what we saw here. So we see Chow just kind of ascend. And I guess we're moving over to to Junkyard as well. No, here we see Chow kind of ascends on the boss meter here, which plays back to what we talk about, how the value of Fire Mage on this boss. So
Play
then
that
when we
Goku
do,
Vegeta music.
oh yeah, exactly, he's powered up. So this was the tale of the Fire Mage this dungeon. And then if we look at if we want to move over into Junkyard, we saw some slight pathing differences, which I know we have clips available for, but specifically it started with the first pull, right? Like we saw BDGG. The boys do not. The boys take about 30 to 40 seconds to go collect their shock bots, make sure they have the damage for the pull, and then they end up pulling with the boss, whereas BDGG skips bots entirely, does a massive pull at the beginning, and then pulls more trash onto the boss, which gave him a trash lead for the entire dungeon. And then what did we see later on? There was differences. Was it just sanguine healing? Was it pathing later on, Sinek? What did you notice there?
Yeah, so we saw a little bit of damage profile difference here between the teams. They both opted to split the two toxic monstrosities up, but the most interesting thing I think was how close this match really was. As soon as the boys managed to start making some ground, the BDGG team did find a way to pull ahead and shave a pull off of their entire dungeon. So the routing here was quite a factor in their success.
That's right. And excited to see these guys in the next rounds. These are both very capable teams. So we're going to pass it back to Custa for the next match.
Looking forward to seeing what they can all do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate the breakdown. So we are heading into our next match. It's going to be Paint for Fem versus Control the Environment. I am joined once again by Cybear and Dark Mech. So it's going to be an interesting series. Dark Mech, what do we know about these two teams so far?
Well, Paint for Fem were right up there. I think Paint for Fem actually may have been second or third seed with BDGG. So and Perplexed was the other one. So Paint for Fem, they're a well-experienced team, and we're into Waycrest right now for game one, and you can see Speedpot coming out here. We're going to come down, and I'm going to be interested to see if they pull two sides here into the triad, or what they're actually going to go for here. They're actually going out into the hallway. They're going to grab some of this. This is interesting.
This is a massive pull on the side of Pain for Fem. They are not messing around. I think they have a death, though. They do have a death, but that's going to be just a quick get back into the fight. No problems on the side of the DK. They are just going to carry on as normal. Though that damage is going to be sorely missed until they can get them back into the fight. We do see on the side of Control the Environment here, they're just doing that slightly smaller pull into the witches here, into the triad. No real dangers now. They've got the trash out of the way, and I mean, yes, it's a tyrannical environment, but they're going to have no real problems just cleaning this triad up. If they could just stay alive, better they're just going very, very close to or into the danger zone, but they look to be okay here. Still, on the side of Pain for Fem, I mean that is a huge pull. Did they pull that into? I didn't quite see. Did they pull that into the triad? Was that, or was that just a trash pull?
Yeah, so they went up top left and then went both sides, I think, and then some of the hallway. So it was huge. So I'm not sure if there's, and then here comes the reaping wave. Sorry, we should have mentioned that we've got reaping back in this one as well. So there's going to be a lot of different varieties and pathings that we're going to see here, because we're back in reaping. We've been so used to awaken pathways. We're back with reaping now. So grave bolts and shadow smashes, and every 20% the little green men's are going to come along. So at the moment, they control the environment with the...
sorry, I was just gonna say, I think that was what Pain for Fem were going for there with the reaping. They get that 20% trash, then take the reaping onto the boss, and I think ultimately that might end up saving them a bit more time, dependent on how their cooldowns are looking into that. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're just seeing control the environment on the big screen, so we can't quite see how Pain for Fem are doing that at the minute. But I'm sure we will get that resynced up shortly. What do you think about this
100%,
Resto Druid play?
I think that really, honestly, I think that really threw me at the start. So I think you're spot on in regards to wanting to pull reaping into try it, but I was so lost at what was going on. But you're absolutely spot on. But Control the Environment have handled this really clean. It's really interesting to see the Resto Druid and the Prop Paladin coming out here, but you know, same mix in regards to the DPS that we've kind of been talking about the whole time. Your DH, your Unholy DK, and your Hunter, but they've progressed through Triad really well. I think both sides of trash were pulled into that, but this is all going to come down into what you are, how big you're willing to go, and what you are willing to pull your reaping into with. I'm expecting to see probably majority. I would have thought we would have seen. No, they're going to pull it all. So again, this is going to be a really big pull out into Courtyard again. This is a big pull, and it's Tyran, but this is still dangerous.
Exactly, and they have the matron here with raging and necrotic to deal with. Obviously, they've got this prompt paladin, so if the stacks get too heavy, they've got access to the bot. That they don't have access to. Oh, we almost have the healer go down. Season there almost dipping. He must have had aggro from all that DPS he's pumping out. Well, he's not quite managing to get any DPS out, but he's definitely getting some healer aggro there. As I say, the matron here just about to rage. Then we have this reaping wave come in. It's very, very scary at this point in time. Are they going to chain it onto the boss? Maybe once that matron is down and out. But at the moment, I think they're just hanging on for dear life.
There is a lot of damage here, and really we saw the bubble come out at the start from Bait, and really he's got nothing else to drop his necrotic stacks at the moment, so he's just been reduced to trying to kite away. If they've got a vortex, they'll be throwing it down, but it's just trying to clean the last of this up at the moment, and they hang on. They've done really well to pull that entire courtyard with the hallway and reaping on top of it. That's huge slaps. That's props.
As I mentioned, with the prop paladin, they don't then need that, opting for the prop paladin instead of, say, the warrior or the prop warrior. They don't need the holy paladin or even, I guess, the mistweaver monk. They can save those for other dungeons that they might want that priority healing on. So instead, this prop paladin I think is a really good play and a really good pick in this style of tournament that we're seeing here. So kudos to the organizers for coming up with some interesting decision making here for the teams. We can see on the side of Pain for Fem, I mean, they just pulled a slightly smaller trash bag into the boss, into Goliath. So they are cleaning that up nicely. They are slightly ahead on Goliath. Well, I say slightly. They are quite dramatically ahead, but I believe that they're slightly behind on trash count. So we'll have to see how this ends up working out. Or maybe, sorry, I'm looking on the small screen. Maybe they're actually slightly ahead on trash count, actually. I think as they've just got this Reaping Wave proc. But we have a death on the side of...
going out there. So they've put their second Reaping Wave halfway through Soulbound Goliath here. So I can't actually see what Fem's enemy forces is, but they've already procced, Control the Environment's already procced 2 waves and had their second into Soulbound. So you can actually see that the Reaping version of Matron is actually still up there as well. So she's about to go down, and then they shouldn't have too many problems now just after this in regards to getting through Soulbound. Necrotic stack's getting quite high there. He'll just run in for a reset, most likely if he needs to get rid of, but he's quite fine. He got a reset off anyway. They shouldn't have any problems with this, and Paint for Fem are nearly done by the looks of it on the smaller screen on Soulbound Goliath at the moment. And enemy forces wise, they're going all right as well. They're tracking quite well, so they're progressing really nicely through this dungeon, and they'll be moving in for what I will expect a fairly large pull in this hallway here. So both teams have had 2 Reaping Wave procs, so it'll be about how big. I think a large deciding factor which may make or break these 2 teams next will be how big they want to go into Rao.
Oh, definitely. And what's really cool here and funny to note is if you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see the times at which Paint for Fem and Control have managed to kill the triad there, and then it's flipped And although Control took the first boss down quicker, Pain for Fem have kind of flipped it then, and then they've taken Goliath down quicker. So we're definitely seeing this like slingshot mechanism going into place here as they're kind of neck and neck, alternating in these strats to just kind of slingshot in front of one another. And I mean, like you say, they're now going to set up for this massive Raoul pull. Waycrest mana kind of comes down to near enough 5 big pulls. On a reaping environment, we'll have to see whether that remains the same. Pretty much every single pack is going to be pulled into a boss, and then they're just gonna play it out like that.
And here we go in Raoul's room right now on Paint for Fem, and the Demon Hunter with Fel Barrage is just going pop, pop, pop. They have absolutely annihilated that trash in there. On the smaller screen, I don't. Is there a death possibly going on Paint for Fem over there?
I didn't quite see. They've not got the battle res on cooldown, so I feel like they managed to just hang on there and stay steady. Though I can't tell who that is. Someone's going down on the side of Pain for Fem. Yeah, a little bit hard to see that, but I think we see the full team wipe. We see the full team wipe on the side of Pain for Fem.
As I said before, this is where it was going to come down to on how big did you want to go onto Raoul, and Control the Environment opted for a much smaller pull. You could see Sub just went down there and they got a battle res off, but it's one of those things where you either elect Pain for Fem pulled the whole hallway and the entirety of Raoul's room, whereas Control the Environment just opted to go into the hallway, get a pull here, get another Reaping Wave procced, and it's just, I guess it's a conservative way to do this, but it's a hell of a lot safer there and still alive as a result of it. So 63% of them proccing their 3rd Reaping Wave now. You know, they're playing this quite clean, and now we'll see the speed pot from Bato, and we'll see the whole of Raoul's room pulled in. It's, you know, Pain for Fem just went extremely big, and you've got a lot of casts that you need to watch out for in regards to not getting silenced and things like that. Necrotic plays a large factor in it. You know, maybe the better option, Sai.
You know, what I'm thinking is, I think Pain for Fem, they've clearly practiced this pull and thought, you know what, we're gonna, oh, we see the death go out. Hold that thought. We see the death go out on the side of the Unholy DK, Zix here, I believe. Or Zlai, sorry. And they aren't going to be able to get him up. I think their battle res is on cooldown, so he's just going to have to remain down for the remainder of the fight. They've still got a lot of trash up with this Reaping, and obviously just the additional minions summoned by Raoul here. So they should be able to clean this up, but it is a tyrannical setting. That's going to take a long time to, or they're going to be missing that DPS for a long time here. But I wanted to just kind of jump back onto the side of Pain for Fem. I think the tactic that they were trying, you know, they're a very seasoned team. They've been in a lot of competitions, and they're very well practiced. I think they saw this Reaping affix on this dungeon and thought, you know what? What if we go really big on Raoul, pull all the trash into Raoul? As soon as that's then dead, we're going to proc that Reaping, and we're going to get this like second wave, you know. And I think that's why we saw the DH just absolutely blast off in that first pack. The other 2 DPS holding their cooldowns, or just slightly for that then Reaping to come and then just blast everything all together. And I think that was their plan. But like you said, I mean, Reaping hasn't been around for a while. It's easy to forget how difficult that can be when you try these massive necrotic pulls.
It really does, and it goes back to what we've been saying through a lot of these tournaments as well. You could practice these pulls for 6 hours and you can get them right. It doesn't mean that on the day everything is going to work out. All it takes is one missed kick or one reset not to happen or something like that, and you get into a world of trouble. So this certainly opens the door for Fem to have an ability to come back into this game after the full wipe, but kudos to Control the Environment. They are playing very well at the moment. They've already had their 4 Reaping Waves procced, but Fem are right back in this now. You know, like looking, they're about to head down.
They've managed to somehow get ahead, even with the wipe.
While we were watching Control the Environment, they seem to have just deleted Raoul.
Yeah. I don't know how they did that so quickly. I think what it was is the fact that, like we said, Control the Environment, less tournament experience comparable to Pain for Fem. So they took the Raoul pull or the Ral room pull in 2 separate pulls, which slows them down significantly enough that even with that full team wipe on the side of Pain for Fem, it's no bother. They just get back into it. They pull everything straight back in again. No problems, right? So that's how I think they've managed to just catch up and get ahead again. But Control still pulling off a really solid key. It's still anybody's game at this point.
It is. We see Control now, Paint for Fem pulling all of that trash down the bottom with Lord and Lady Waycrest, and they are having absolutely no issues whatsoever and absolutely deleting that as well. The Dwarf Racial really coming into its own with Fem right now, and now we see this really nice dance in regards to ensuring that you can spell reflect each wasted strike. So what will happen is Fem will let, when he doesn't have spell reflect, is he'll intercept away to one of his team members on the other side. Lord will chase him. He'll go to cast the wasting strike. He'll then heroic leap away. Lord will chase him again, and then he'll have the spell reflect set up. And you can see it's on a plus 20. The damage that you're getting from that is not that much, but it stops that healing requirement from that debuff, and it's still extra damage from the prot warrior there that you don't have on any other tank.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fun little dance. It's definitely something that can be easily, it's easy for mistakes to occur with that. I've seen, if you just kind of turn your back as the tank and you get smacked by the boss, then you can just quickly find yourself dead oftentimes. But luckily, Fem, he's self-proclaimed best tank in the world, so not a difficult strat for him. Can you see Ricky here just standing in all of this corruption? No, I'm not going to move out of the eye. I'm just going to stand in it, be in position for
Ricky
Fem.
doesn't care.
Way more important. He doesn't care. That's a lot of corruption, still slapping him in the face. Even with all this corruption resistance, he's clearly gone all out and got stuff on every single piece, as he should.
They're progressing
this
quite
is going to
well
be a
here.
close...
A little bit of a mistake with the Virulent Plague spread there, but obviously not realistically an issue with the going on to the Hunter. He can just spread, but Lord and Lady Waycrest are going down quite quick. Control the Environment are also on Lord and Lady Waycrest. I'm going to assume that we will see the ghouls pulled all the way down with this. I'm going to assume we're going to see this pulled into Gorak Tool. I'm assuming it will be the player.
I think
Binding
so,
goes out
to
there
then
as they run
prop
through.
the Reaping, yeah. Though we have the feign,
They
we have
do
the
a
feign by
feign
Ricky.
though. Yeah, he's feigned
They
it.
are going to set up for it, I believe, because he has to get in position so the mobs don't jump. Those trash pack that they just pulled, if you stand there as, like, say, a caster, hunter, whatever it may be, then those mobs won't jump and they won't leap around. Though Ricky, maybe he's just slightly out of position.
He dips low.
Yeah, maybe he's not quite in the spot as he needs to be because those mobs all just jump to him as if by magic. But I think they're going to proc just second Reaping into the boss here.
Generally, we see it's either the root up the back or they're generally playing it. I have seen that candle, but in recent, I have seen the root fail in the water up the back there, and also that candle appeared to fail as well. It looked like they're going to be 0.3% short on trash, so we're going to see a port up. I'm taking it, and we're going to run into the hunting lodge and kill one mob. I'm going to assume. I don't know what may have happened from that. I don't know if maybe that was a.
You know what could have happened? The infest from the maggots. Obviously, when those infest, enemies, then you lose that trash count. So I think that maybe there's been just a slight miscalculation, or potentially the wipe on Ral just cost them that slightly on the percent. But they will be able to make up for it, I believe, before Control the Environment is able to beat out Gorak Toll. They're just slightly too far behind, even with a really clean play. A couple deaths here and there, that's fine. A few nerves just to shake off going into game one. Control did a very solid first game. They were definitely in control for most of it, but Pain for Fem just showing their experience here and just, jumping ahead with this early 1-0.
Absolutely. They're going to finish up. They'll run up the stairs. I'm assuming they'll get ported up to the front, and then they will run directly. Actually, they speed potted through the souls at the start, I think. No, they didn't. They pulled them all in that gigantic pull at the start, so they will be going into the hunting lodge, and they will be just killing one.
Basically, RP walking at this point, aren't they?
Well, I mean,
that was a slow
can't take
run.
It away from Control the Environment. They still played it really well, but this Mastiff's going to go down. It's going to clutch Fem the game. a well-played one. But it's very odd going back to reaping for these teams. You've got teams that are doing keys, 12 hours a day, every day on Awakened, and then you throw the mix back to reaping. It's a very different pull pattern and kind of cooldown management strategy that you are playing through these dungeons.
You know what I love? You can see there on the side, on the left corner, on the side of control the environment. I can't tell who the player is, but they're just smiling. They're smiling. They're happy with that. They know that they've lost that first round, but it's all smiles, and they're just ready for that game too. I love to see the sportsmanship there.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of an anticlimactic end for Pain for Fem at the very end there. Obviously not really getting that percentage, but it was a very interesting dungeon. I would say not clean at all for both, but we saw, I guess, stylistic differences from both of these teams. Pain for Fem obviously going balls to the wall, going for these ridiculous pulls, especially that one on Brawl that didn't pay off. But that speed pays off in the very end. So, Darkmech, do you think that's what we're likely to expect in the next dungeon as well? Or are you expecting, Control the Environment to maybe pick up the tempo knowing how Pain for Fem is playing?
I'll be honest, I got really thrown. Even though I had that dungeon was reaping, my brain, as soon as that key started, went straight back into Awakened Season 4 mode. And Ataldazar, I think, is going to be very, very interesting with reaping, because Awaken opened up a lot of different pathways for how you approach Ataldazar. And Paint for Fem obviously can show that they can pull out extremely aggressive pulls, which is what's going to be required in Ataldazar here. And Control the Environment, they've got nothing to lose, though, as well. They're having fun. They're enjoying it, as Cyber said. They can let it hang. They can have a dip. And I'm hoping we see a really crazy game, too, here with some big, big pulls.
Yeah, if we're going to go talking about the next Ataldazar, because that is going to be reaping again, Cyber, I'm interested how this dungeon plays out, because I honestly don't know. I've seen it so much with Awakened as of late. Does the route change a lot? Is it a lot about pulling a lot of mobs, into the bosses like we usually see with reaping? Is Pain for Fem going to go balls to the wall again, is sort of my question that I'm posing to you.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, we're used to seeing the Awakening affix on Ataldazar, so we see a lot of interesting snap play, and then most teams will then opt for the kiting of the 4 Awakened mobs on that last boss. I think with Reaping in this environment, we're going to be seeing some similar pulls, but I definitely think it's going to be interesting how they deal with Volcal. Are they going to try some very spicy pull where they try and somehow proc Reaping on Volcal? Because if not, that's going to be a very long boss of just not really anything that they can kind of throw into the mix there, and they're just going to be counting down the minutes on that one. So I'll be interested to see how they handle Volcal and the trash leading up to it. But apart from that, I think we're just going to see a reasonably standard Ataldazar with just as many reaping funnels into these bosses as possible.
Okay, Darkmech, as our resident tank specialist on this analyst desk right now, I'm curious, we saw Paladin come out in Waycrest Manor. Is that so that you think they could play a different tank coming into Ataldazar, or was that because we saw Necrotic on Waycrest Manor? What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, it's certainly, it depends on what they've got in their team as to who can do what roles. You certainly want to save Prop Warrior for some of your bigger matches. If you may feel like you have a better shot in AD, then you certainly want to have a Prop Warrior in there. If you don't have someone in your group that can play it, Prop Paladin there, though, with Necrotic and things like that, was still a very strong option, though, with Necrotic, especially if you have, a Dwarf racial, and then you also have the Paladin ability to bop off or bubble off your stacks. The Paladin, they certainly made it work. Control the Environment didn't play poorly at all in that dungeon. They just played it slightly safer than Paint for Fem, and that just may be an experience factor that comes into running those dungeons on a tournament stage.
Yeah, I'm a little curious how this reaping plays out, and Cyber, maybe you have a little bit more insight on this. Like, reaping is obviously something that we saw back in Season 2. Do a lot of these teams have a lot of experience, or do you think they're just sort of making up strategies very recently because it's been so long? As you said, we've been doing Awakening for so long.
Reaping's an interesting one because it's something that I think some of the better players in the world and the better, tournament players in the scene, it's not really something that they fear as much. So it's how can they take that reaping into a higher level of difficulty? It's how can they make it just that bit harder? So I think that's going to be the case of reaping, of how complex can they go.
We're off for game
And
2
we load
now
into
in
yeah.
Tel Bazaar. Fem's on the DH, so this will be very interesting to see how big we line up for this first pull. It is teaming in here as well, so teaming, quaking, so you've got double confessors here to worry about, the augurs. Fem and Co don't care though. This is a big setup to start. This is
this
huge.
For real? This is disgusting in every definition of the word. This is nuts. I just want to watch the DPS for a moment.
Oh, Ricky goes
Ricky
pop!
bursting into, is that 4-5 million that we're getting up to?
That was
Seb is
4
still
million.
popping up in a
That was
1.3 mil as a
Trace,
DH.
Olay.
They might be overcapped on trash at that point. Actually, they might not need anything else for the rest of the dungeon. That's insane. They're at 42% enemy forces. They proc 2 reaping waves. I don't even know what happens in that situation. Do they get both sets of reaping, or does the game just say, you know what, just take the one. I'm going to give you a freebie. You can have that. Take the change. That wasn't phenomenal.
I honestly don't know. So it appears we've still got reaping trailing, but that was disgusting. I actually feel violated after watching that. That was absolutely disgusting. So I'm assuming I don't know if they're going to polish this up, get out of combat, and then pull the rest into Priestess Alunza, or what we're going to see. But that pull off the bat, so much coordination. The kicks required. I mean, they didn't even really require kicks. It was one kick on a fiery enchant, and the rest just melted.
You know, I was watching the health bars. I think they must have entered in the cheat codes for this one, because I didn't see them even move. Like, they just seemed to just do the pull. That was phenomenal. But now we're going to be seeing them going into, as you mentioned, Priestess Alunza here. So they've got a little bit of trash here. I don't think it's quite enough to proc this additional reaping wave. So we are going to see an interesting next reaping wave. We might see them try and pull that into Razan. But then that means that they then have to go down to Razan and then come back up into Volcal. It's going to be kind of awkward when they do decide to go for Razan. So we'll have to see if that initial pull put them far enough ahead in front of Control the Environment to make up for the fact that they are probably going to lose some kind of time here on Razan. And you can see Control the Environment making use of this very interesting snap point, which I think was made popular by Nerf, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. Nerf Season 4, 30% in one pull on a plus 30 at Eldazar or something like that maybe. But they've gone for a very big pull here, which will be interesting again to see if their aim is to proc a large reaping wave here and then run down into Razan. But I can't take my eyes off Fem's screen at the moment. Priestess Alunza is almost dead. 10% to drop on them. 62% of this dungeon pulled. We are 3 minutes into the dungeon right now. They are just playing absolutely off their head at the moment.
How can you take your eyes off of Fem's screen with that smile? There's just nothing like it. Such a positive gamer, and his team are just doing such a great job. I do really love a player like Shella, for example. I mean, the full team on Pain for Fem are just all-round great players. We saw that clip from Pecco earlier on saying a great player to him is someone who can play multiple classes, multiple specs, multiple roles. And we can see
Ricky
that on the full side here. Yeah, Ricky, he's dancing with death there on that one. That was close. But he does manage to hang on.
Here comes another big snap into Razan, which we've seen teams doing as well. So up onto Control at the moment. They did end up procking from that first snap. They procced their Reaping. They're at 24% trash, so they procced one Reaping wave and gone on to Razan. And again, you know, they're still playing this. They've had 8 deaths, so they had a little bit of obviously a mishap on their snaps sort of happen, and that can absolutely happen, especially on teaming if you're in a snap location and you've got people in and there's a whole bunch of mobs under you. But Pain for Fem are just absolutely in control at the moment. They're already on to Razan. They're a whole boss ahead, and they are absolutely pumping it, and nearly 40% trash ahead as well. But that big snap into Razan, they are just controlling this dungeon right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Paint for Fem are pulling no punches on this one. They've definitely left the paintbrush in. They are just pummeling through this dungeon, but that's what we're talking about when we mentioned the comparison of reaping to awakening. Awakening is something that works in many ways against you. It's a very dangerous affix to deal with. It allows for a lot of movement in the dungeon in terms of your route of, do we want to do one obelisk? Do we want that second obelisk before last boss? Or are we just going to go all out and take them all there? Reaping,
We've got
however,
a death on Paint for
we do.
Fem side at the moment, so they don't have a
Who
battle
is
res
that?
available at the moment either, by the looks of it in the small window there.
What role is that? Is that the one of the? Oh
Oh,
no,
they've
it's a
got
full
three.
team.
They've got three down.
Wait, Paint for Fem? No, Paint for Fem are down.
Yeah, we've got. It looks like we're gonna have a full white. I think what may have happened is they ended up dragging the two Screechies in from the top. It looks like maybe one of the Fears may have got off. Maybe a kick got missed.
Oh no.
Fortunately for them, they still managed to get one of the Screechies down, 76%. They do have a full wipe. However, they're a full boss ahead at the moment and nearly 40% trash. So realistically, they're still miles in front on this game. I was actually interested to see they pulled both Screechies there. I was half expecting. I don't know if we're going to see like a Screechy pulled into Yasma and then parried in the corner by Meow, and then that's how they'll just skip their last Reaping Wave, or what they'll go for here. But re-engaging Razan here again, a full wipe is costly, but they definitely do have the time up their sleeve where they're able to recover and still, hold this lead quite easily.
I think they're going to be able to recover. We can see Control just having a few little issues there on that massive trash pack with the Colossi. The Colossi getting huge, absolutely massive. They're the size of Razan at this point. They said, you know what? Razan was so good for us. We want it twice more. Give us some big, juicy Colossi there. They do manage to stomach through it, I believe, but they're going to still be playing a little bit of catch-up comparable to Paint for Fem. I think they just had a little bit of mishap there with the Screeches on the side of Paint for Fem. It happens, they were getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Maybe they just tried a little bit too much, just had a slight communication mishap, I believe, on one of those interrupts, and then that'll do it for them. But I think they should be able to recover here, and we will wait to see what their next move is.
Absolutely. I mean, it's you can practice these things 1,000 times, but in the end of the day, someone can accidentally hit their interrupt early. That's just one of those things that can absolutely happen. So they're having no problems in chunking through this. I expect to see they'll proc another Reaping Wave shortly, I would assume.
They clearly don't want it with the boss. I feel like they would have done it by now because they're only 2% off. I think they're saving it.
I think they'll be doing something like you was. I'll be interesting to see what they do with Vocal, because Vocal, like you said, if you're not putting something into Vocal, it's a lot of downtime on a fairly boring, straightforward boss where you are doing nothing. But I certainly wouldn't expect to see the
Control here, they're just dicing with death. You see, that just each player's taking a turn just to drop to sub 10% health. And then Slingshot back up to full. Season is really trying there just to keep him up. Just at the last edge of those Reaping Mobs there. Sorry, that was just a real clutch play. Yeah. As you were saying, though, on Vocal.
Yeah, I'll just be interested to see what Fem go for here. I actually thought Control may have started heading up towards Alunza too, but it looks like they're going the Volcar way as well, and they're going to pull out the Shroud. But if you remember, Sai, and these shield bearers here can see stealth. They've just spotted that stealth in the Shroud there. I'm assuming they're going to get through and use their mouths in Vocal's room to try and drop this off. One of the strats you used to see in Season 2 was you would actually proc your Reaping Wave, the Rogue would Shroud, and you would run all the way in here, Shadow Meld, and then pull your Reaping onto Vocal, so you weren't sort of, just fighting Vocal by itself. Hasn't occurred here, though.
Absolutely. It looks like they're holding off on this one. They do still have potentially 2 more Reaping Waves on the side of Paint for Fem. We'll see if they end up playing the last bit of trash after boss or beforehand to get that Reaping. On the side of Control the Environment, though, they are still a couple Reaping Waves left in the bag. They are on their second boss, so they've still got Priestess Alunza to go. So they're definitely, the clue is in the name, they're definitely trying to play a much more controlled game. Try not to have too many mistakes and just play it out cleanly. But even with that in mind, they have racked up quite a few deaths on the board. So clearly at Taldazar, the teams here, they haven't had massive amounts of time to practice when you consider the fact
another death
that they
for Doctor there as well.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get him up though. That shouldn't be too impactful though. They have two people trying to res at the same time there, so just again a slight little lack of coordination there, and a slight lax in communication. But they're still holding on strong. They get Doctor back up again, no problems. But I mean, we have the 3 Tantrao keys, right? I believe it was Shrine of the Storms, Motherlode, and Freehold. So any keys outside of that, I mean, a team like Control, they were probably just trying to get into the tournament, make sure their time trial keys were as strong as possible. Maybe a Tal'Dazar just isn't one of their strong suits, right? Like maybe they're just like, you know what, we'll give it a go. We'll try and do well in that Waycrest, see what happens in the Tal'Dazar, see if we can take a cheeky win, and then play it out in the final game, King's Rest. I'm not too sure about that for their game plan.
You've done with reaping as well, but you can see Pain for Fem just getting out of Volkal's room here, not pulling that pack in front of Volkal's room, probably the worst pack in a BFA dungeon for the history of the expansion. But they get down the stairs, they pull all the bottom of the stairs, they pull the 2 double sword packs with the Screechies onto the snap point, and they just absolutely obliterate it. As Ricky Martin just goes pop, pop, pop again.
Definitely redeeming themselves from that earlier mishap with the interrupts, for sure. And I want to take a moment. What are you thinking about these compositions? I mean, on the side of Pain for Fem, we see double Demon Hunter, obviously one of those being Vengeance, 1 Havoc, and then we see the DK, and I believe is it the Hunter that they've got going on at the minute? What do you think about the composition between the 2 teams?
No real surprise to see Unholy DKs coming out here. The Vengeance Demon Hunter, great control in a Tal'Dazar via the Sigils, Misery, Silence, Chains. And, you know, the Hunter, again, is just fantastic for resets. I wasn't surprised to see a Rogue, as I kind of thought we'd see that Shroud Season 2 strat. But, you know, viable comps and both working out really well, especially with the Mistweavers. But Pain for Fem is on to Yasma now. They'll be looking to close
going very close there.
We've just
couple deaths just on the side of Control the Environment. They just faltered on that final trash pack before they end up. Well, sorry, no, they won't be going to the final boss. They'll be heading over to Priestess. But that is a difficult trash pack to pull off. You can see the difference between Pain for Fem and Control here, where Fem just had a slightly better bit of control there, ironically. But yeah, as you were saying on Yasma.
Fem have, I think, judging by the lower screen, it's hard to see at the moment, but I think Fem have pulled their last and final reaping wave onto Yasma here. Yasma, you know, it might be a fortified setting, but you still have to play clean. You still want to be kiting your spiders, either keeping them in the middle or making a nice little spider train behind Yasma. You can see there has been a death on Pain for Fem's side. Ricky has gone down. There is still reaping up at the moment, and the longer the reaping's up, you know, the more and more stacks that keep accumulating, and the healer check that comes with that as well. So by no means are they sort of out of the woods with this one just because it's a 20. As I said before, you still need to be playing spot on here. And Yasma is a horrible boss. You know, regardless of Fort Tyran, Yasma is still a horrible boss.
You know, I thought it was the Solren mobs that were edging towards Yasma, but it was actually just reaping there, so they were actually a lot safer than I thought. But I started to get a little bit panicked that they were going to have those smack into Yasma, but luckily they avoid that, no problem.
Yeah, really nice control there from a binding shot as well. Yasma's 8%. Fem are going to close this out. It's going to be like a 14-minute 10 Tal'Dazar, which is still just insanely quick from these guys, showing us different specs and a different route, and just hats off to Fem. They played off their heads.
And they had 100% trash count this time. They did it. Well calculated, Pain for Fem. Yeah.
That's what you love to see from Pain for Fem, completely closing out a Tal'Dazar in a pretty clean fashion. Obviously, fell to Razan a little bit, faltered. I think a fear went out, as you said. On the other hand, though, Control the Environment, I think definitely struggled to really get this Tal'Dazar under wraps. But you can tell they're having a good time. You can see in their cameras they were having fun, and that's the main thing. So I'm a little curious. Pain for Fem, that's a very aggressive style. Do you think we would see this kind of thing when we go into Awakening? Because we only really saw them playing Reaping, or is that aggression just sort of a Reaping thing? What do you think, Dark Mech?
I think Pain for Fem will pull out all the stops. I think we're going to see some really big things from Pain for Fem. They are not playing anything safe. They are absolutely going for it. And why not to? This is the last tournament of BFA. This is the last hurrah. You may as well leave it all out there. And they are doing that. That was an extremely impressive Ataldazar. If you had taken out the full team wipe, you probably would have seen maybe like a 12.5-minute Ataldazar there. Like that's quick, and you're not spec stacking. Like that's quick. So they're bringing it.
Yeah, I think, as you said, it's the last row of BFA. That's the last time you're going to see a DK pull 5 million damage DPS on a trash pack on their thing. Is that a pretty common thing? I didn't play back in Season 2, but is that a pretty common thing to pull out half the dungeon trash in the first pull on a Taldazar Cyber?
It's something we've seen before where these teams are able to get up to that 40-ish% trash count within one pull. But I really think it is a case of picking and choosing your moment. Clearly, Paint for Fem, they knew that they had the skill and the power within them to do a pull such as that. So I know that they would have put a lot of practice time into, okay, well, how are we going to do this? And once you commit to a big pull like that, I think they just went, all right, let's just go all out. Let's just grab it all in. And, honestly, I don't even know how they actually pulled it off, but somehow they must have had just immense control to be able to do that. I do think it's something that we have seen from time to time, but it's not something that every team can just kind of pull out of the bag whenever they need it.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if Paint for Fem is going to be able to continue this run of just like trying to just go the fastest they can through the upper bracket, but also control the environment if they can sort of, show a better look on some of the other dungeons because, as you said earlier, Dark Mech, when it rains, it pours a little bit for this team. Are you expecting more from the control the environment squad? Because they looked pretty well versed towards the end there, at least on Waycrest Manor, but Taldazar just wasn't really their dungeon.
Honestly, I think Control the Environment should be really proud of what they've done. They may have come out with a number of deaths in a Taldazar, but they certainly took it up to Fem in Waycrest Manor. It is really, really hard once things start going wrong for you in a dungeon to pull yourself back. So, hats off. Those guys should be really happy with the way they played, and anything can obviously happen. Today just wasn't their day.
Yeah, absolutely. So Paint for Fem take a 2-0 over Control the Environment. We are going into a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Undead and Cynek are going to be right around the corner to break down this match.
So coming back from break, Undead, we had spent a little time in the lounge, and we wanted to talk a little bit about some porcine shenanigans you noticed in Waycrest. So how was the sausage made there? All right, so it sounds like we're having a little bit of audio issues some more, but I wanted to flag some very interesting shenanigans that Undead picked up on. So there was a wonderful little phase there where Paint for Femme was working on Soulbound Goliath, and their DK cooldown said they pulled the whole courtyard into it, they'd done their damage, and their TK cooldown said just come back up. And you'll notice a little bit where from the bottom of the screen in the small window, a little piggy comes flying into the boss, and that piggy triggers a Reaping Wave, and with the DK cooldowns up, they're able to funnel a lot more damage.
Yeah, so I think that sorry about the audio difficulties. I think that really showcased Paint for Femme's experience in that they played in MDIs during Reaping. They may have had Waycrest practice from the past MDI. I know they put Reaping into a few dungeons in this season's MDI as well. There's just a lot more involved with the pathing as opposed to with Awakened. And so basically they grab one pig that pushes them over the level for their 40% Reaping. All of the Reaping is ready on top of Soulbound Goliath. It all pops at the same time, and the DK just goes ham. So we pay attention here in the bottom left. You'll see one little pig amongst 5 men, and he just procs a Reaping for him. It's just beautiful. It was one of those things where, like, Control the Environment played really well in this dungeon. There were few mistakes. They had some deaths here and there. I think they had a death on this boss. They had a death on Rawl as well. But generally, they played well in this dungeon. But Pain for Femme was able to come back from their wipe simply because of the experience of playing Reaping before in a tournament environment and just having their funnel situations played out perfectly. And then we saw the following dungeon in Ataldazar, we saw the same thing where it came down to, I think, experience. So anybody that's played or even just attempted on Tournament Realm to run an Ataldazar at like a tournament level speed knows how insanely difficult all of this is. So, Sin, why don't you break down this poll that we had happen from Fem at the beginning?
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Ataldazar at high level, right? So it doesn't feel that hard on live when you have the luxury of having half an hour to split all these things up into multiple polls. But on the TR setting, we've really kind of optimized Ataldazar down to 4 or 5 gigapolls, and each one of those polls demands a huge amount of focus. So in this clip, you can see Paint for Femme manages to pull off the miraculous. They actually do so much trash in their first poll, it spawns 2 Reaping Waves. Control the Environment, as a newer team, has had less experience with this affix combination in the tournament realm, and they actually have a wipe while trying to pull off what the community has affectionately nicknamed the Angry Toast Snap. That's where you take most of the left side and then snap your tank to Razan with an MD. So it looks like they have a Fear go off and then a Juggernaut charge, and things sort of unwind from there. But this is just one of those dungeons that really does highlight the importance of having team history and some practice time together, because you need so much time to get these pulls finely tuned. There's so many things that can go wrong.
And even that, man, even the teams that like have been together forever, you see wipes and scuffs in Ataldazar all the time. Like it's not worth, like, so I think a lot of teams come in and they're kind of nervous in here as they start wiping, and they're just like, oh man, we're embarrassing ourselves. And it's like, man, this dungeon is insane at a tournament level. There's
Absolutely.
4 pulls, and every one is like harder than anything you've ever done on live tenfold. So
we had a spreadsheet for every
too.
single. Yeah, we had a spreadsheet for every single global cooldown for the first like 45 seconds. Just a row of 4, like every player exactly what global they pressed for the first 45 seconds of this dungeon. Like that's the amount of planning that you need to make this whole thing work. So.
I'm sure Paint for Femme had that too. That's something that they've done this so often that maybe they don't have the spreadsheet anymore, but they have like the brain spreadsheet that they've done from how many seasons of playing this at this level, and really showed off. I think we obviously we saw 2-0. Yeah, exactly. So we saw the 2-0, but like I said, I think Control played really well in the first match, and kind of struggled in the second match, but I'm excited to see what they do in the lower bracket. So we're going to send it back to the casters now. Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you very much, Dad, for that breakdown. So I am joined now by Kana and Zyronic. Thank you guys for joining me, and we're heading into our 3rd series of DG Self-Perplexed, taking on Size Doesn't Matter. So what have you guys' thoughts been so far on, the compositions and the dungeons we've seen?
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen too many Warlocks.
They had you working fine.
That's it for me, mostly. Yeah, no Warlock. I actually it's mostly like maybe like
Moose, I have to unmute you too. Hold on.
But 3-alt actually has been. I've seen some Warlock picks in there. You know, people using the gateway, skipping around certain stuff, but so far, I mean, time trolls have been saying a lot. Both time troll streams that have been ranked up higher have been dominating so far, so that's been looking good.
Yeah, I've been generally impressed with like just the general pace of the teams here. Both Pain for Fem and BDG looked really good.
As the Warlock player, you know, on the desk, are you surprised that we're not seeing more Warlocks as well? Or, you know, maybe over the mage, like we're going into Mechagon Workshop and we saw a mage last time. Are you expecting a Warlock maybe, or are you expecting another Fire Mage?
I'm expecting another mage. Warlock just doesn't really have that much utility in terms of like Mythic Plus Dungeons right now. If we're talking about Shadowlands, maybe to some Warlock stuff, but nah, at the end of BFA, I vastly prefer the mage to the Warlock pick here.
Yeah, soon TM. That's what I'm expecting. So, as I said just before, we're going into Mechagon Workshop, which is a pretty simple and linear dungeon for the most part. We saw it a little bit earlier. Are you guys expecting any like different compositions, or are you know, like, are we expecting to see another, you know, Demon Hunter, another Death Knight, and another Hunter for the most part? Oh, here it is.
I think the classes we've been seeing so much have been pretty. Actually, seeing an Arms Warrior, that is something different.
Well, if you know Harudra's history, he has been known for maining the Arms Warrior, so that's not too surprising. They might be pulling out their alt picks in Workshop since there's not really too much of a different path you can go here. It's just kind of an overall output sort of thing, so that makes sense to play like your off-meta pick in Workshop, and then since you have Junkyard coming up, you play more of a meta comp in that.
And we did see, actually, the Warlock.
That's true. That's true. There is the Warlock right there. Something that I just caught my eye as well as the Discipline Priest. That's pretty uncommon for Mythic Dungeons for the most part. Is that dungeon specific? What's really the cause of that?
There's actually, it could just be a thing, but maybe this was maybe a dungeon they practiced like maybe a bit lesser. Maybe they just decided to take a bunch of off picks, keep over, you know, all of the stronger picks, and then just, you know, kind of maybe just try and see how well the dungeon goes, maybe rely on the other team making some mistakes, and then have all the picks for the next few dungeons and just dominate those and try and make it from a 1-0 to a 1-2. But
I'm curious.
We'll see.
Oh, sorry, you go. Finish up. The thing that I'm curious about is, you know, you guys have veteran players. Do you think personal preference of specs takes a big role in people choosing these rosters, Zyronic? Or are you thinking that they're just taking the best thing, like this Discipline Priest, uncommon? Do you think it's because he's comfortable on the spec?
Well, Disc Priest actually in Workshop has some pretty significant advantages. One of the major things they can do is they can mind control the Tinkerers throughout the dungeon and use their Squirrel ability, which will pretty much just one-shot a lot of the packs. So we're probably going to see them abusing that to its fullest in this dungeon. They could actually gain a lot of time through that.
For sure. Well, here we're going to go off. I will see if they decide to do anything different. In the dungeon in general, most likely we'll be using the hammers to just take care of all the trash. Yeah, we're seeing to see, not actually both teams stacking up for him. But you can just see the hammer just takes care of almost the entire trash pack in one go, and there isn't much different min-max going on here.
Yeah, not quite here. Really, what you need to do is you need to get everyone underneath that hammer. It looks like Size Doesn't Matter did a much better job of doing that. They actually one-shot the entire pack, whereas Self-Perplex kind of had a little bit of trouble getting down the last of those Mechanotonks there. So yeah, definitely a little bit of an advantage already here for Size Doesn't Matter, and that's going to be interesting to look at because, like we talked about, they have that Disc Priest advantage in the middle of the dungeon. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they're able to abuse that to its fullest later on.
Yeah, for sure. Right now we just see the boss getting played out as normal as it kind of gets, just everyone stacking under the hammer, trying to have both of the bosses stacked up as well as possible so you can get all of the cleave going as possible. Actually kind of interesting to see if you can get some really nice arms cleave going out here, getting maybe some early execute and just being able to put it onto the next target.
Yeah, for sure.
So far, we don't see. Go ahead.
It looks like Size Doesn't Matter is just doing a better job right now, which is kind of interesting to see. Like when you look at the Self-Perplexed team, or sorry, yeah, it is Self-Perplexed. It looks like they should definitely have the advantage here, right? They've got Divine Veil and Harudra, two previous MDI champs on their team. So it really goes to show that this sort of format, it really lends itself to pretty much anyone being good.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, so far, like, Size Doesn't Matter have been doing a great job just getting everything down, or getting under the hammers and just completely cleaving it down. Although, Self-Perplexed, they're already done now. They just managed to just pull a 360. They're going down. The boss is already dead. They had way better cleave. They had the bosses better stacked for the majority of the time, and the cleave, they just took care of both of the bosses at the same time. Whereas Size Doesn't Matter, they had some of the bosses kind of spread out for a while. And then, when you're done with the first, you still have to clear down the second. You still have to get the second one after that, and they just did a great job right there.
Yeah, the big thing is that fourth hammer, whether or not you're able to get the double slam on both bosses on that last one. And like we were talking about, even though Size Doesn't Matter did well at the beginning, Self-Perplexed pulled it out, a little bit better execution at the end there. I'm interested to see what the plan is for both of these teams here, whether or not they decide to shadow meld off all of these mobs, or whether they're just going to mass pull them and deal with the trash count right now. Self-Perplexed went straight ahead to Cujo there, and they're going to be pulling most of that trash into the boss with the Bloodlust, it looks like. So going to be a big pull for them here, but we're going to see if Size Doesn't Matter is going to be going for the same thing.
Yeah,
it doesn't quite look
we
like
do see
maybe they're
Aruna
going to deal with
actually
those wastes first.
Aruna actually goes down. I think the drill actually got the frontal onto him, and he just take down in a matter of seconds. And I mean, they're mid boss combat. This is a massive hit. They need to get that combat rest going on him ASAP. Yeah, the combat rest does come out, waiting for an opportune moment to take it off. And I mean, during this boss, you do have to be very careful. Bursting is obviously still the FX. You want to make sure you don't stack this over too much. But most importantly, Saronic, on this boss is the boss positioning. During his venting frame, you want to make sure that the boss is attackable for all of the melee, taking him as close as possible if you do have melee. Now, this is not as much of an issue for forgot the team name. I'm sorry.
Size Doesn't Matter. There you go.
Size doesn't. Yeah, this is like exactly. It is more of an issue for Self-Perplexed, since you do want the Arms Warrior to keep attacking the boss during the self lance. You need to have him really, really close. There's this like nice little spot where melee can just attack him around the corner, but you're still considered LOS of the boss, so the self lance don't actually hit you. And for the casters, you can do this the exact same way. We're actually gonna see if they can pull it off right here, or if they're gonna have to be line of sight for the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, perfect execution right there for Self-Perplexed right there, showing off exactly how to do that, just so the melee can make sure they're hitting it. And it looks like it's going to go down for them as well. Both teams having to use their one battle res on this boss, having a DPS go down, Harudra for Self-Perplexed and the Hunter for Size Doesn't Matter. But it looks like we're going to get pretty significant advantage here for Self-Perplexed, killing the boss probably about 20 or 30 seconds before Size Doesn't Matter.
Yeah, for sure. Now, there's the small little edge of having a Warlock for after the boss is, you can get the gateway. Everyone can kind of skip nicely. No one needs to make the long run. And you can actually almost make it a small minigame, see how fast you can get past it. But so far, Self-Perplexed seems to be doing just a great job, just getting ahead, and on to the next stress pick already.
Now, one of the things we didn't quite talk about yet is the difference between the tanks here. We have a Prot Warrior for Self-Perplexed, we have the Vengeance Demon Hunter for the other team. So while Size Doesn't Matter does have that Disc Priest mind control in order to deal with this first trash pack more quickly, Self-Perplexed will be able to use their tank to mass spell reflect all of the arcing zaps for the second squad here. So we should... Well, it looks like they're not setting up for it, so we're not actually going to see that spell reflect damage. Usually on live keys, you'd see the warrior just deal with this trash pack pretty much on his own by reflecting all three of these arcing zaps, but not doing that. Maybe they can just DPS it down quickly with the Fire Mage Combust.
Exactly. I mean, it does obviously, you do want to make sure that all the zaps do go on the protection warrior as well, so it would mean that Hirunda would need to, I think, line of sight for a couple of seconds or stay out of range, make sure that he does not become the target. But so far, they have done... They've taken care of the trash pack and they're on to the next one already.
Yeah, it looks like that's not necessarily like a strat that they have to go with, because it's tyrannical and not fortified.
Exactly. It does obviously spell reflect skills amazingly well with key levels as well as fortified. So, maybe on the 20 tyrannical they were like, it's just not worth for the downtime of the warrior. It's barely a gain. We're gonna have to move more. People are gonna have to position differently for it. Just take it easy, kill it as fast as humanly possible.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it looks like we did see that Disc Priest damage going out. You can see he was doing a lot of damage on the previous trash pull, but it's just not really enough to catch up as I thought it would be here, unfortunately. I think the major benefit of it is going to be later on when they can use it on the two trash packs. around the Mechanist Garden. So we'll see if that actually catches them up in time. But it looks like just the experience for Self Perplex is just propelling them ahead here.
For sure. I also think Self Perplex, they have a amazing comp for the final boss. Obviously, on the final boss, you do want to make sure that you get the 3 mobs down before you actually push the boss. When you push the boss, it will stun the entire team. And I mean, the obelisk mobs, they're not gonna bother with it. They don't care about the stun. They don't get stunned. They're gonna keep battering on your tank, and they will keep killing your players. With an arms warrior and a fire mage, the fire mage is gonna evenly split the damage beautifully across all the targets. And then the arms warrior will have the amazing execute once they drop to the 20% mark, where the mage mostly it doesn't shine anymore because his boss already ran off. Then the arms warrior will be able to just take it all on, and he will just be able to execute everything down very, very evenly. Which, if you get out of the phase 1 fast, that's the scary part. That's where the 3 obelisk mobs are alive. So they have a great comp for actually dealing with that right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's where they pulled ahead, right? Was with the Fire Mage Combust with Bloodlust on Cujo there. It just does so much more damage to everything while still doing prio damage to the boss, whereas the Warlock really doesn't have that available to it. That's why I was kind of curious about the Warlock decision that people were talking about for this dungeon. The Fire Mage just does so much more when you're doing this kind of pull where you pull trash on top of bosses.
Yeah, for sure. We do see the bursting actually taking out the entire team very low. We do see the rallying cry also come out. Great save. Now the bursting is done, and now it's just put the dancing shoes on and just make sure you do not get hit. It is a 20, it is a tyrannical. All of these little blades, everything on this boss hurts like a truck. If you get hit by something and your healer does not notice it at the exact second, you can just take down in a matter of a couple of seconds here. And we already seen both teams already had 1 death on the boss, and it's just something you really want to avoid. This is, they're both almost basically neck and neck. You do not want to have these mistakes happening right now. As we talk about it, Rudra goes down.
Wow. Unfortunate. Yeah. Right as they were pulling in those spider tanks there, and they don't have a battle res for him for another minute, so they're going to have to 2 DPS this boss down with just 2 DPS alive. Now, they do have Fire Mage BM Hunter, so there's a lot of damage going out here from them alone, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. The Combust just now coming out from the Fire Mage will deal with a lot of that. But yeah, just definitely a lot more danger, and giving the other team, size doesn't matter, ample time to catch up there, because their boss is still at 40% HP.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is what I mean. Like, these are the mistakes. This is the boss with the dancing shoes. This is a boss where if something hits you, it doesn't matter. You're just going to die to it. And at the same time, again, we see Perplex just taking a massive, massive hit, but they are dealing with it. But maybe this is where they wanted the warrior. Maybe look at the HP of all the mobs in this room. They're all getting sub 20%. Imagine the arms warrior here with the sweeping strikes, with the execute. He would be demolishing this right now. And size doesn't matter. It's just slowly catching up. Have done a great job so far, dodging everything. They're just playing this boss right now just better.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they've actually caught up and passed up Self Perplexed at this point because they have all their DPS alive. So just consistent play from size doesn't matter. We'll have to see if that's going to be a trend moving forward. Especially when you talk about the format, right? Players having to play multiple different classes, they have to be pretty good multi-classes in order to pull this off in this setting. There's not a whole lot of people who can play 20 tyrannical keys on different specs, so going to be interested to see how that plays out moving forward.
Leave alone different roles. We have been seeing during the time trials certain teams, swapping up the DPS, the tank role. Sometimes I've seen a team that has been playing one guy but playing all 3 roles. One is DPS, one is heal, and one is tank. So it's been really, really interesting to see what teams are going to be dropping out during these matches.
Well, one of the things I was interested to see was the first match of the day with BDGG. I think that team has a massive advantage over a lot of the teams in the tournament because they have 3 players on their team that can play Prot Warrior. And we all know how strong Prot Warrior has been pretty much the entire expansion. So those guys, I mean, they're going to be tough to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the team I was talking about. I've seen Trill, play numerous of different roles during their time trials, and it's really interesting to see if they would have incorporated those tactics that they had, because they've done a great job during the time trials as well. They've shown that they can do the big multi-classing, so it would be really, really interesting to see how they would have done this. And I mean, it has shown, right? They went 2-0 so far in the first matches, so they've done a great job so far.
Oh yeah, for sure, and we can see the difference from that death on that last boss here. So size doesn't matter. Is moving on ahead with both of these robots here. I mean, definitely a scary pull. As long as you're able to stand on those shields for the short outs, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. But because Self-Perplexed went for a smaller pull, they were able to deal with it much more quickly, and they're moving on to the final boss right now. So we'll see whether or not it's going to be an issue for them. I mean, size doesn't matter. They're pretty much throwing their advantage. This pull's taking forever for them.
Yeah, this pull has been taking really, really long. It could be that it maybe trying to save up, the CD since you are going into the last boss in a little bit. With the 3 generals, you do not want to miss out on those CDs. But this has actually been going into disaster. Everyone's rolling super, super low. People were not standing in their absorb shields. They did not take the reduced damage, and they is almost dropped. The Discipline Priest, not the class either for bursting. It does not have a target right now. Shadow Manning everyone up as well as they can. While we just simply see Perplexed. They're on to the boss already. The Fire Mage, popping the combust. Most of them already dropping super, super low. It's going to be, again,
gateway there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, listen, honestly, personally, as cool as that gateway is, everyone knows that the best use for a Warlock is to drop Hellstones and then leave the dungeon right afterwards. They shouldn't be in the key, but it's fine for this format. They're actually just doing just fine. But it looks like Harudra has gone down once again for Self-Perplexed, and this is going to be an issue for them because I'm not sure if they have that battle res available, and are they really going to pull off this entire fight with a DPS down? If Size Doesn't Matter is able to clean this up and not have any deaths, they could be taking this first game.
Yeah, for sure. They do have the battle res coming up right now. Ruda is just simply waiting. It's such a rough time to actually... Wait, did he even get it? I don't actually see it as a shown up. I think somebody else went down.
No, I don't see it. Must have been.
This is a massive issue. At this point, you just must be considering it's like we have the entire boss to go. Do we reset the boss?
I mean, it's such a tough decision to make, right? Because they're doing this boss with so many of the obelisks, right? It's almost like if you get through the obelisks, you don't want to reset it because you have to deal with it again, and this time without Bloodlust, without all of your pre-prepared cooldowns. So it's a really tough decision to make. I think maybe for this boss, you do want to reset it because it's such a long boss, right? You have to deal with both phases. You have to. It's a lot of HP to chew through, especially on Tyrannicals. So you actually might want to reset it. That battle res is not going to come up for them.
No, for sure. Although they have been dealing with it super well, even though the Harunda has been dead for quite a while now. They're still, basically even for now with Size Doesn't Matter. But just like you just saw it in the little end right there. You see every single mob at 20% HP. You just be thinking this is the Arms Warrior dream right there, getting that execute off on all of them. But in both times that we have seen 4 or 5 mobs stacked up, 20% HP, Harunda has simply been dead. Maybe, the Arms Warrior, he has been very well known for it, but it isn't really something that you see in the high keys. Maybe he just simply isn't as comfortable in it as he might have expected, and just, those small little missteps on a 20 Tyrannical during the boss fights can easily cost you your life.
Well, when you think about the general dungeon boss difficulty, Workshop is, especially on Tyrannical, is one of the more difficult ones to deal with, especially on Melee. There's just so much that you have to deal with, so it's not too surprising to see him go down to that. It's just... It just really hurts to see these boss deaths for him. I think he's died on every single boss except for the first one, so definitely unfortunate to see. But Size Doesn't Matter here. They're just crushing this Omega Buster right now. Whereas,
for sure,
looks like Self-Perplexed hasn't really chunked him too much.
No, I mean that's the DPS death. It is so much of a DPS loss right there. I think he might have even died straight, almost during the blood loss, which is like the saddest time to ever die during a fight. But Self-Perplexed, time trial wise, they were the more dominant team, but so far, Size Doesn't Matter has been showing great consistency. They haven't had deaths, well, except for one. They haven't had many mistakes. They've just been playing the dungeon on class that maybe they feel more comfortable in, with the Discipline Priest, with the Warlock, and they've just been showing a great job as well. And to not, leave it out, they still have Protection Warrior open as well. They still have all the healers open, because they've just used, it feels like 2-3 pocket, maybe less pocket picks, and they just have all the big strong classes still ready for the next few dungeons.
I mean, they can just so easily swap to that Prot Warrior / either Holy Paladin or Resto Druid for this Junkyard coming up here. But yeah, Size Doesn't Matter. Pulling off what I think might be an upset here in this first round and Workshop with overall a relatively clean and pretty fast run.
Yeah, very, very clean. Incredibly well done by them.
And with that, we see Size Doesn't Matter goes up 1-0. As you said, a pretty surprising win, especially given the fact that they use so many interesting picks that we haven't really seen thus far throughout the Keystone Masters. So I'm curious, just about the warrior pick, because obviously, as you said, he died a lot throughout the dungeon. Is that just the lack of survivability and less lack of defenses that a warrior has, or is that just the cause of being a melee spec?
I think definitely being a melee doesn't help. There's definitely some very, very scary, but it might just be, the greed. Maybe it is just, you are supposed to shine at the 20% mark. Everyone low. This is where you really want to pop off. Maybe it was just the greed at that point that got to him, thinking you can maybe just leap out of it. You can't keep the distance. You really want to pump. You want to get that time in, and it just costed him his life at very sad times, to be fair.
Yeah, so Zyronic, you talked a lot about the Warlock pick as well. Do you almost just think that's because they wanted 3 range because of the cost that came from the Warrior that we saw from DG Self-Perplexed?
It might have just been a comfort thing, right? They might have thought that this game would go to 3, this series would go to 3 games, so they opted to go for their off-meta picks for this first match, so they can run double melee in the next 2 dungeons, if we even see 2 more dungeons. So yeah, it's probably just a comfort thing. He's used to playing Warlock, so Workshop is kind of a free dungeon for ranged classes. It's a lot easier to play.
That's it. If it works for you, you don't need to think too much about it. Well, we are going on to Mechagon Junkyard, and we saw from this last time, we did see a lot of melee, especially the Unholy Death Knights. Is that what we're expecting to see once again, Kana, going on to this Junkyard?
I'm very sure we're going to see at least 2 Unholy DKs, one from both teams going into. It's just such a good class. It has everything. You can take massive pools with the funneling that they give. You can take massive pools and just blow everything up. It just really feels like it's like nearly the perfect dungeon for the class. There's just not many downsides. It's also a lot more melee friendly compared to this one. So I would be very surprised to not see DKs.
Yeah, right. Okay. So, Zyronic, I am a little curious with like the healing meta, because we usually see a lot of Mistweaver monks in these mythic dungeons, but as of late, especially in this, it seems like people are saving that for, specific dungeons. Is Junkyard one of those that you would expect to see it because of the massive amount of AoE damage and healing that it does to these big pools?
It really depends on the affixes, right? So, for instance, this Junkyard has Sanguine Grievous, the Grievous is a really dangerous healer affix, so having access to that Way of the Crane on these massive pulls in order to make sure everyone's actually completely topped off is really useful. So like Kana was talking about, I really would like to see the DK to blow up the pulls quickly, and probably the Mistweaver Monk in order to help keep everyone stacked for these massive AoE pulls.
We saw earlier in the Junkyard as well that there was a Blood Death Knight played, which is a pretty uncommon one for high keys in Mythic Plus. It is sanguine, though. Do you think there's any chance that we see another Blood DK come out? Because it is obviously nice to have that Blood DK for it, but the chance of death is just way too high, right?
You might, but I would actually be kind of surprised to just size doesn't matter to not pull out the Prot Warrior. I mean, at this point you're 1-0 up. If you just decide, if you've practiced it, you can run the full meta comp, run the DK, run a Hunter, maybe run a Mage, and then the Prot Warrior and the Mistweaver. You have such a strong team. If you win this map, then you're 2-0 and you're good to go. You probably made the biggest upset that you can almost have in this entire thing. As for if you want to run the DK, probably I would expect to maybe see Avengers Demon Hunter and maybe the Prot Warrior, but it could be.
Yeah, because that's sort of the value that you have when you are, size doesn't matter, is you run so many niche picks, right, on the workshop, that you go into Junkyard. Even if you hadn't completely planned for a full meta comp on this Junkyard, you could probably just throw everything at the wall and then you could probably just run it through, right? Because this is you win this one and then you go up into the next round. So, Zyronic, do you think there's a chance that they would adjust on the fly, or do you think they probably had a set strategy coming into this Junkyard?
I think this is something that you would definitely want to adjust on the fly, because it's not like Prot Warrior is necessarily a difficult tank to play for these high keys, right? You have a very set rotation in general, and it's really whether or not you can just live, right? It's not like you can really do too much reactively as a Prot Warrior in order to live on pulls. You kind of just have your cooldown set up for the pulls that you take. And I would really kind of want them to throw the Prot Warrior here, because our third match is Toll to Gore, and they've already used that Vengeance Demon Hunter, which is pretty important to have in that dungeon if you're not playing the Prot Warrior. So yeah, I'd really like to see them pull that out here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what we see from these teams. We'll see the compositions coming in pretty soon from them. So let's talk more about the teams themselves. So DG Self-Perplexed is obviously a veteran team that has 2 different MDI teams sort of merged into one. While Size Doesn't Matter is more new to the scene, this is definitely an upset, right, if we see DG Self-Perplexed go down, right, Kana?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would have not actually guessed that, based on the time trials that we've seen so far and based on the names we have seen on Perplexed, that it would be actually be this clear of a sweep. But I mean, all credits goes to, size doesn't matter. They played it just super clean. They, outside of, maybe the first boss room where they might have missed some cleave time on the first boss, they played the dungeon super clean. They had, they had one death in total. They didn't really make mistakes on bosses. Everyone had their down shoes on perfectly. They dodged the mechanics. They didn't really feel like they took messes, big unnecessary damage. They just played it clean with maybe it was picks with an idea of we can have the good picks later, and maybe it was, these are comfort picks. But they just played it super clean, and all heads got, very impressed by them.
Yeah. So it's ironic. With these veteran teams, they generally more likely in the situation to go for these ridiculous things. As we're going to have the comps come up here in just a second, we can talk about that. But I'm curious, with what we see right now, do you expect size doesn't matter to sort of shake off that confidence, shake off the fact that they haven't put a lot into that, and play with this? Is that double hunter?
Is that a
double BM
yeah.
hunter? Then
I assume
this is a nasty comp. Wait, this can't be right because Harudra is still on the
Yeah,
edge.
this can't be right. This
right?
might have been a little off. No. It is because it's but as far as I'm aware, we're going into a junkyard as well. Oh wait, it does say junkyard. But I'm pretty sure this can't be right. There's probably just a thing. But for the most part, we do see what we expected. We saw the prop warrior. We saw the Mistweaver monk. So it seems like they're going with the meta comp. It's ironic. Do you give them the edge going into this junkyard?
Yeah, I'd give them edge with that comp as well. The major thing with Junkyard is the fact that you have those zap bots and making sure you have classes that scale with those zap bots really well. Double BM Hunter with a Havoc DH, they're going to be able to just blast these packs.
Yeah.
And the other advantage, that neither of the teams has an Unholy DK. So it's not like one of the teams is going to be able to instantly melt these packs either. So there's no major advantage with that class. The double BM Hunter is just so strong here.
Yeah, and we're heading into the second game of it with the junkyard. So take it away, guys.
Yeah, there we go. So we do actually see it. I think it maybe was. So there were some mistakes on the screen because I did also see Heruda on the Arms Warrior on the screenshots, which again you weren't allowed. But yeah, it was an Unholy DK, which I kind of took a guess. But I mean that is still a very scary scaling comp. And we do see them running up.
Yeah. That Unholy DK is going to be, they're going to be able to enable pulls with that Unholy DK. And I don't really think I want to change my edge at all here because I think the double BM is going to be able to pull ahead on the bosses here, especially on that last boss as well. It's going to make it a lot easier for them to one-shot it. They're going to have their Unholy DK save his cooldowns for that to single phase that. But right here, we're going to see the power of that Unholy DK. Give them a sec to get those bubbles up, and there you go. Just insta-pop, 2 million DPS, no problem.
Exactly. That pool is just completely evaporated. Every other class is just kind of saying, can I get my part of this? But it's just such a good design for the class. Not only do you get, to just kill everything, you also just get to take care of, the big bullies, the boys with the big HP, make sure that, everything just kind of nice and even. And they're just doing a great job so far with this entire pool.
It looks like we were debated as well with the double BM. They're not running double BM. They're also running an Unholy DK. So both teams have that Unholy DK to deal with pulls, but looks like Lasta has gone down here already for self-perplex. They're going to have to use that battle res and get him up. But man, it was looking so great for them, but they still have some trash alive and the things are not dealt with yet. Whereas it looks like for size doesn't matter. Things are going a little bit better for them. No deaths on their side yet, but they haven't gone straight into the boss either.
But I mean, look at the Grievous stacks. It's stacking up. They're just struggling to stay alive right now. And I mean, it's the DK that needs to do the rest as well. They don't have any other class right now that can actually combat rest. And I mean, the DK, that's the big boy on this. They'd rather just not actually take activate the pillars, because then you get rid of most of the DK damage, you get rid of most of the funneling damage. So now you are in the annoying choice of do we stop the DK from dealing all this damage and having to use resource and a global on combat resing? It's not really something that you want to do, and it looks like they just keep Lassa down for now. Oh, actually, no, I think this actually is the second death already, looking at the screen. This is actually the second death. They don't even have a
Combat
Oh, it
Res
is.
for
Yeah,
lesser.
you're right. They've already used the battle res. There's no number on that battle res timer on the right, so it's kind of hard to see whether or not they have one. But yeah, judging by the 2 deaths, it looks like they've already used the battle res, so they're just going to have to 2 DPS this boss down. So even though they were able to go for that massive pull and sort of pull it off, they're going to lose a little bit of time here, not 3 DPSing this first boss down. And
Yeah, for
Matter
sure.
has finally gone into the first boss here as well, so they're going to be catching up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, just like looking at comps now, size doesn't matter has such a good comp. The Demon Hunter, the DK, the actual Hunter, they have such good scaling classes with these Zep bots. And I mean, in general, just the big pools, they have such a dominant comp. And it's exactly what we talked about. It's like, you are 1-up right now. You use some very off-meta picks. Are you going to capitalize on this and use all of the big classes and try and push that advantage as much as you can in the second game? But even though with the death, Perplexed, I mean, they're still ahead. They took care of the first boss, so getting ready for going into the second boss room, and size doesn't matter. They're still onto the first boss.
Yeah, I mean, the only major difference with the team comps here comes down to the tanks, right? We have the Prot Warrior for Size Doesn't Matter, giving them that full attack power buff, whereas you probably only have the Scrolls on the side of Self-Perplex because they're running the Vengeance Demon Hunter. But the major difference here was that first pull size, right? Self-Perplex decided to just pull all of that trash into the first boss and AoE down with the Unholy DK, and they did a decent job of it.
Yeah.
Albeit the 2 deaths. But because Size Doesn't Matter decided to just do it separately, they lost a ton of time, and they're about, 30 seconds or so behind right now.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely did lose a little bit of time, but they do still, even though they lost 30 seconds, they kind of, in a sense, still saved another 10 by, not having those deaths. And I'm not sure why they decided to go with the smaller pool, especially considering, they do still have the both teams had the Mistweaver. It is known as the tank that does the big pulls, but one thing that I actually did notice is Perplexed, they actually took quite a lot of time to get everyone their robots, to get them the little Z-bots. They went to the second boss room and they had to wait like a fair 15 seconds. So, the 30-second advantage that they had with the 10 seconds of the deaths and with, the 15 seconds of standing still, which size doesn't matter, just basically did not do. They're basically almost caught back up. The threat spec for both teams are about to be dead and they're soon to go onto the boss.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the other major difference that we need to talk about with the tanks here is the fact that the Vengeance Demon Hunter brings a lot more control to the group with the way they can deal with Sanguine, right? Both teams already have the Mistweaver Monk to ring a piece mobs back, so if they to skip any of that healing. But the Vengeance Demon Hunter can silence mobs, it can fear mobs to keep them in place and keep them away from Sanguine. It can grip them with the Sigil of Chains as well. They have a lot of control to make sure that mobs don't heal at all. So we should be able to see a little bit more better control from Self-Perplexed here, and they should be able to slowly pull ahead with that if they keep playing the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we do see both teams also using the very famous spot to play these bosses. You basically just have them stacked up the entire time. There's a couple of small issues, standing on this spot. If you get, your Eye of Corruption proc, there really isn't anywhere where you can kind of run to. So if you get unlucky, you get 2 or 3 of those eye procs, that's going to be big danger. We have actually seen teams in time trials actually die to that, where tank, just gets 2, 3 procs in a row and it starts hammering down on them. But, if Perplexed, even though they had a death and they made a mistake, their pool was so big and it was so efficient time-wise, they're still just ahead, even though they had 2 deaths and they had to do the first boss with 1 DPS less. They have had super good rooting so far.
If I'm not mistaken, though, it looks like Size Doesn't Matter is going to be able to pull off this second boss split just a tiny bit faster than Self-Perplexed, though. While we were watching Self-Perplexed deal with that trash, they had Sanguine pretty much all over the room, so even though they are supposed to have better control with their comp with that Vengeance Demon Hunter, it looks like they were just having issues with it. Maybe they just tried to pull all the trash at the same time. But yeah, let's look at that split here. It looks like it's just a tad faster for Size Doesn't Matter. They're pulling slowly back in this dungeon right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that boss, it died so fast. That might just be, the advantage of the classes that they have chosen. The Protection Warrior, it is known to be such a high DPS boss. It does, or tank rather, it does so much damage. Those thunderclaps really, really hurt, and it's actually so close. Even though, Perplex is constantly a little bit ahead, it just feels like, just based on the comp, if they control the Sanguine good enough, and if you control it good enough, you don't really need the Demon Hunter, then you can, with the extra damage that the Warrior gives you, you can almost pull it just barely, back. But at the end of the day, most of the tank damage does still come back from corruptions. So it is a bit of a
check out the
gamble as
size of the pull that Self-Perplex just went for. And it looks like Size Doesn't Matter is not going for the similar size pull. Actually, no, they are. They've got 2 of those Toxic Monstrosities in there, but Enemas goes down right away. They're going to have to use the Battle Res from that Unholy Decay to beat him up, but he goes down as well. They were probably expecting a revival on the Consume from the Toxic Monstrosity there, and just because he wasn't there, this is miserable for them. The Unholy Decay has lost all of his momentum. It's going to come down to whether or not the BM Hunter and the Havoc DK can deal with the trash, but it looks like it's going to be almost a full wipe for them, or they're just going to slowly tick down and have to deal with this slowly. But this is miserable. This is not what you want to see when you go for this pull here.
That is exactly, yeah. This was a very, very big problem. Like if you rely on the revival as your first master spell on that pack, it is a huge hit if you misweave dice. It almost becomes unrecoverable. Since everyone, has the debuffs, everyone is taking down, the Grievous is just constantly taking down. But we see actually just flat out both teams having struggles on this. Lasse goes down on this pool as well. Both teams are very, very struggling on these pools. These are not fun pools. If one thing goes wrong here, there's an interrupt missing, there's a dispel missing. If somebody gets stunned for 7 seconds and, one of your team members is dead and that's the interrupt that's missing, not only is your team member not there, but you're stunned for 7 seconds out of action. Both teams are just struggling on this, and it's just going to be very interesting to see who can catch themselves back up, who can regroup, be like, okay, these are the CDs that we have left. We're going to do this pool now. It's actually,
we're ping-ponging back
hectic.
and forth. Yeah, Harudra goes down on their side for them right in his ramp, so they missed out on the Unholy DK damage for that pull as well. So a lot of time lost there for them. This is just dangerous and not quite the cleanest execution from the teams here.
No, definitely is not. I actually can't see who is even ahead right now. It looks like they're basically onto the same pool again, but they kind of started at the same time of this pool now. Oh,
I think there's a slight trash advantage for Self-Perplexed here.
Just look at those health bars just yo-yoing up and down. These are just like, look at the stacks. Everyone has Grievous stacks. Everyone is getting the debuffs. Ceres goes down here. There's just too much damage that's happening. It is such a difficult pool, especially, considering they are playing double melee on this. Constantly having to get dragged out, or, they need dispels. And at this point, you're just kind of running out of steam. If these pools do not get executed clean and fast, it is not a fun pool to have extended.
Right, and like what we're talking about, the execution, right? You have these pulls planned out in advance, obviously, right? You have a big setup for everything. So for on the double Toxic Monstrosity pull, you have everyone just get consumed, and then the debuff will get revivaled off, so they don't have to worry about it. On that second pull, you probably have the DK AMS in, so they can just not worry about the consume there as well. But when people start going down and you start talking about getting the second consumes, it just turns into what we see here, which is kind of a clown fiesta for both teams. And the worst part about Junkyard is the fact that when a player goes down, they have to go and find a new set of bots. Otherwise, your damage output is terrible.
Yeah, and I actually don't think we have seen most people actually go for the bots. We've just, we've been seeing them rest up and just beeline straight back, trying to solve the pull that they have been going. And when you run back to your team to try and save it as much as you can, you just don't have time to pick up the robots. There's still a couple of Zeb bots that are across there that you can pick up, but for the majority of it, you're just you're out of it. You're gonna have to do the rest of the dungeon without, and it is not a fun dungeon to do. That last boss with Grievous is a very, very rough one. And if you are used to having the extra DPS of those Zeb bots to push the phase 1 faster, that could be a massive problem.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you can see here Self-Perplexed, just because they were able to deal with the trash packs a little bit cleaner. They're a little bit lower on Gunker, but man, that difference is really not that large right now. And the total deaths are pretty close as well. Only a 5-second advance for Size Doesn't Matter. So this is going to be neck and neck as we go on here. It's all going to come down to who has the execution, like we were talking about as well. Whether or not they actually have all of those bots on their team, right? One Zap bot missing is a huge chunk of damage for what they have left in this dungeon.
Yep, for sure. It gets to the point where I think, are they even willing to play the last boss with all the generals that they have left over? Do you think they might be trying to take down one extra pillar? Just make sure you save. It's already, kind of been a clown fiesta. Maybe people have been using states where they shouldn't have. Maybe some things are on, maybe some things are not there. Do you think they might just, play it safe? Or do you think they're still going to try and beeline and just try and get it done as fast as possible?
Uh-oh.
And while we talk about
just eating the frontal from the captain there. Not not exactly what you want to see. If they are able to keep the Unholy DK alive, he can deal with this pull pretty much on his own here. Mackey's going to have to get that battle res, and they just used the battle res surprisingly. I think he should have released.
And he
he's
goes
just gonna
down
go
again?
once again. Man, this is
Oh
this is
no.
unfortunate to see. And the DK going down pretty much spells the end of this pull for them. Maybe they can kite it out
Yeah.
with the tank and the healer alive, but this pull isn't going to die for forever. They're just going to wipe it here. They're going to have to go find a new set of bots for all 5 of their players, and Self-Perplexed is looking like they have this one on the bag.
Yeah, at this point, as Self-Perplexed, it has been maybe a little bit of a Clown Fiesta run, but Self-Perplexed, their ideas were there. They've done really big pools. It just felt like maybe in both of the bigger pools, execution has been kind of lacking. We do see Divine Shield actually just dropping incredibly low. Although in this specific pool, there isn't that much scariness. There's a little bit of, you want to interrupt the enrages, and it's mostly just the tank damage that is kind of scary. But so far, they have been, it seems like they have done a great job. And after this, they can take the pillar and go towards the boss room. If they so please.
Yeah, it's really just that Nano Slicer debuff stacking up, right? But as long as he has the meta available, they'll be totally fine. But like you were talking about, I'm curious what their plans were with the Obelisk, right? Because they really haven't pulled any of them in the dungeon right yet. Are they really going to go for 4 Obelisks with the final boss? That seems a little bit dangerous with the lead that they have.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if all of them actually have the Zeplots. I think, that is really interesting. So they all just hugging the wall, get ported in, and yeah, they're gonna try it. We do see all 4 generals right now being up.
Yeah, I mean,
so
this is
during this is scary. Oh, we do see the fine field is down.
Wait,
they get the combat res instantly, but
that's it. They wiped.
That's it.
You can't deal with all 4 of those with the DPS down. There's no way, right?
No.
And even with the with the DPS down, with 2 Zap bots down, you're not one phasing the boss. So this is another opening here. Size doesn't matter. If they play clean, they can get back into this dungeon. But Self-Perplexed making the right call there. Reset the boss, keep the bots that you already have. Try to get bots up on your last 2 players, and just, I don't know if you can do a 4 Obelisk pull consistently with no Bloodlust, but they're probably gonna have to go for it if they want to win this map.
Like, this is just, I feel like I think I've seen this in the MDI before, where both teams just were like, okay, the previous team just wiped. This is the time that we can get the momentum. And what ended up winning was just the team that did it safe, that did not go for the 4 Obelisks, that did not try to do all 4. They started clearing it, they cleared 2, and then they killed the boss. And I'm just scared, like, as size doesn't matter right now. You realize, you've made some mistakes. You haven't lost yet. Are you going to try and rush ahead right now, do the boss with 4 Obelisks? You have that shot right now, but they do need to hurry up because we see Perplexed. They went into the pillar. They're clearing the generals out right now, and this is actually just insane.
Yeah.
Who's actually gonna go try the boss right now?
Self-Perplexed making the smart play there, just dealing with Samrak as quickly as possible so they can go back and deal with it without Bloodlust. Hopefully they have the zap buffs on the rest of their players now. But Nasty going down on this pull, this is where the Unholy DK is supposed to shine here. Again, DK is dying at the start of pulls is not great for your overall damage.
This is definitely, he actually died right at the beginning of the pool. Maybe he tried to get some stacks up a little bit preemptively. Oh my god, he just comes back into the pool and almost instantly drops again, going down to his 30k HP, but just manages to live on. This pool is so rough onto the tank, you don't really want to have to spend too much time, and again, Sanguine management on this pool as well is very, very important.
That cavalry healed to full from Sanguine, and it's going to heal to full again during this rapid fire. This is not the greatest execution here. I mean, the Unholy DK death definitely sealed the deal here for how clean this was going to be for them, but they're going to have to deal with a full cavalry on single target, and they're going to hope it doesn't charge to another Sanguine after they deal with those final 2 mobs. But over on the side of Self-Perplexed, they have re-engaged the final boss. Divine Field is alive. He hasn't gone down instantly, making Rudra die as well, so it looks like they're safe here as well. And you can see that Vengeance Demon Hunter utilities coming out as well. They can deal with those zap bots that chase you around the arena as well, with the Sigil of Chains as well as the Fear Sigil, so good control from them there. But once they deal with these 3 generals, I think they'll be able to deal with the final boss.
Yeah, for sure. I've just been looking at Size Doesn't Matter, and the healer just had to run into Sanguine. He was stuck into combat, and they tried to reset the mob. It was so unsure what they were trying to do. I think they almost just tried to get a full team wipe and just fully reset the cavalry mob, just to be able to not have to deal with them being full HP and charging through other stuff, so they can move on to the boss. But that is a really big loss of time. They just spent like 40-50 seconds on that cavalry mob that just healed to full. And it looks like, Perplexed, they have it. They took care of 2 of the generals. They're just taking care of this pool right now. The boss soon is going into the phase, and actually the boss already went to the phase.
Yep, they dealt with Urgroth first,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
an interesting decision. Usually you want to have your Hunter taunt those so you can deal with the other stuff, but without Beckoner of Chaos alive, it makes sense to go for that. And now with all the generals dead, all they got to do is get through this one phase, which is a little bit more dangerous than usual because it is Grievous. So if they do dip into that sub 90% HP range, their healer will have to heal them out of that. But once they're through this, we should see them be able to one phase this final boss here. Hopefully with the Unholy DK cooldowns. Hopefully they have zap bots on all their players too.
Hopefully. We do see Ruda actually taking this very safe way. They come to the top, they all take the bot. They are all really, really low HP. They are smart enough, though, to send the healer down with them, have the tank finish up with. Oh my god, Lasso actually dropping. The Grievous is soon to be ticking. He's almost just completely dead, but everyone gets back alive. And now, do they have the Zebots? I actually don't think I see a Zebot on Neruda right now. I think they are possibly lacking a couple more, which is just so much DPS, but it does look like the boss
They're
HP.
on pace.
Everyone's
they're on pace. They got this.
And it goes down. But that must be quite a big hit to Size Doesn't Matter for taking as much of a meta comp as possible and just not having the clean pulls.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Yeah,
that's got to be frustrating for them as well. They definitely had a chance to come back on this key, and they just really weren't able to put it together.
And we see DG Self-Perplexed tie it up 1-1 on a junkyard that sketchy is the word I would use. Probably coming into this one, it obviously wasn't clean for both teams. Really struggling to sort of recover after losing all those shock bots. Really, when it rains, it pours. I'm going to keep saying that throughout the entire because that's what it feels like for the Mythic Plus MDI style. I want to get your opinion, Kana, on the risky play that we saw DG Self-Perplexed go for. They could have easily lost a lot of the time and the advantage that they got from that by going for that 4 obelisk. Do you completely disagree with that, and do you want to see something different from them in the future?
I think the 4 generals is something you can pull off. But we just saw, I think in the pack before, I think the Fine Shield either had to meta or I think he actually procced his own meta. And at that point, it's such a scary pull. That boss is not fun, especially with the Grievous. It is such hard on the tanks. And maybe, teams are used to it. Maybe on, a Protection Warrior, where maybe the physical negation might be a little bit better, but they just went to the pull. It's definitely something you can pull off, but coming out of, a kind of sketchy dungeon, maybe someone is missing a Zepbot here and there, maybe some CDs are offset. It is something that you do want to consider is, if the dungeon didn't go that well, maybe just take 1 obelisk out instantly and just go for, the clean first try, then do it this risky.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's ironic. We are moving into King's Rest, actually, for our 3rd dungeon. We're going to see our comps. It's going to be Tyrannical, which is an interesting one. What speaks to you right now? I'm seeing 2 Paladins, and that's surprising to me.
I see an Enhancement Shaman.
You're looking at the Paladin. Yeah, I'm looking at that Shaman. That's just got to be a comfort pick, right? I mean, that's definitely not anywhere near the meta. That's as far outside of the meta as you can possibly get here.
That is incredibly interesting indeed. So Shaman it kind of feels like it's to a degree the idea you have with a DK, you have a lot of funneling. It actually has incredibly good cleave. The issue with Shamans isn't necessarily its damage, it's generally its survivability. And there's one thing that is really, really nice about the Shaman is it also works great at killing explosives. But I mean, is it something that is, you would pick over it, let's say a Fire Mage? It feels so off, and it must be a comfort pick.
As a Shaman main as well, I don't like it really at all. Surely there is something that you could probably put in this position, because Shaman is one of those characters that just doesn't have that utility that a lot of these other classes have, and nowhere near as much damage. So I'm excited to see what's going to come out of this. So I want to get your opinions, Ironic. Tyrannical King's Rest. What's the break points of this dungeon? What's the thing that you really need to get over the hump of?
I mean, it's just making sure you can live through the bosses, right? The first boss can be difficult with having to heal the debuff off, but I think the healers are pretty well equipped right now, especially running that double Holy Paladin for both teams. They can do plenty of single target healing to make sure they keep those debuffs alive. I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not both tanks are equipped to deal with Shadow of Zul. Even though it is tyrannical, it's not going to do that much damage. They're definitely, it's still definitely a breaking point of the dungeon, right? Whether or not you can live through that easily enough. And yeah, I'm not really sure. The prop paladin, like you were talking about earlier, it is Divine Field's main character. That's what he's used to playing. It's been his comfort pick in the past. He played it a lot in Legion as well, so I'm not too surprised to see that from him. But I think we shouldn't see too much of an issue with any of the tyrannical bosses here.
So at this point then, if it's not going to be too much of an issue, is it going to be more of a who does it faster? Because for the most part, King's Rest is a pretty linear dungeon. You're not going to see much difference of routing around. Do you think that's where they're going to come into an issue where all of a sudden you're not running as much damage because you're running an enhancement shaman, Kana? Like, do you think that could be an issue moving further in this dungeon for them?
I don't think this specific dungeon or this specific run of the dungeon is going to be the DPS issue. I think most of it's going to come down to Machine Bath boss room with explosive and bolstering. Is how well are you going to manage that? Are you going to be the ballsiest guy in the world and pull everything together? Are you going to be safe and do it in 2 or 3 pulls? There is so much that can go wrong in that room, and I feel like, KSM or whoever decided on the ethics, they just wanted to have, a little bit of a good old Clown Fiesta possibility going into that room, because that is scary. You make one mistake there, you get the biggest blob you've ever seen in your life.
Someone's rubbing their hands together, wanting to see a couple of deaths. So I am curious, if you are, size doesn't matter, you obviously just tried to go for some big pulls. Like we saw that before Gunka, they both went for a pretty ridiculous pull and they got punished pretty hard. Do you think that lingers in the back of your mind when you're coming into this King's Rest? Like, do we really want to go for this big play? Especially when you have DG self-perplexed, not really playing perfectly so far throughout the last 2 dungeons as well as Ironic.
I mean, that's definitely an interesting point, right? If the other team is playing well, I don't think you have the opportunity to say, we need to play this safe, right? You need to play your best strategy and just hope that you can pull it off well when you're in competition. But with the fact that you mentioned Self-Perplexed hasn't been playing clean on their own, it might be a better play for Size Doesn't Matter to just say, yeah, you know what? They're not playing clean either. We should just play a clean, safe strategy and hope that they make the same mistakes they've been making.
Which also might just straight up translate to the enhancement shaman pick, right? We saw them in the first dungeon. They just mostly, it felt like they played comfort picks. They took the priest, they took the warlock. Maybe this is just them saying, we just try the full meta stuff. It's kind of not what we play. We had some sketchy pulls, we had some mistakes. Maybe if we just play what we're fully comfortable with, we don't need to pay attention to the buttons we need to press. We can just focus on the gameplay. This is where our muscle memory lies, and clean execution just, seems to be the winner so far in these last few matches that we've played.
I do want to ask you guys as well, because we saw a lot of, I guess, like really simple mistakes come out by Size Doesn't Matter. Like they walked into 3 different trash packs and lost one person instantly getting hit by something that they could probably easily dodge. Is that something that, if you're playing something that you're not 100% comfortable at, you aren't paying as much attention to those abilities, and that's what's causing this weakness and why they lost the Junkyard?
I don't know if that's necessarily what it is. I think it was just the Unholy DKs being a little like, I don't know, just being gung-ho and going in too early, right? That's almost what every single one of the Unholy DK deaths was them just pulling aggro on something before their tank was ready for it. You have to wait. You have to set up your pull. But we're not going to see the Unholy DK in this dungeon, so that shouldn't be an issue if they're on these comfort picks. But I think that definitely could have been one of the issues, yeah.
Yeah. So, final thing, King's Rest, you're going into the 3rd map. You have a veteran roster in DG Self-Reflex versus the rookie Size Doesn't Matter. I'm going to make you guys go out on a limb here after seeing the compositions as well. Who do you think is going to take this series, starting with you, Kana?
I'm just going to go with the gut. I want to vote for the Enhancer Shower, and I'm going to get so many angry DMs from the Shaman Discord that I vote against it. I think an Announcement Shaman can do it. I think if you would pick it, it'd probably be into a King's Rest, since it does actually have incredibly strong cleave. But the Fire Mage, I feel like it's just going to get an upper hand over that, and I just think Perplexed, possibly being the stronger team, is going to take it.
Well, here we go. We're heading into our 3rd match of the one. We will see if Kana's heart will have the edge. Take it away, guys.
Man, this comp is... Oh, okay.
there's a bit of a spoiler looking at the bottom right, which is the DPS meter, which the announcement shaman actually seems to be somewhere among the top DPS in this dungeon. Surprisingly, unsurprisingly, it is actually something they practice. The DPS meter is something that doesn't reset in between the dungeon ones, and it's something they have actively practiced. This is actually a strategy that they were hopefully comfortable with. So we'll see how it goes out.
Important to mention as well, we talked about the classes, but we didn't talk about the player roles. We have a role swap here. The Mistweaver Monk from the last dungeon is now playing a Pro Warrior for team size doesn't matter as well. And that's an interesting,
that is definitely interesting.
It's what happens when this is your rule set, right? So it's interesting to see that for sure. But I want to talk about the routes here. The routing is very, very different. Self-Perplex is going for the typical MDI strategy where you skip straight to the boss room and start dealing with the trash there instantly, whereas Size Doesn't Matter is going for the more live strategy of dealing with the 4 golems at the same time first.
Yeah, that's definitely a very interesting one. It could be that maybe they want some counts, maybe they don't feel so comfortable at the ends. Maybe they think these mobs are, easy to manage with the ball string and the explosive, right? It is more count, bigger mobs, less ball string, less explosives. Maybe it's just what they think is safe, but so far, I mean, it's Perplexed. They're just, being dominant. They're just going straight up into the room, and they've done a great job of, dealing with it so far.
Yeah, but it looks like they're actually going to be dealing with this trash at the same time. Maybe I missaw there. I thought they were dealing with the boss trash, but I didn't quite see. Maybe they were just pulling the golems into the boss room and being a little bit more efficient with their movement. Now, we're not going to be seeing the massive room pull at all, right? It is bolstering. You don't want to deal with some massive witch doctors, cranking your tank for a ton of damage. But we are going to see them probably pull 2 packs at a time, because that is something that's pretty reasonable. 7 or 8 mobs is fine to deal with bolstering, especially when you're running these 2 tanks that can deal with plenty of interrupts and plenty of AoE damage as well. So shouldn't be too much of an issue to pull 2 packs at a time for them.
No, definitely not. This is definitely something that I don't think, when you're going to a tournament, you should be relying on doing a 1-pack pull. I think you should really, focus on making sure it's due. And I mean, so far, look at the damage, like the enhancement shaman. It's popping off, It's probably dealing, quite well with the explosives. It's doing great. And it also, it's another one of the specs. Just like how the Hunter and the DK work. It has some funneling built into the spec. And they might just be using that very, very well, making sure that these mobs are very well controlled on the ball string, making sure, that the casters, that they can go down quickly, that there's not many interrupts to take care of, that the big boys, that they get nuked down. And 7-8 mobs is actually so much extra, just free damage at that point, where you can have the Hunter and the Demon Hunter just deal with the big AoE, and then you can try and have the Enhancement Shaman deal with the big mobs. But on the other part, there's a Fire Mage.
I think Combustion is a little bit stronger than Rocket and Totem Dance when it comes down to it. So there's definitely going to be a little bit of difference in overall damage between the teams here. The Fire Mage is just such a strong pick right now.
It is just so good, especially in King's Rest, where, have to wait for RP here and there, especially in the first boss room coming into, into the RP room with the 4 packs. You have to wait there a little bit as well in between. Do you think Perplex? We didn't see if they had the golems left over. Do you think they might try and pull some golems into the next room to try and get some downtime left over? What we've seen, a lot of teams been doing, or do you think they're just gonna take the room on their own?
Well, I wasn't able to see exactly what they pulled, right? We know they pulled some of the golems. We don't know if they pulled all 4 though. If we can see what count they have, like with the specs of the viewpoint swap here, we'd be able to see further on. But it looks like they just decided to pull the golems into the room at the start of the dungeon here. But it's really going to come down to the single target damage here, right? The next 8 minutes of the dungeon are purely on rails, right? You have this boss kill into the gauntlet section, which you can't really speed up except for just killing the mobs faster, into probably an obelisk, into Machimba's room, right? So it's all going to come down to the overall damage output of the group. And I think the Fire Mage has a huge advantage for Self-Perplexed here.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. As long as, the Fire Mage has his combust, I don't think there's simply anything that can beat it into the game. We do see both teams dealing quite well. Both teams seem to, be a little bit, I think Perplex is a little bit ahead, just, based on time. Maybe they dealt with the room a little bit better. It seems like they have the boss a little bit lower at this point. and both teams, it's not hard of a boss fight. You want to make sure that explosives go down. You want to make sure you place the puddles nice and safe. And I mean, you have things like Binding Shot of the Hunter. These blobs should never really get too close to the boss, and not much, honestly, on this boss can go wrong.
Yeah, and I want to say as well, there's a massive advantage on the first boss for Self Perplexed there. They have 3 of the 4 targetable players for Spit Gold can just immune the cast, so they don't even have to deal with a lot of the blobs that spawn for the first half of the boss. So they were able to chew through this boss way faster than size doesn't matter because of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so much DPS the Holy Paladin is gaining. If you don't need to heal, the Holy Paladin, all those Holy Shocks are going straight into the boss, which is such a big DPS difference. And whereas, size doesn't matter, it's just running in right now. Perplexed, they're already onto the first back. It's already half dead, and they're just dealing great with this. Fire Mage does not have combust for this pull.
Pumping.
Popping. Maybe.
You don't need combust if your tank just deals all the damage.
That's true. Why don't we just run more tanks at this point?
Yeah, just do what they did for the Mythic raid, where you just run 20 tanks. Just run 5 tanks, right? That should be fine. All right, first pack already down for them. Now, we are in the tournament realm environment. Got to talk about it every single time because it is a set affix. We're going to start with that pack that we just saw, and we'll go counterclockwise around the room so they know which one's going to spawn next. Looks like they did have one of those golems left, so they have a little bit of extra cleave here, too.
Kind of interesting. It's one golem. I'm not sure where the other one went. If he, just went on notification or just didn't feel like really joining. But so far, I mean, it is more time efficient, right? Like, even if you just take down the 2 golems, it is more time efficient to have the golems here, to take care of them right here. And so far, they're just dealing great with these packs. Fire Mage had this combust ready here, made sure, the golem bulks in. Great combust target right there. Just dealing so much better with it. Perplexed just seem to have like the edge here, and I think partly of the edge is maybe the golem pathing has been a little bit better, but also just like I feel like the Fire Mage is just pulling its worth in these packs.
It's an interesting concept to talk about because 20 Tyrannical, I think the value for Fire Mage is actually relatively low because one of the major benefits of Fire Mage is that ignite spread, right? But with 20 Tyrannical targets, your combustion target is actually going to die before your combust ends, which means you're not going to be getting significantly important spreads, right? So that's why you're not seeing the 400, 500, 600 KDPS that you see from Fire Mages on the live keys in this setting on 4 targets. Yeah. You're probably only going to see 200 to 300k because they're not getting the most efficient spreads here. So Fire Mage isn't nearly as strong in this setting as it is on live keys, but it's still a pretty powerful pick for just like general boss damage or general priority damage.
And we're definitely gonna hopefully see some very big ignite gameplay going into the Machimba room. It's got that. I mean, that Machimba room, that's really gonna be the make or break of this dungeon. Is how big can you do the pull? How big is my opponent gonna do the pull? And how clean can we execute that specific pull? And we see Perplex just rushing straight to there, and it's gonna be interesting to see like what their choice is going to be.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it looks like they're not dealing with the obelisk. They're just going to be skipping that obelisk and moving on with the rest of the trash. Now, typical pull here. Hunter's going to be pulling that, moving it to the side so his team can move past. Then he'll be feign deathing off the aggro so everyone can run by without committing their shadow meld. And this is going to be a make or break moment for them. If you're able to deal with these embalming fluids without bolstering too much, you should be able to pull ahead in the dungeon. And it looks like they're opting to go for the safe strategy, only pulling half of the room at the time while focusing on dealing with that construct.
Yeah, and that construct is like, that's the Fire Mage bait right there. That's the target that the Fire Mage can cast the spells on, get a proper ignite on, and spread it if he wishes to. We don't actually see the Fire Mage right now, dealing all that much damage. Probably his combust being on cooldown. Especially if the combust, is on cooldown. It's not something you want to commit the entire floor to. But, I mean, just look at the health burst. It seems to be going great. They're dealing greatly with the explosives. Demon Hunter, an excellent class for dealing with him. Holy Paladin is really good at it as well. Prot Paladin can deal incredibly well with it. They just have a great comp for what they're doing right now, and they're just, this is the first dungeon we're seeing this incredibly clean execution. No death so far. People playing what they want to do. And we do actually see a big difference on Sides of Cement also, who are taking actually the golem on the bridge. They have so much more count. They took one more golem at the start of the dungeon, and they took the golem on the bridge now as well. What are they going to skip at the end? What are they going to do? How much time are they going to get dragged back from this?
Well, there's a lot of choice in what you pull on the bridge, right? You can actually skip pretty much whatever you want there with Shadow Meld and with the comps that they're running. I think the interesting thing is going to be whether or not we see the teams use the most recent MDI strat where they go into the realm. All 4 players go into the realm. 1 player stays out, pulls the boss to yank the other 4 players out of the realm when they get to the 3rd boss. But a little bit of mismanagement of Bullstring here for Self-Perplexed. They did actually have this construct at about 20% HP when the rest of the blobs died, so they took a little bit of extra time there dealing with that. But they were able to get through it cleanly with only minimal time loss.
Yeah, they done a great job of dealing with that. Not the fullest clean, but still more than clean enough. They maybe like a good 5-10 seconds extra. It's not the biggest deal, especially considering how well they actually have done that with Room so far. And maybe on the side of size doesn't matter. Is that a big amount of blobs? Those blobs look awfully big.
Oh yeah, they pulled everything. They pulled everything. And they're dealing with the consequences of that right now, for sure. But honestly, for what they did, they pulled that off pretty clean. They definitely saved time there.
Yeah, they do still have to deal with the constructs. Obviously, if you don't have the Fire Mage, you don't have the big cleave of target. So you want to, you don't want to take all the blobs and 2 big constructs at the same time. So they do still have to deal with the 2 constructs, but that was clean. They did not have to spend too much time with the bowstring. They had some very clean kiting. That was incredibly well done, and hopefully, with what they can skip on later, when you get towards the Council of the Tribes, they can start pulling back the time a lot. But it's just gonna be very interesting to see, and it's mostly onto Preplex right now to just see what do they pull and how clean do they execute the next few pulls.
And it looks like Perplex were also able to pull off the bug where when you instantly get somebody out of their tomb, the boss no longer does any abilities. They do have a couple of mummies that they have to deal with, but it looks like they're dealing with them fine with just CC and dealing with one of them on their own. And this is a huge, huge time save. You don't have to worry about those drain fluids. You don't have to worry about moving for the burn corruption. You can just single target the boss down and make sure you focus down your tank, who can actually pretty much just heal himself through the damage that he's taking, letting their Holy Paladin do a ton of damage. Look at that. The Holy Paladin's doing 60k DPS on this boss right now.
Yeah, that's absurd right there. That is so much DPS that they're just getting. And that's just amazing. There's so much time save. And, they have a great comfort as well. You have the Hunter Trap. You have the Demon Hunter Cage. They just took care of those CCs instantly. And you don't have to worry. It just becomes a target dummy straight off the bat. Whereas we see size doesn't matter. Are they going to be able to do the exact same thing?
We'll see. Burn Corruption in 2 seconds. Did they pull it off? No, they did not. So they're going to have to deal with that. That's really unfortunate for them. This is going to cost them a lot of time.
It is going to cost them a lot of time, but also you have to remember they have 4 melees. You have to tank the Holy Paladin, as well as the enhancement of the Demon Hunter. Every single time that comes in, you're going to lose downtime. Especially we just saw that the tank went towards the back, whereas the other DPS went towards the front. That's like 2-3 seconds of downtime that you just have for free, and that's a lot of time lost compared to everyone just blasting the DPS for free. Leave alone the healer, having to heal people instead of DPSing.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see when you're already behind in the dungeon. 50% of a tyrannical boss still on the board for size doesn't matter, whereas Self-Perplexed is already finishing up their first pull in this gauntlet bridge section of the dungeon here, unlocking access to those 2 obelisks. We're going to have to see what they plan on doing here, whether or not they're just going to deal with one of those obelisks to make this safe play on the final boss, or if they're just going to say, you know what, we're confident we can do all 4. We're going to move on to the 3rd boss with this skip here. Let's see what they plan on doing.
It does look like... Yeah, we do see, I think, the mage sprinting through with the Invis and the speed pod. I think they're just, gonna... Everyone's sprinting through right now. Everyone wants to just be safe. And I think exactly like you said, they're gonna, pull the 3rd boss, get everyone out instantly, and just engage in combat. We can actually see the count very well here as well. They are at 81% count right now. Ooh.
What happened to the mage there?
I don't even really want to know. Was that just
homie,
like...
why is your HP low?
What happened, friend?
All right. Perfect execution there, minus the mage dipping the 10% HP. We'll call that one a mulligan, I guess. Maybe his invis pot ran out and he had to actually use his invis or something. I'm not quite sure what it... No, he couldn't have invis pot because he speed potted. You know what? Who knows? We're on to the 3rd boss here. Everyone was yanked out of the realm here. We're dealing with Cool the Butcher first. And the combustion was out for the mage there, but it looks like it wasn't that big of a combustion, only pumping up to 100k DPS here. I wonder what the deal is. Even a bad combust should be about 150k, 160k single target. Huh.
Definitely a bit interesting, but what we touched on the first boss as well, which was a big advantage for Perplexed, is the fact that they had all of those immunities. They have that again. On this boss, the blade that gets thrown to you, that is like most of the damage. The spot healing on this boss is actually pretty heavy, and it is just, again, something that the Paladin doesn't have to deal with. So far, they have done 3 bosses, and barely any spot healing has been needed to be done by the Holy Paladin. For most of this damage, he's just been DPSing. It has been incredible to see how well Perplexed has dealt with these bosses so far, and how much DPS they've actually been able to give to the healer for this. And actually, I think we see the mage combusting right now. He did not have a combust earlier. They save it for...
He did. It's just that low of a cooldown because of World Vein.
Oh, right. Okay, Spring the World Vein, yeah.
Yeah. Also, not really playing to the mage's strength here. He combusted right before this totem phase, and what you can do with the boss here is you can actually have the boss on top of a totem so that Combust Ignite spreads to a totem and can actually pretty much just solo one of the totems for you. So not really making the best use of their team comp here, but still able to get through the totem phase just fine, and we'll have to see whether or not they're going to be able to skip the second totem phase.
Yeah. Maybe it's, just the thing of where you see the blades on the outside, you can move them there. Small mistake, tank gets knocked off. I fall down. It can happen. It happens to the best. Maybe they're just like, at this point, they feel so comfortable. They know they have executed it perfectly. They had great times on this before. Maybe they're just comfortable that they don't need to do any type of risking. Keep the boss in the middle, tank and spank it down, and just play it as safe as humanly possible.
Second call, the element's almost getting off, but they're able to deal with the boss before the second totems come out. That's a huge time save for them. If that went off, they'd have to deal with an entire second set of totems, even if the boss was dead. So good on them for that. They're through to the third and final boss of the Council of Kalai the Conqueror. And again, like you said, they have so many immunities, so many combat skips with Invis, with Feigned Death, that they don't really have to deal with all these charges if they want to. They can just choose to not take any damage and let their Holy Paladin pump.
Yeah, it feels like it has been, the story of the dungeon almost. Perplexed just playing the mechanics as well as, again, even though, in theory in the second boss it's a little bit buggy, they have just been doing it so great. They have not really been taking damage, and it just has been showing the DPS. Again, the Holy Paladin is just doing 55 to 60k DPS constantly on every single boss out there, and that is just so much DPS compared to when you have to sit there spot healing people. It's just so many holy shocks. It's free, uptime on the boss. I feel like it's really just something that they're playing very well to the strength for.
Oh yeah, they're definitely showing us the MDI caliber team that they have on their roster right now. They're showing us what they're capable of. I mean, this is what I was expecting to see when I saw this roster coming in, and hopefully we're able to see more of this particular team through the tournament. From this King Rest, not from the other 2 matches, because that wasn't the greatest. But also, like, it might just be a consequence of the format, right? This might just be what you're used to seeing in this what you're going to see in this tournament because of the uncomfortability with some of the picks you're forced into playing.
Yeah, I personally think it's a really good thing, because I think personally one of the harder things in this game is multi-classing. There's people that are very well known for playing their main class. You have people like, let's say, take for example Preheat, right? If you think Preheat, you think a mage. If Preheat would compete, in a dungeon like this, putting him, on being forced to have him pick different picks, it could throw people off. And I think that is just something that is so cool to see, is how well can people adapt to different classes and picking it up, making sure you're comfortable, not dying to mechanics, dodging everything, doing your interrupts as smooth as you can.
For sure, and yeah, it's really going to come down to which team can pull it off the best. But right now we're focused on Self-Perplexed, and size doesn't matter. And Self-Perplexed is definitely making a bid for them being one of the stronger teams in the tournament with how they played in this King's Rest right now. Bolstering Explosive Tyrannical. Those are 3 affixes that you don't want to see on their own in a King's Rest, but they're making quick work of it, as they pretty much have the rest of the trash they need right now. They can skip through to Shadow of Zul, and the 4 obelisks on the final boss should be the rest of the count they need. So we only have 2 more combat sections for this squad to deal with.
Yeah, it is kind of difficult for personally, for at least for me to see what size doesn't matter is on percentage-wise. They are onto the Council boss right now. They are, Council of Tribes. They are taking most of the bosses down in a very smooth fashion. but it just feels like the extra pullings that they've done, even if they are mostly done with the trash right now, yeah, you can see they're at 90% trash. They're basically caught up on trash, but they're just a full bus behind. And if you look at the DPS meter, it almost tells the story. Their paladin is doing 30. It's going up a little bit now more, like 30 to 35k. That's compared to a 55k healer from Perplex. That is 20k DPS you have just in the healing department at this point. And that is a lot of DPS. That is, almost just taking a completely different class.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Self-Perplex definitely has been cranking a lot more single target damage than what we're seeing from Size Doesn't Matter, and that might also be a consequence of what we've already been talking about, right? Comfortability on the classes you're playing. So, I mean, Harudra, when I swapped to the Hunter, did you say he was doing 110k single target DPS on the BM Hunter? So maybe he's just a lot more comfortable on that than he was in the melee classes he was already playing. But Self-Perplexed are now finally through Shadow of Zul, and they're gearing up for this 4 obelisk pull onto King Dazar here. This is going to be make or break for them. The Bloodlust is available. They have the Fire Mage Combust ready, I'm assuming. And it's going to be whether or not they can deal with these 4 obelisks at the same time.
Especially with the boss leaping around as well. If you get a bad combo at any point, that is just so much damage that can go wrong. And I mean, it is kind of nice that you have a paladin here, Worst case scenario, give them the bob. They have 2 bobs available for anything that is looking sketch. They have to bubble. If they have every single resource out there, especially with a BM Hunter, with the Mage, you have a great kit of being able to deal with this. Even Darkness is incredibly valuable in pools like this. And as long as you have everything, I can see them do it very well. Make sure explosives do not go off. People have to swap to those instantly, and just get rid of those obelisk mobs as soon as you humanly can. So far, we see them actually just
massive combust from the Mage here. They're pretty much chewing straight through all 4 of those generals here, and it looks like once the generals are chewed through, you're through the hardest part of the fight, right? The only thing you have left is the fear mob, and then once you get through that, you're clean. You're home free. It looks like they're already through the first break point of the fight, but man, these guys are playing so well in this dungeon.
Yeah, and I mean, we're just seeing it. Like, Size Doesn't Matter. They're still onto the Council of Tribes. They still haven't finished it off. And I mean, Perplexed, they're starting to slowly demolish the boss of it. They've dealt with the generals. The first dinosaur is out. They're just so far ahead right now in terms of, just pure raw DPS. And the Mage pick has shown, like, the Mage pick, I feel like, is almost just worth for pools like this. That combustion on those 4 targets, or 5 targets in total, that is just so much damage. It just makes the pick, worth it in general.
Yeah, 100%. And on top of that, you'll have the combust available again for both of the Raptors as well, which is something that you really need to make sure you're pulling off. Interesting choice for Size Doesn't Matter here, pulling this pack of 3. I'm pretty sure they don't need this trash count, right? Unless they've already dealt with one of the obelisks that we didn't see. You shouldn't need this trash count. 90% is enough to deal with Zul plus the 4 generals. So I wonder if they just didn't have shadow melds available, or what the deal was there.
You have a shaman on your team as well. He just doesn't have shadow meld to begin with.
Oh, true.
So very interesting to see like what their idea is. I mean, it feels like maybe their plan, maybe they weren't hoping to get to this dungeon, maybe they didn't have time to practice it through. But it feels like most of the plan was maybe we lose a little bit of time at the start. We do the 4 golems, we do the golem on the bridge. We want to get all of this count, and we can do the biggest skips around here. But then having to pull that trash back, it kind of feels like it diminishes the idea of what you exactly try to do there.
Yep, for sure. And now that they've reached that 40% mark, Harudra, you were supposed to disengage that, friend. Little unfortunate, but they have 3 battle reses available, so it's only going to be time on the board. But they don't have a battle res class, so they're going to have to use that engineering res. And a backfire here would be, let's be honest, I would laugh if they got a backfire, but it doesn't happen for them.
That would be hilarious.
Whew. Combust is out for the Mage, and that's all she wrote for here. There's nothing that can possibly go wrong in the last 20% of this boss whatsoever. Wait, Mage took a lot of damage there from the leap as well. What's going on? Self-Perplexed, we were talking so good about you, but then you have a death here, almost a second death? Ooh.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit greedy, maybe they got a bit greedy trying to dodge the spikes falling down from the platform, using the blinks, using the disengage to dodge those instead of, having them for the leap. It really, performs excellently there. The leap does damage based on the distance from where the leap is. So, if your class that has a blink, a rogue with shadow step, while it jumps to you, you can create distance with those, mobility spells and you just take barely any damage. Whereas if it's clashes right on top of you, it's close to a one shot almost. But greatly done so far, and congratulations to Perplex. They really pulled it back and showed why they are a dominant team from this King's Rest. Perfectly played.
Yeah, and with that, we have DG Self-Perplexed taking the series 2-1 with an incredibly clean King's Rest. Pretty much nothing went wrong. Obviously, that one kill at the very end, but, maybe just getting a little overconfident. Size doesn't matter, played that pretty clean, but obviously with the slower strategy, just so you guys know, they did actually do one of the obelisks next to the Brute just before they went to that third boss. So that is why they were doing that trash pack. But yeah, another good win. I'm excited to see this DG Self-Perplexed roster because obviously in the first few maps weren't as clean, but in that third one, you really got to see the strength of this roster. So, Zyronic, I want to get your thoughts, though, on Size doesn't matter. Obviously, a newer team coming to the league. What do you think they can do through this lower bracket of this tournament?
I mean, for them, with what I saw, it looks like when they played clean, they had pretty solid times. And really what I want to see from them is just clean play. Maybe drop a pack size to like just a little bit less than what you're used to seeing in the dungeons that you can do that in. And we might see some good game wins out of them. But really, yeah, it just comes down to the cleanliness, right? There were just too many wipes from them.
Absolutely. So, Kana, I want to get your final thoughts on the Enhancement Shaman. Obviously, there was some differences. You guys talked a lot about, I guess, the defensibility that this Mage brings instead of this Enhancement Shaman. Did you think it was doing good damage? So did you think you actually like the pick and you want to see it more from them later in the line?
I think just based on how Perplex played it, it just made it seem how much better the Mage is. Even if the Enhancement Shaman, in theory, could, let's say, consistently pull 10k more DPS, it really just felt like the Paladin from Perplexed, the Holy Paladin, just managed to do 20k more DPS almost, just based on how little he had to heal. Also, Perplexed, obviously, they did take care of Mashimba, they bugged him out, he didn't really do any mechanics anymore, and they just played it really, really clean. But they have done a absolute fantastic job so far, and even using the picks and just showing why these classes are considered more meta.
It just felt like there was more damage from DG Self-Perplexed throughout that entire King's Rest. Is that because they have these defensive abilities that they have more freedom, and on top of that, they had a lot more range? Like we saw, the size doesn't matter with 3 melees or 2 melees, and it made it really hard for them to sort of route around a dungeon. It felt like they were going slower. Is that something that you need to consider going into this sort of King's Rest, Ironic?
I think the major difference in damage that we saw from both teams was the fact that Self-Perplexed was able to mitigate most of the damage they took through immunities and through just avoiding mechanics, which allowed their healer and their tank to do way more DPS than we saw from Size Doesn't Matter. This is something that goes overlooked a lot of the time, and it's one of the things that propelled the former Method EU, now Wunderbar, to being one of the best teams in the league. They just didn't take any damage, and that let their healer and tank just do so much more than everyone else. Seeing this from Self-Perplexed, they definitely have a solid foundation to move forward in the tournament and play clean, and if they're able to keep that kind of play that we saw in King's Rest, we could see them easily take this tournament.
I think it's important to note as well, like we saw them, I think a weakness that we can sort of see from the Size Doesn't Matter is they have all these niche picks coming out, right? They had that Discipline Priest, they had that Enhancement Shaman, while Self-Perplexed pretty much had a very solid roster throughout every single dungeon that they had to do. So, Kana, do you think that's a massive edge? You sort of talked about it a little bit during the dungeon, but these players who have that flexibility to play the Fire Mages, play the Unholy DKs at a top tier level, is that something that you were not going to see as much from the lower seeded teams from this Keystone Masters?
I think, in my opinion, multi-classing is probably the most difficult thing to pull off correctly. I don't think it's difficult to do the same DPS as in many examples, because at the end of the day, just pressing 1, 2, 3, 4 in the correct order isn't the difficulty. But it's how much do you have that muscle memory, and how well can you focus on interrupting that one, making sure you dodge the ground area there, and just having that feel for the class is super, super important. Going into higher keys and making sure that you don't need to pay attention too much to what you need to press, but more as to what you can dodge. And I mean, I feel like we kind of have been seeing it here and there. People making more mistakes than they usually do when they're used to maybe playing just hunters and then having to swap to something else. You might see a little bit more mistakes, and I think it actually just makes it a lot more fun as well.
All right, I want to go back to a conversation we had earlier because you guys were disagreeing with each other. So we did see a Warlock at the very first dungeon. we saw a lot of fire mages. We've seen a lot of fire mages over the first 3 series. Kana, do you still believe that we should see more Warlock over these fire mages, or do you think it's like maybe just on like something where you get value out of the lock gate?
It depends how you say it, right? So I don't think you should see it over a fire mage, but I think at some point you might want to see it over a uncomfortable melee pick. So if I would have to choose, I'm just gonna take the first match. If I have to choose between a Warlock and an Arms Warrior, for the first match, I think I'm just gonna take it safe and play the range. It's not there is a good amount of times that it's not the biggest pools. For the big pools, you might have your Cataclysm or your Infernal. You have your Havoc, for the good cleave. You still have incredibly good burst, even for the Bloodlust pool with, the Obelisks. It's not bad. It might not be as good as the Mage, but I do think, if it's a comfortable pick, you might want to consider it.
You agree with that one, Zyronic? I see you nodding the thing, so...
Yep.
Just agree?
Yeah, he pretty much nailed it. Yeah, the comfortability and the safety of a range pick over some of the less viable melee picks, definitely safe. I'd take a Warlock over any non-like rogue DHDK pretty easily.
Yeah, I am actually a little surprised we haven't seen as much rogue throughout these Keystone Masters. I thought we saw a lot of them in the past. What is the reason that we're not seeing as much rogue? Because they obviously have the skips that they provide, and they add a lot of utility to the runs. Kind of like, why are people leaning away from it?
Honestly, I'm just going to cast it off to Zyronic because I'm more interested to see what he has to say about it. I've actually, in general, I don't play nearly as much in Plus, so I'm very interested to actually see how he thinks about it.
So the major strengths of the Rogue are Shroud, right, obviously, which you don't really need too much in this MDI setting because everyone can just be Night Elf for Shadow Meld, so the Shroud kind of loses a lot of its value. But I think what the Rogue would bring over some of the less consistent melee classes is just consistent AoE damage, right? Blade Fury is still good. They're not obviously as strong as they were like mid-season 2 MDI, where they were just, you're seeing triple Rogue comps. But they're still good enough to be used in a lot of situations for their AoE damage, and on top of that, they're just incredibly safe. They have Cheat Death, they have Feint, they have Cloak. They can live through a lot of things. So I'd love to see more Rogue picks. They're just such a safe class to play.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are heading into a quick break before we go into our next match, but we're going to have Tedros and Sanek breaking down the match that we just saw, so don't go anywhere.
Well. Welcome back from the break, everybody. I am Tettles and joined by Sinek, and we just had an interesting series of matches, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some off-meta specs in the last series, one of which was the good old Blasted and Smashing Arms Warrior, played by Harudra in Workshop. Can you tell us a little bit about what Arms
Yeah.
Warriors are good at?
Yeah, dude. Arms Warrior, I was actually more surprised to see it, but since it is one of Harudra's main specializations, I don't think it was like overly surprising. Arms Warrior is like most notably, they have like insanely high single target damage, which lends itself super well to Workshop, but it also has a couple notable drawbacks, being incredibly low melee range being the most notable one, but they also have a severe lack of defensive utility.
Yeah, we noticed that actually in a couple of the fights that Harudra had some issues surviving them. Now, some of them weren't necessarily his fault. We noticed actually upon further playback, the death on the last boss was due to a Dark Fury smash. But sometimes when you're in trouble as a warrior, you don't have a lot of outs. You have defensive stance and you have die by the sword, and that's kind of it. So it looks like if you look on the screen here, you can see some of the special things that warriors bring to the table. You've got die by the sword as a defensive, which lets you parry all of the attacks. You've got a Stormbolt, which you can paladin into, which is a single target stun. You've also got an AoE Fear. And then also you've got a Rallying Cry, which is a little bit of extra health for the group. And the damage profile is generally single target specific. They have really good burst AoE with Blade Storm, but it's one of those classes that you bring for its single target, right?
Absolutely. I mean, with the full Expedient Corruption build and like a couple of honed minds to be able to fill out the rest of their budget, they're definitely one of the highest single target damage specs in the game, especially if the bosses are able to live long, which they are in Workshop. Like you can think about like the last boss, it lives just forever, so they have just an insanely long execute phase there.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually saw some really interesting, at least to me, innovative tech on Machinist Spark Flux in this dungeon. If we have the clip ready, I'd love to roll that.
Yeah, and like it came down to the fact that they were utilizing hunter pets in order to be able to grab the cars outside of the arena, which adds an added layer of complexity to Head Machine Spark Flux because you have to dodge the Sonic Pulse casts, while at the same time you really want to maintain full uptime on Head Machine Spark Flux. Otherwise, you could it just becomes really dangerous. And ultimately, being melee like Harudra is, this is very scary for him because of just the limited space that he already has. And you see him incurring a casualty here due to the cog. And that's like, I felt like a lot of the story about DG Self-Perplex in the Workshop was the high-risk, high-reward strategies where, yes, these tactics are going to save you a ton of time, but it puts your melee, and notably the Arms Warrior, in really bad shape of potentially dying.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough position to be in a fight that's already about area denial, to add two spider robots that both laser you, throw rockets to the ground, and are a distraction from seeing all the other things that are going on in the fight. Additionally, Self-Perplexed, choosing this high variance strategy I thought that was kind of an interesting strategy given that they're playing a team with probably less experience than they have. So they really were full, maximum commitment to the fastest possible route they have. Is that
really
generally a
not-
strategy that you would recommend?
I'm really not that surprised that they tried to go for it. I mean, it's just like they have so much MDI veteran experience on their team that to me, it really seems like they were never put themselves in a position where they feel like they weren't doing what is like just the most optimal and most efficient strategy for the dungeon. Like they would never hold themselves back because they know that they're slightly better than a team, especially for KeystoneMasters, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's talk a little bit about that experience. The story of Junkyard, as we've seen, is one of mistakes and wipes. Time and again throughout the MDI, Junkyard is about making those consistent choices and really just executing cleanly because the run back is so punishing and missing your Zapbots can be punishing depending on how you use them. I thought it was actually kind of curious in the same vein to see Self-Perplexed trying to do all 4 obelisks on the last boss, so this large of a lead as they had.
I mean, I think it's the same thing as like what we just talked about. I don't think that they're ever going to hold themselves back no matter what the position that they put themselves in. I think that they're just one of those teams that's going to go full steam ahead. Like they have multiple MDI champions on their team, and like just the wealth of experience, it doesn't make any sense to really hold yourself back. But we were even talking while the matches were going on about Junkyard as a whole, and Junkyard and Ataldazar are some of the most notable dungeons that like once it does get like once you start making like one mistake, it's really easy for it to snowball kind of out of control. And the 4 obelisks in the HK8 aerial oppression unit definitely puts you in a position to where you are able to just like make a major mistake.
Yeah, there was actually a really interesting trick we saw in Junkyard. I hadn't seen this before. We saw Divine yeet through the trash pack right before the last boss, and then meld all the trash off in the boss room, and then he pulled the boss, and it teleported his team past a wall, past the trash pack, into the boss. I thought this was really clever because what it lets you do is it lets you save your shadow melds. You don't have to kick all the spider casts if you're far away. You can just meld the cast.
And notably, too, whenever they get teleported into the room, basically the boss will teleport anybody within 100 yards whenever the boss is pulled. So that spot that they were standing up against, like, the portion of the wall, gets them within the 100 yards, so they're able to skip those trash packs like you were stating. I think that it's... More often than not, teams would end up just using, like, an obelisk skip to be able to just make their way into the boss and then just tag the boss to be able to pull them out of the Nyalothan realm. But this is just another great way of being able to do this without having to go into that obelisk.
Great, thanks so much, Tuttles. Back to you, casters. Oh, excuse me.
Okay, so it is us, the casters. Sorry, we are here. We just finished wrapping up our most recent match, but we are moving on. We're moving to Distracted versus BDGG. So we haven't seen Distracted yet. They got the first round bye due to pieces having to pull out. But BDGG, on the other hand, had a phenomenal run in their first series, taking a clean 2-0 on Mechagon Junkyard and on the other Mechagon Workshop. Sorry, that was hard to remember. But moving on to this one, our first map is going to be the Freehold. So this is a very unique dungeon, to say the least. There's a lot of different strategies we've seen. Dratnos, what are you expecting given the format that we got right now?
In Freehold, this is the kind of map where I think teams are going to be really most comfortable playing their best comps here, because this is such like the archetypical BFA dungeon, right? This is the one where you just come in here and you have your best run, and it's the dungeon that everybody has. I think it's most people's favorite dungeon in the lineup. So I would expect to see a lot of blasters playing their main specs, playing the like meta MDI specs, and trying to get a really impressive time up against the competition here.
So, Kata, then, you agree with that? You expect to see a lot of prop paladins, a lot of Mistweaver monks, hunters, all the classic shebang that we've usually seen in the MDI?
So in the previous match, I talked about how some people even role swapped. From time trials, BDG actually used Trell as a Mistweaver monk. So it's actually going to be very interesting to see if they're going to stick to that, if Trell's going to, maybe pick up, because, I mean, that's what they practice, right? At the end of the day, this is one of the dungeons that ended up getting played in the time trials as well. It's actually going to be interesting to see are they going to stick to the gods? Have they practiced this so much in the time trials already that Trell's just going to, play the Mistweaver here as well and then keep, the Protection Warrior for one of the other dungeons after this? I think that's going to be very interesting to see if they're going to stick to the gods or if they re-practiced it with Trell tanking.
So, Dratnos, I'm actually curious about the Mistweaver monk, because obviously they have that in their back pocket. They can play 2 Mistweaver monks in a series, which is a massive advantage, especially seeing as I look at this series, we have 2 fortifieds. I think Mistweaver monk is better on fortified rather than tyrannical, right, because of the AoE healing and the AoE damage?
Yeah, that's definitely a strong point for the Mistweaver monk. And the fact that BDGG gets to they can just play triple Prot Warrior in all 3 maps, and a Mistweaver in 2 of the 3. And yeah, you can see they are running back their time trial composition here up against Distracted, who had a substantially slower time in time trials, but we have yet to see how they're playing on the day of this tournament, right? They got a bye through the first round, so they could well have made massive improvements since then. Distracted playing a Protection Paladin instead of the Warrior. Other than that, we're seeing looks like largely the same compositions going on here in terms of DPS, right? Beast Mastery Hunter, Havoc Demon Hunter, and it looks like Unholy Death Knights coming out from both sides. So very much 9 of these 10 specs are like MDI meta specs, right? The Prot Warrior, the Mistweaver Monk, the BM Hunter, the Unholy DK, the Havoc Demon Hunters, right? That is exactly what I would be expecting to see in Freehold. I think this is the place where teams will spend much of their time practicing, because it's just such a fun dungeon, and it was a time trial dungeon.
Yep, for sure.
Oh, there it is. All right, take it away, guys.
It is actually kind of interesting to see as well, because it is necrotic that we're having here, is how effective is going to be the Protection Paladin, rather. The bubble, it is great for, doing the big risky pulls and clearing it very easily. So I'm very interested to see once we get, to the console, Are they gonna be able to pull some trash in with it? Just there's nothing like bolstering. There's no bolstering or anything like that. It is just the necrotic and the skittish that makes it really really scary. If they can pull a lot of trash with that boss, use the boss cags to kill all of the trash off incredibly easy, be it through just massive secondary stats or the massive dot that it gives. If they don't have to worry about necrotic stacks, that is a massive win that they can gain.
Yeah, that's a great point. That bubble taunt from the Protection Paladin is so good against this affix, and it might enable Distracted to do some things that BDGG can't really. Although BDGG has a kind of unique advantage compared to many MDI teams here, where their healer Trell's a tank main. Trell is a tank main on a Brewmaster as the spec he's most comfortable on. So if anybody would be able to put down a Ring of Peace to protect their tank from necrotic resets, I think Trell is going to be one of the people who's most looking to do that and most effective at it. So we might get to see some really special pulls that look like they would be really hard without something like a Protection Paladin, enabled by Trell giving those support Ring of Pieces to the tank.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we have seen already just straight off the bat, that pool was clean. They had everything stacked perfectly. No one was in danger of dying. There were no deaths. They had perfect aggro, nice resets, no high necrotic stacks. That pool was just smoothly done. Whereas, on the side of Distracted, one mob was a little bit out. They didn't get the full stack. They had to single target that guy down for, a good 5-10 seconds. And you can see, the boss over here is at 50%, and Distracted just started pulling, they're 20% in.
Yeah, you'd also expect the Protection Warrior to be a little bit higher damage than the Paladin. That's not always true. We saw some very high damage pulls from the Paladin, actually, in that King's Rest that was just the match, or the game we most recently watched. But I would say over the course of the dungeon, you're probably expecting to see a higher contribution from the Warrior. So I think for the Paladin to be effective, it does have to be using the Bubble Taunt or the Blessing of Protection to get those necrotic resets and do something that a Warrior would otherwise be unable to do. So that's what we're going to be looking for Distracted to pull off at some point later in the dungeon. There are a lot of opportunities, though, to do that with. There are places in Freehold where you can pull 20 or 30 mobs, and they're not going to kill the rest of your group if your tank survives. So it's definitely a possibility.
Definitely, for sure. And then also you still have the Ring of Peace, right? So maybe they want to, during the second boss, just use the Ring of Peace more aggressively, because once you start going towards the Ring of Booty, the big giants around there, maybe they want to do a massive pull with that. Those can't be Ring of Peace. They'll just walk straight through it, and they'll just keep smacking your tank. So having the bob and the bubble there could be more valuable, but it's just all going to be to see what pulls are they going to do, where do they think it's going to be the most worth, but more importantly, is it going to be more worth than having a Protection Warrior?
Yeah, definitely from the time trial times, it looked like the BDGG path and strategy was really, really strong, but again, Distracted has had some time since then to potentially improve on that run. They are our 8th seed coming into this tournament. Their first round opponent was Pieces, who unfortunately had to drop out. So this is our first time seeing them here. And wow, look at this. Look at what's coming out here from BDGG. What is going on? The Nether Walk, the pre-Nether Walk from Valamir, and then takes the harpoons. This is really cool.
This is an insanely big pull. Have to be incredibly scared. All of those little spins are going to go off instantly with the stun. They have done this just great. And again, here comes the Ring of Peace. The Crusher, he does have cast throwing the massive rock at your tank. This is a perfect time for him to just leap out and reset. And just look at that. The Crusher came in, and the stacks were gone. And now they can go straight over to the Council. The Crusher might still be a little bit alive, but this is also, where this is scary. If the Crusher is alive too long, those stacks are going to stack up. And even though both of the bosses, they do have a bunch of casts that you can, reset it through, when that Crusher is there, those might put off the timing, so they instantly make sure to nuke it down. And they're just playing this excellent so far. These pools have been super, super clean.
Yeah, one of the things about Protection Warrior is that if you're a Protection Warrior and you have 30 stacks of necrotic and you're it'd be hard to heal you, it's still actually okay as long as you're only taking physical damage and you got your block up, right? You don't need to be healed if you're not taking any damage, and that's Protection Warrior tends to not take very much damage if it's physical and incoming, so they can kind of survive in these spots in places where other tanks would just bleed out on the strength of just how much physical damage they can mitigate.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We do see Distracted right now taking care of the boss room. They have not pulled the boss yet, I don't think. Oh no, wait, have they? I don't see it on the boss
It
range.
looks like
I think
they're
they're just
taking care of some trash. Oh no, there's Crypt Brew coming in. They're,
Oh,
they're in the
it
boss
is.
fight.
Yeah, okay. I just don't. Yeah, yeah. I see the boss range right now. Yeah, they are also just started. I'm not sure if they just did as big of a second pool as well. It's kind of hard to keep the count over here, but I mean, PTG, they're just running through this, and they have just been doing this so smooth. Distracted is just, the bosses are hitting the 66% area, and PTG is just already done going over to the Ring of Booty. They have practiced this. They know exactly what they're doing. And they still have very big meta picks of this as well. They didn't, have to use the Mistweaver. They still have it for the Junkyard upcoming if they so wish, which is a huge advantage.
Right, because they did use the Mistweaver, but they do have the Terracent can play Mistweaver as well, right? Terracent right now playing that Hunter. They just have so many people on this team who can play more than one of like Prot Warrior, Mistweaver, Beast Mastery Hunter, and that gives them the flexibility to play them in multiple dungeons. Whereas other teams are instead opting to have people play the same role, which is good for comfort, and most people are. There are not that many people who can effectively swap roles in this kind of setting, but BDDG has them. And if that works out, it's a huge advantage. So far, it's been looking really good to have access to those, not just multi-spec players, but multi-role players.
Yeah, exactly. And they have just been demolishing the trash as well. It's not just purely the DK show. It's also just the Demon Hunter playing that Blood of the Enemy with the Fel Barrage, with the I-Beam. It is just so much AoE burst that he also can just be putting out. Even right here, you can see, he's trying to phase away that I-Beam so it does not hit the small ones, just for that extra little bit of time of the DK funneling. They're just playing phenomenal right now. They're just really just rushing through this dungeon. No mistakes, super clean pulls.
Yeah, it reminds me of Season 1, when you play a Havoc Demon Hunter with a Subtlety Rogue, and the Havoc Demon Hunter just had to turn away and not ever hit anything with their I-Beams because it would remove all the Subtlety Rogue's damage. It's very generous of Thalamir to be doing that. It's a really hard. A lot of Demon Hunters, myself included, I'm just never turning away, man. I'm not going to lose my I-Beam damage. What's going to happen to the meters?
That's true. That's true. I mean, over here, they have set their priorities, and they have set their priorities really well. They're trying to, even over here, they're probably going to take this pool exactly, with the boss. Over here, it does have a lot of HP. You do want to focus this down. You're not going to turn away your I-Beam here. You're not going to, stop yourself from Fel Barraging. They want to clear it up, but they still, they do want to be safe. As long as the tank is not in danger of dying, there's no reason to kill him. Just keep it for the funnel. Let the Hunter and the DK just do their work. And even here, Demon Hunter's super safe. He can just stand in the spin, no problem.
Yeah, he has some of that versatile corruption on. Not a full versatile build like we see from some of the really high key pushing players. There's a little bit of expedient in there as well, but versatile on these Demon Hunters makes it so that they effectively need no healing and take no damage in a lot of these cases. They're so naturally tanky with all their tattoos and leech and everything. Combining that with a little bit of versatile, and you can see he's just going to stand in here and doesn't really care much at all. Eats up those souls and it just tops him every time.
Exactly, and also just like the leash from being in meta, the darkness, on the first one he used his blur, which again is just it's just so much remagation. It makes it just such a safe spec. We do see meanwhile on the other side of Distractor, they're doing a massive pool. Lots of giants with they have all the giants. They have the big turtle with there as well. They're dodging the shells. This is a really scary pool. This is a lot of damage, and I mean, Protection Warrior, being the king of physical negation, has a lot easier time of doing that than, the Paladin, who arguably a little bit squishier.
When I play Prot Paladin and I fight just like the turtle by himself, I die every time. Auto attacks are so dangerous to that spec. Particularly, I mean, with corruption, you can generally now get yourself up to a sufficient level of tankiness to survive it, but before then it's nothing like Protection Warrior when you're playing a Paladin. You're in danger against these auto attacks that don't even scratch a warrior's health bar. Wow, though, look at the timer that we're at right now. 9 minutes and 20 seconds, and BDGG are already making their way to the last platform here. They need to get these. Wow, look. Okay, Ring of Peace comes out. That's going to separate the Ravager pack from the Patrolling Officer pack, but unfortunately, it delayed the cast of the Painful Motivation. Luckily, everything is still going to be affected by that. They're now going to move on to that next pack, which they're planning to pull anyways. I'm surprised that this that Ring of Peace and the delay was necessary. Because it looks like Shadow Melds are going to be used so that they can get to the boss.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So now we get to see what they're going to do with these Awaken mobs.
It looks like, yeah, it's definitely going to be a kite. The Demon Hunter's ready to get the interrupt. He gets the cocoon out, instantly making sure that he gets all of the healing aggro, and he's just going to be putting on the dancing shoes, running around, going for a quick little jog while everyone's doing their part. And I mean, at this point, like the Demon Hunter, it's basically impossible to die, right? Like you have so much self-sustain. The Demon Hunter, the DK, it can be scary, but as long as you're very active, with your with your Icebound Fortitude, with your anti-magic shield, you can get a lot of damage. And I mean, also the Hunters, like, you have so much just free healing in that spec as the BM Hunter. They should just be completely safe as long as Trell just, does the kiting perfectly, which he's used to just tanking the boss. Now he's running away from him. Must be a very interesting point of view from him.
Well, I mean, as a tank main, you do like kiting is something that tanks do, particularly brewmasters, right? There's a lot of situations where kiting is something that they're used to. I think that it's maybe something that he'd be quicker to adapt to than say a healer main, because healers also don't kite stuff very often. It's tough though. I mean, it's not really like. Yeah, it's not really like anything else that you do in this game, because you run in this like circuit while you're kiting. It's a really special job, and looks like so far it's working. But if Trell makes a single misstep, he will die, and then all those mobs will teleport back, and it'll be over. So things could end very quickly and very badly for BDGG here if Trell messes up even a little bit.
This tactic is the definition of it's not over until it's over. Until the boss reaches 0 HP, those mobs can just teleport right back and hit your party instantly. They have some little bit of lead time, right? They have the turtle, they have the immunity for the Demon Hunter as well if they need it, but it just looks like the boss is sub 30%. It's just dead, and that's a sub 12 minute freehold. That is done super clean right there by BDG. And I mean, this thing distracted. They have 5 deaths. They didn't play it perfect, but it just felt like BDG was on a different level compared to them. Super clean.
And from there, we have BDGG taking the first freehold, and that was pretty much clinical. There wasn't a single mistake. And I think you're really seeing you see it's pretty quick play because of all the practice that they've done. Freehold was one of the matches, one of the dungeons that people needed to qualify for, so you can see really that refinement of what they were doing. But the thing that I got to ask you guys is, you're distracted. They played their strategy pretty well, but they were slower. We've already seen BDGG go on to Junkyard before and have an absolutely remarkable time on that one as well. Do you do something different? Do you do your style, or do you try and go faster? Because your back's against the wall at this point. You're down 1-0. What do you do, Dratnos?
I think you gotta just play your game and not try and go for risks that you're not practiced on, because that is very likely to cause you to wipe and have things go horribly wrong. Whereas in Junkyard, really anything could happen. If you just play your strategy and play it cleanly, even a team like BDGG that had a really clean 0-death run or whatever last time, teams like that in the MDI have oscillated between like 15-minute runs and 30-minute runs with a huge, mistake ridden last boss wipe fests. So that could always happen to your opponent. You want to be in a position where you can capitalize on it if it does. So if you're distracted, you should make sure that you're ideally keeping it such that if BDGG even wipes once, you're beating them with your clean run.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we saw that as well in our last match with Perplexed in it. It was that they got a couple of deaths. All of a sudden, the shock bots aren't there. All of a sudden, your cooldowns are in a different cycle, and then it can all go tragically wrong. So I completely agree with you there. So, Kana, obviously, we saw BDGG. They have the flexibility with the Mistweaver Monk. Are you expecting a somewhat similar comp? Because you pretty much want similar compositions between Freehold and Junkyard.
I mean, knowing that the dungeon after this is going to be a siege, I am certain that this is going to be the second Mistweaver we are expecting. I am very certain we're going to most likely see Protection Warrior here, Mistweaver, and probably still classes. Because, I mean, we have seen people, swap around. BM Hunter, BDG has already shown that they can multi-class very well. We're probably going to see the classes that's killed incredibly well with these set bots taking the BM Hunter. Probably, another DK most likely in there, if they can. And probably maybe a Demon Hunter is what I would expect. I think they're just going to go full ham, best comp they can think of, and just try and get this 2-0.
So, Dratnus, I do want to get your opinions on Distracted, because this is the first time we've seen them in this tournament, and they are the lowest seed. Did you like what you saw of them? Obviously not as quick as BDGG, but for the most part, the fundamentals are there. They are going at a reasonable time.
Yeah, it's really tough to be in these tournaments as 8th seeds, and particularly if you find yourself still in the upper bracket here in the second round. Like it's already a really precarious place for them to be. So the showing they had in that freehold, absolutely. They were one boss behind there at the end. There are very few people in the world that can be one boss behind BDGG in any kind of consistent fashion. So it's a great place to be that close, and it definitely means that they can have a competitive match here as we continue into the next games.
Yeah, absolutely. We are about to head into our junkyard, and I'm really excited to see what we're going to see from these two teams because, as you said, we've seen some great runs here. We've seen some poor runs. I'm really excited to see if they can pull something out just before the gunker, but we are getting started right now. You guys, show us what we got.
And exactly what I just talked about, right? The comp, it's there. It's the Trell on the Warrior. They have still the Mistweaver. They have the Hunter. They have the Demon Hunter, and they have the DK. It is team. We're gonna smack this key. Now it's just all into execution.
This is a strong composition from BDGG, but I think also worth noting from Distracted, there's a lot of powerhouse specs on their side as well. It looks like they're pulling out the Protection Warrior for this one as well, and I think that's a team that only gets to play Protection Warrior once out of the 3 maps. So this is kind of the map they've decided to put that power into. So I like their position as well here. That's an improvement, a bigger increase for them than it is for BDGG, right? Because BDGG already had a very powerhouse comp in Freehold too.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely true. That's just the flexibility, right? That's like when the ruling is like this. Multi-classing and being able to multi-roll more specifically is just going to give you that massive edge on being able to still play these considered meta comps for these dungeons. And they're just doing a great job with this.
To be fair, I would not describe Distracted's composition as a meta comp because they're playing a Windwalker monk here. It took me a while to kind of figure out what role each of the monk, the paladin, and the warrior were doing. But to me, it looks like it's a Windwalker monk and a holy paladin that they are using in addition with that Protection Warrior. So they're forgoing the DK. Now, I think that's going to pose a big challenge for them in terms of keeping up with BDGG because the DKs are just so enabling of these big pulls. But if they can do these kind of medium-sized pulls, that's a good place for the Windwalker, and that'll maybe make managing the Sanguine that's active in this dungeon a little bit less of a nightmare for them than it could be for BDGG.
That is definitely true. And you still, you maintain a Ring of Peace as well, which can be very, very, very good control. It is, most of the issues that we've seen so far from previous runs is when people do that, and we see it right here as well, right? Chow is just, the pool didn't go great. He's dead on the ground. They have to rest him up. This dungeon, I feel like, is if you can get a good time while being safe, that's the most important. Once stuff starts going south, this is where the issues get created, as we have seen in the previous few times that we've seen this dungeon is once the pools are too big, it starts going south very fast. You start losing your set bots, and then it starts going very, very hard.
Yeah, Chow really taking after his namesake there, dying on this boss, but that wasn't too costly for them, right? They had that battle res to get him back up immediately, and he probably didn't have too many bots yet. The bots that he's planning to get, there's a good chance that they're still in the future, right? They're maybe the ones in the Trixie and Nano room. So I don't imagine that that's going to cost them too much, but it's put them in a position now where if somebody dies, they're not going to have that battle res, and things are going to start to get a lot worse very quickly.
Exactly. And we also have to, kind of just see once they are done with the Trixie room and they are going to go over to Gunker. That's where we saw in the previous match, or in the previous series rather, where it went to go really, really wrong. Pulling those monstrosities, the revival was not on point. They don't have a revival, so they might just be aiming to play that safer anyway. If BDG makes the mistake right there, where the revival is not on point, they don't get the master spells, and they lose all the scrap bots there, the safe pick, with the smaller pools, with the Windwalker one, could just work out great.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not like it's going to be like the single target damage that gets pumped out by Distracted should be pretty great, actually. They have that Holy Paladin that is tremendously effective at. Yeah, it's almost so surprising. You just look at these runs and you're like, how did they kill this boss 30 seconds faster? And the answer is, well, there was a holy paladin who popped wings and started just bashing the boss with all those judgments. And so
my God, what a pull do we have here? We see Trell pulling the entire room right here. There, you have the choice of just trying to sneak in, maybe clearing one pack and playing the boss in the outer area. But it looks like they are just like, no, we don't need to cheese the boss. We don't need a specific place. We're going to clear this entire room. But this pull is super risky. We do see the DK go down already. Chow is in super low HP. Trell is dropping super low. The Mistweaver is out of spin to win. And
they pulled the boss there. I don't think they were supposed to pull the boss there. And so they weren't able to. Not only did that kill a bunch of people who otherwise wouldn't have died, but it meant that they couldn't release instantly. And that's going to mean that they're effectively fully wiping here. The boss did reset. So they're able to keep this pull alive, maybe. But now this is the great junkyard problem of how on earth am I supposed to get back to my body without pulling any of this trash? They've done it, but it cost them some time to do that. And you can see there's kiting going on, but these mobs are full health thanks to that Sanguine Affix. When stuff starts to go wrong and there's Sanguine puddles around, it's just so hard to keep those mobs from running into them. Oh no, and they pulled the heavy scrap bots now. This is exactly what Distracted needed to happen. Yeah.
And just look at Distracted. They're just clearing up. They have not had issues. They're still on to the first boss, by all due respect. They have, in theory, BDGD is still ahead. But that was a massive wipe. That's a couple of deaths onto the timer as well. And that's just like, that is a lot of your time, a lot of your advantage just thrown away. If you make one more of those mistakes, if you cannot find the scrap bots in the correct spots anymore, you might need some people to take a little bit longer to get the scrap bots again, or step bots rather. But also those two scrap bots, that's going to be a lot of time. You are running double melee in this, or actually almost 4 with the Mistweaver as well. Those spins are not nice. You do not want to tank those.
If you ever find yourself in this dungeon, in this position where you wipe once and then you don't have enough bots when you come back, it's just things compound so much because you try and do a pull that you're used to doing with 5 bots and you have 4, and so it's harder and it takes longer, and you wipe again and you lose all your bots, and then it's just such a nightmare. So they really need to keep it together here. If they have another thing go wrong for them, it's going to be so hard to keep their pace in this dungeon. So far, it looks like they're doing okay recovering, but this is just Junkyard is so much on a knife's edge, this dungeon.
Definitely true. And here comes Trixie. They are actually going to tank him and regardless into the open spot. Very interesting to see what trash they have decided to not pull or are going to opt to skip into at least later, because I don't think you need the entire boss room here. I think they have overpulled a little bit more than they actually maybe wanted at this point. Do you think they're going to just have a lot of freedom?
The heavy scrap bots they pulled were not part of the plan, I don't think. So they're going to need to improvise if they want to avoid going over count. I doubt that there's any pulls that they can just cut from their list. All their pulls, I think, will have given more count than those 2 accidental mobs they pulled. So I don't think they can just cleanly remove any of them. They might be able to find a place to avoid pulling 1 or 2 mobs. In, for instance, Gunker's room, there are some mobs that are by themselves and aren't linked to anything, and so you could potentially avoid pulling some of those if you're really on top of your game with the math. But in a lot of cases like this, when you have when your route is messed up, it's better to just keep doing the old route and overpull the dungeon a little bit rather than try to improvise. And then that process of figuring out what you can cut from your pull, if you are not experienced at doing that on the fly, it can be something that's more costly than just going through the dungeon and doing it the way you practiced already. Because usually the pulls you have are pretty optimized, right? Cutting out 2 slimes or whatever from the next pull they're about to do, it's not going to necessarily save them any time. It might make the pull safer, but if you spend time identifying that you can do that and then setting up the pull so that you can do that, the trade-off isn't clear. That it's not clear that that's worth doing.
Yeah, for sure. So we do see actually BDGG slowly pick up those bots again. We saw them quickly splitting up, getting those bots, and they're going to go into a really, really big pool over here. I see 2 monstrosities out of my head.
It's all about the revival here. The revival needs to come out at these 2. Oh no, that's not going to come out at all because Terracin has died, and so is Cry, Chow. Everybody except for Trell has now died. Now Trell is in a position where he could try and keep the pull alive. It looks like he's not going to do that, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Because they've had some mistakes earlier, things are so likely to go wrong for them again, and that's going to be really, really bad news for BDGG. To their advantage is that Distracted is taking quite a long time to clear through this dungeon, but Distracted is absolutely in a position to steal this game from BDGG because of how much has gone wrong for BDGG, and now BDGG does not have their robots, so they're going to have to think about how they can just pull this room. They're going to have to slow down, I think.
Would BDGG even be comfortable at this point to even do the last boss with all 4 obelisks up? I feel like at this point you might even need to take the time to remove another one to just go safer.
Yeah.
Maybe do three, maybe even do 2.
I think we've seen a BDGG match earlier today where they played 3 with the last boss, and that was a clean run. Given that things are going a little bit south for them, it's interesting because on the one hand, you might be thinking, okay, we don't have as many robots, so we need to cut another Awaken mob. Let's go, path towards another one, and then we'll kill 2 obelisks instead of 3. But that's going to cost you even more time, and if you're BDGG, you're probably already worried about the time you've lost. You probably already are feeling like you're up against the wall here, and you've already lost more time than you can afford to. So I'm not sure you would make a decision like that slows down your route even further. This is the kind of thing, though, that experienced MDI players disagree about these sorts of things all the time. In fact, experienced MDI players on the same team disagree about these things all the same time, and it's very important to have one person in your team who you trust who just gets to make the final call on those things, so you don't spend the run debating that instead of playing as well as you can.
That is definitely true. Having the captain, and even if you can have an after-match discussion during the game, the captain is the captain, and you listen to him as well as you can. But you can just see like they already have to play this so much more careful. We just saw the DK goes down now again, and he just picked up the scrapbot from the little island in the middle. There's a little scepter there as well. He's picked him up. That's another scepter, and he pulls trash. Oh no!
He has Shadow Meld. He has Shadow Meld. It's fine. This is something, man. This has happened to me all the time. This happens to me in junkyards just constantly. Except I don't have Shadow Meld, so I just die there.
Here I go again.
But that. Yeah, I mean, it feels like some of these runs, the zap bots, when you click on them, it just kills you immediately. You click on the bot, and that's like a beacon that causes all the mobs to immediately target you. That's what's happened here to Thalamir, and it's didn't happen to me as well.
Even though all of this is happening, Distracted, they're slow. Oh no, never mind. I jinxed it. I was gonna say they're going through this pool incredibly clean, and the moment I say it, we see the release button. But they have actually done the pull, and they have so far done it relatively safe. But even with all of this, even with so many more deaths, wipes, BDGG is still ahead. They're just powering through. I'm not sure if this is just a difference in DPS, if they're just more comfortable in playing different specs and classes, or what exactly is happening, but even with all of this, even with having less setbots.
Yeah, I mean, their route is just like, it's 5 or 6 pulls faster, I think. I think they are doing something on the order of 5 or 6 less pulls than Distracted will. So even if they die even if they die a lot, as they have now, that's still just such a huge amount of advantage to overcome. Distracted, to their credit, is doing a good job of holding BDG to it here. But yeah, I mean, despite 12 deaths or whatever, 12 deaths were on for BDGG.
Yeah,
I think they are still in the lead in this game, and that it is just a testament to how much of a time advantage they have from the path they have. That path is made possible by the comp, though, like you were saying. Like it's also a composition thing. Having the Unholy Death Knight, that is how you can pull off those pulls that are twice as big as your opponents can.
Yeah, and I mean, not to forget the Mistweaver Monk with the spinning crane kick, just healing off, and especially in this specific room, the revival is just necessary to get rid of those debuffs from the monstrosities. But so far, it is a risky tactic, and if it was maybe a more experienced team, because I mean, Distracted, although they are still doing their absolute best, and they're actually doing relatively good, the field was pretty clean overall. You can just see what the difference is of a comp that is really, really nailing what they can exactly do.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Distracted right now that they're fighting a single toxic lurker by itself. When you do those sorts of things, that's the kind of thing that you just can't, you haven't died at all, but anytime you spend fighting 1 or 0 mobs, it's effective. You're effectively dead during that time, right? Like you could count that as a wipe as well. Pretty close. I think what was happening there was they had to wait for the squirt bot to get back to where Gunker was to actually enable the boss. So that's a rough spot to be in. But that again, that's something that, oh no, that the shrink goes off on Thalamir. They're quickly dispelled. But yeah, that sort of thing. Having to wait for Gunker RP. That's not something that has to happen, right? You can fix that by killing the toxic monstrosities in the other order, and that's the kind of thing that those 30-second time saves, when there are so many of them in the dungeon, there's just they really add up, and you get to this point where there's going to need to be more wipes on the side of BGG for this game to close back up.
Yeah, that was some great kiting there from Trell as well. By the way, the cavalry just came in. Unfortunately, they did get a little bit more healing on the analyzed, but that was in general just like really clean. The DK rip was a bit late. I'm not sure if it was on cooldown at that point or not. I couldn't see, but that was a very clean kite. And I mean, again, it's just like a testament to how well Trell is actually playing this. That was really good Sanguine management without having Mass Grips or not even using the Mistweaver one really. Just great.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about having Trell, the Trell warrior, experienced MDI tank on your team. You put him on the warrior for this map, and the Sanguine Affix is something that he is very experienced at dealing with, and you're going to get a lot less Sanguine healing than say if I was tanking for this dungeon, where every pull is a pull where I rediscover that Sanguine is an Affix when the first mob dies, and it heals up all the rest of them.
Definitely true though. Oh yeah, Sanguine, the good old healing of the mob back to 100%.
Yeah, that's why I usually only play on reset day of Sanguine Week, because then I have an excuse, right? I'm like, oh, it's Sanguine Week, but when it's Sunday or whatever, that excuse doesn't fly anymore with your friends. So you gotta be careful.
Very, very smart. We do see BDGG right now going to the boss room, making sure they're doing it safe. They know that even though they have had a rough run, they have made mistakes, they are still comfortable that they do not need to push the time. They can just take care of the conduit itself, and now they're gonna go onto the last boss with only 3 pillars.
Yeah, now Distracted are also pulling Samrak here, so Distracted are only one awakened mini boss behind where BDGG is, but Distracted does actually have a benefit here of the death differential, right? Each death added 5 seconds to BDGG's counter.
True.
Oh no!
Oh
BDGG has had a disaster befall them here. 2 people have died to Cannon Blast, it looks like, from the boss. They're going to have to reset this, and now Distracted is actually the team that is in the lead here. They can kill Samrak, and if they can kill this last boss with 3 Awakened Obelisks, they will win here up against BDGG. BDGG are going to try and finish this, but they've had another death here after they got their B-Res out, and they are now going to wipe. They're out of B-Reses. They're going to have to go back with no bots, and this is just such a catastrophe for BDGG. Distracted, that's now the team to watch as they are pulling that last boss.
They might have, I don't know if they actually bloodlost it, but that also was Army of the Death already popped. They have no more bots available. Any bot that they managed to get after Gunker is now also gone. This is going to be very rough.
Because they've wiped a couple times already, there's just no shock bots left on the map for them. They can't get them. They're going to have to go and do something. It looks like they're going to try and pull the boss again. I would be very tempted in this position to just go and do an Awakened Obelisk and make that last boss easier and say, all right, look, we're only going to win if our opponents have an even bigger disaster befall them. But, this decision is absolutely reasonable as well if they think they can handle this without the bots. But, wow, that's hard.
We do see Revival coming up in about 5 seconds. Metamorph from the Demon Hunter also available. Trill has almost every single cooldown of himself still. They can still do it. They didn't actually pop that much outside of the army. It is still very risky. They need to make sure that this pool goes better because, like we just said, these things are, they're just they're doing it.
Yeah, Distracted have finished that first phase of the last boss. They're just killing off that last Awakened mob, and they'll be moving up to do the intermission phase here. So if Distracted can one-phase this boss, BDGG is going to be going to a game 3, which I don't think is going to be good for team morale here. That's
Trell drops
super low. Trell survived, but that's going to mean that Thalamir dies to that. I think that was the AoE smash.
Yeah,
and BDGG can still kill this boss. Maybe.
That's also
but
the
the problem
combat
is now
rest,
with
unless they have an engineering rest.
yeah,
This
with
is the
somebody
issue.
dead, they're gonna have such a hard time doing the one phase as well. Back over though, we're gonna look in at Distracted here. Distracted it looks like a death as well. It looks like there's a player who is not currently alive on these. Yeah, there's the hunter has died. Yeah, so
Oh
both
no,
teams are
that's a
actually
full
having.
team wipe on BDG.
Oh my goodness! All right, so it's Distracted are going to try and one phase this boss with just 4 people alive. This is going to be a huge DPS check. I don't think it's that realistic to beat. But even if they don't beat it, if they have to do another phase of the boss, as long as they can survive, they will still beat BDGG here, who are just having just the worst possible sequence of events happen to them. There's no shame in this happening to you in Junkyard. This is why Junkyard is such a precarious dungeon, is because those first mistakes lead to the rest of the route falling apart like this. But yeah, let's see if they can one phase this without a hunter.
Close.
The Haywire cast is finished. Now here comes the
stopped.
liftoff cast. And they're not quite
Nobody
going to be able to
stands
do
in
it there.
That is 8%
5%.
remaining. That is
Yeah.
so incredibly close. They're gonna have to do another phase of it, but there's no generals. If they can just live through, if they have the CDs, if they can just coordinate the CC, they actually have a combat rest. They just combat rest the hunter. They got a rest off in the downtime of the boss living off, but the paladin, he needs to dispel himself. He's dropping super low. The hunter's back up.
Yeah, the res
They
just
could
came up.
do this.
We just passed the 20-minute mark in the dungeon. And yeah, they're in great shape here. They just need to finish this last 50% here. And as long as they have like one person alive for the boss's next intermission phase, it's at 8% health. They don't need all 5 people anymore for that part. They just need to avoid wiping here, and one person can limp over the finish line.
Very great Ring of Peace coming out, keeping those robots out of there. And they're just gonna go up. The Demon Hunter knows he is going head first. Vroom.
Yeah,
Put on the running shoes.
you can tell which side it's going to be because the second time it does this, it's always the opposite side as the first. So the first side, you don't know which pylon is going to be activated. But if you get to this phase the second time, it's always the opposite one. So you can pre-move a little bit. And the team here did a good job of doing that. And now just have to finish the attack, and they're going to win.
Yeah, their healer also just straight to the top. There's still Grievous, which, can be very scary. He just pops the bubble and he just runs away. He's like, I can solo this guy on my own. You guys are on your own. Just complete it. BDGG.
Yeah.
That is a choke. That is really unfortunate. They have tried to pull over and over. We even discussed it. The Zepbots, they're gone. Do you want to be safe? Do you want to just take care? Just go down to 2 pillars. They thought they could do the 3. They tried it, and they failed 2 or 3 times, and it just costed them the entire match. Even though through all of this, it's still relatively close. It definitely showed that BDGG had the better pathing in this one, but...
Yeah, absolutely. We see Distracted pulling it through. The tortoise versus the hare Junkyard. That's what that was right there. BDGG going for those aggressive strategies, really going for it. As Kana just said, not doing that second obelisk was a gamble that they didn't end up paying off. And then Distracted, it kind of even felt like a limp over the line because they had someone dead in that last boss. So Dratnos, I want to get your opinion on what you saw from this Distracted team, because you're the one who said, don't try and overcomplicate it. Don't try and do something special that you're not comfortable doing. Just limp over the line, and that's what they did. Is that what you like seeing from this roster?
I mean, it is a great strategy to deploy in Junkyard, is to just do your game, avoid wiping, and you can see that even a team of experienced MDI players and raiders and some top guilds like BDGG that is a team that can have a huge problem in a Junkyard. And it's not like a small chance, right? This happens a lot. Junkyard is a dungeon where stuff goes very wrong all the time. So yeah, I love what Distracted did there, and I think they had great ability to just keep going through the dungeon, right? They didn't get demoralized. They didn't feel like they were way slower than the other team. They just kept doing their thing. They had a couple deaths, but they never had a wipe, and that's how they won.
Well, talking about dungeons where some things can just keep going wrong, we're going to Siege of Borealis, which I don't know if it is at MBI, but personally, it's an absolute crutch for me. I can never get it done. It's always an issue. Something always goes wrong. So what is BDGG going to do? We talked about the strength of this roster is the fact that they had that double Mistweaver Monk, but all of a sudden, they don't have that anymore. We're going to a third dungeon. Kana, what do you expect coming out from this roster? Are you expecting cleaner, slower play? I don't know.
So from both matches, I've kind of gotten the sense that BDGG, they have maybe the better understanding, they're the more experienced, and they have the little bit better pathing. They coordinate the pulls a bit better. Where you go to a dungeon like Siege, where in theory your DPS can just take hands off and just let the spotter do literally every single piece of work, I think that is going to be a very, very big part of that's going to show that BDG might just take this game. They have just been, even though their last dungeon was maybe a bit of a fiesta, they generally are more confident in the big pools. And with a bolstered up spotter that one-shots everything, I think that might just be what you need.
I see you nodding over there. Do you completely agree with that analysis that BDGG, their experience is probably going to get them over the line?
See, I would describe BDGG, definitely as heavy favorites in this game as well. Siege of Boralus is another one of those dungeons, though, like Junkyard, that if you had to make a list of dungeons where things can go horribly wrong, Junkyard's at the top of that list. Siege is in the top few, especially with bolstering active. It's pretty high up there. It's the kind of place where particularly the first half of the dungeon can go well, and then you can just find yourself in that third boss room just wiping over and over and over again as your spotter pull just doesn't quite work out, and then like in Junkyard, you lose the bolstering stacks on your spotter, right? That's like losing the robots in terms of like now you have to kind of rebuild to a situation that you can't really get back to. And so I would say yes, BDG would be a favorite in pretty much any map we went to here. Siege of Boralus is no exception. They have a lot of experience with MDI situations, and in the MDI, managing Siege of Boralus is something that they have done a lot of. So there's a lot of ways that they are favored here, but it's definitely one of the dungeons I would be happiest to see if I was distracted, because there's still that possibility of things going so bad.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that is the important thing we need to talk about, right? Going into Siege of Brass, it is all on that spotter, especially when it's bolstering, right? So, Kana, what is like the linchpin? What does everyone need to be so clean with to make sure it doesn't all fall apart? Because one shot from that spotter and it's over.
What you really need to make sure of is that you do not have mobs that can die to the spotter and mobs that do not die to the spotter in the exact same pool, especially after the second boss. Once you go towards the monkey area, there is the big giants. Those do not get hit by the spotter. You need to make sure that you can take those big giants out of the packs, take them while they patrol around, and then clear those. And then you have the entire you can pull every single monkey you want and just one-shot them with a spotter. But fail that and having giants still alive, and that's the biggest giant you have seen in a good while.
Yeah, there are some strategies that revolve around intentionally you just accept that you're going to bolster everything, like you just kill everything that can die, and then you wipe afterwards intentionally. Yeah. That's something that some groups have done on live servers, and it's a possibility, but we haven't really seen it in speedrun style keys. So I mean, we just have no idea what either of these teams are going to be up to. Both teams are on a very different plan, starting with their factions, actually. Distracted have played Horde, and so have the kind of easier pathing through, especially the first area of the dungeon, easier sets of mobs. Whereas BDDG are playing Alliance, which is going to give them access to Shadow Meld, but it's a much harder first part of the dungeon, and they have to wait for RP to finish after the third boss before they can get to the fourth boss, which means they're going to need to do a backtracking strategy in order to avoid being super inefficient there. Compositions are also hugely different between these two teams. We've got Trell on his Brewmaster. That is something that he's, I guess, known for. Yeah, it's a huge comfort pick for him, and this is a great dungeon. Ring of Peace is extremely high utility in here. Meanwhile, we have something like the Assassination Rogue as well from Thalamir. Assassination is something that we haven't seen all that much of. We see a lot of Outlaw from Rogues, but here Thalamir playing Assassination is going to have that big burst single target with Vendetta that I think is going to line up really nicely, actually, against many of the bosses in here.
I do kind of like the pick. I feel like all the AoE that you really need to a certain point is going to come from that spotter. So you're taking the strong, superior burst spec that is incredibly good at surviving, utilizing all of the CC that you have to really make sure that these pulls are going to be some smooth as hell. They can. I really like the pickup, actually. We talked to Swanik earlier about it as well. Rogues are just safe, and this rogue can definitely help control those big spotter pulls that they're going to be doing later.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got 2 Fire Mages as well. Fire Mage for each team. That's another big burst burst AoE as well, but burst single target is a strength for them as well. So both teams, I think, are going to have really great ways to like deal with those phases on the last boss really quickly and avoid being in a position where that just drags on for a really long time. And that's going to mean that they might be able to do some awakened enemies with that boss. We see both teams are planning to take care of the first awakened enemy, the first obelisk, but there are still 3 left throughout the dungeon, and I'm curious to see which ones they'll decide to kill first and which ones they'll save for the last boss.
Definitely going to be very, very, very interesting to see. We have seen, obviously, right now, Perplexed, BDDG, they are onto the first boss. They're absolutely destroying it. They're just kiting him very well through the bombs, utilizing the CC. They also dealt really nicely with this first boss room. You see all of the bigger mobs with the bigger HP pools, and then put the monk statue in the middle, taunt all the small guys out, stack them up beautifully, drag them to the corner away from everyone, and just AoE them all down. They done really, really great. And then they just took care of the 4 mobs that have kind of equal HP pools and just had those for themselves. But just this kiting, it's looking great. They have no danger at all. And the first boss is basically just going down.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. I did not notice. Well, I did notice, but I didn't really put it together. But that Black Ox statue from Trell's Brewmaster is really, really potent here. It does mean that he doesn't have Ring of Peace, though. Those 2 are mutually exclusive. True. So they are not going to have access to Ring of Peace shenanigans for the second boss or for spotter movement. So they're going to have to be really, really precise and maybe get some help from Typhoons and stuff from Terrasant on the Druid there.
That's a very good point indeed. We do see Distract kind of dealing with the same way. They managed to...
No.
This is a big mistake. That is a big commander.
No.
That's not what you like to see. Oh yeah, they're just going to
run away. Yeah, that looks like that's what they're going to have to do.
Bigger.
Really, really, really not what we were hoping to see there for BDG. That is happens. That patrol just walks up there. It happens to all of us, but really, really going to slow them down, and it's going to cost them shadow melds too. Hopefully they weren't. One of the things that can go wrong in these sorts of things is something can happen unexpectedly, and that can cause you to use cooldowns in a way that you didn't expect, like shadow meld, and then in like a minute you get to the part where you were planning to use shadow meld, and you don't realize you don't have it until it's too late. And then that goes wrong as well because you didn't have the shadow meld. And that's another way that things can kind of compound and all go wrong at the same time.
Very, very true. They probably needed to play a little bit more Path of Exile, make sure they get that sneaky heist going, but that is just... That's a dangerous pull. I'm not sure if they even intended on pulling that one to begin with, but it looks like they...
Yeah, the Raider there is... It's pretty dangerous. It is just a tyrannical setting, right? It's not. We don't have Fortified on here, so the Raider I don't think is too close to one-shotting people, but that is absolutely a dangerous enemy that a lot of groups, particularly in high keys, you really can't afford to pull. All right, so it looks like they're going to be skipping this obelisk here. They will leave that one for later. They don't want to. Yeah. Do not want to pull that right now, and they'll save some time. Yeah, I would expect to see Distracted pulling almost all the obelisks along the way and not do too many with the last boss. I think that once again, yeah, I think Tortoise in the Hair was a great analogy for these 2 teams in these dungeons.
Distracted's having a little bit of problems as well in the first boss. We actually see their Fire Mage just down on the ground right now. They're not controlling it as well. They're getting way more waves of meteors as well. They need to make sure that they actually properly explode this. I think another one goes down. I think they're just having a full wipe. I think someone just got hit by the frontal. They're not controlling this boss. The first boss itself is not that difficult, but once it goes poorly, you get overrun by ads, you don't keep track of where the explosives are. They're very close to doing it. If they can get it through a couple more mines, they might be able to do it, but they're struggling.
Yeah, they just have, so their Brewmaster and their Fury Warrior are the people who are left. Now the Fury Warrior does have Execute, so that's going to be nice here, but unfortunately can't really get in melee range to execute it all because they have to kite the boss, and now all the ads are just free casting, and yeah, that's going to be a full wipe from Distracted. All right. That is a huge amount of breathing room now for BDGG. There's a huge amount of mistakes that can happen for them, and they will still be in good shape in this map. But yeah, I just love the different compositions that we're seeing from these teams here. On the side of Distracted, they are also playing Assassination Rogue, it looks like, not Outlaw, and they have that Fury Warrior, the Brewmaster. There's just so many compositions seeing play across our tournament here. Yeah. Especially, I think, because this was the 3rd map in the series. If you're planning to win in 2 games and then you find out you have to play a 3rd, you get put in this position where you need to play some specs that you may have been kind of hoping you didn't need to get there, right? And so I think these 3rd maps, when we get to them, we're going to see some really off the wall compositions sometimes.
Yeah, We saw it in the previous series as well. We saw an Enhancement Shaman coming out of nowhere. But BDDG, they're getting their spotter ready. The ball string him up. Getting him as stacked as, but that's a nice little big spotter right there. They've done the spotter
it's a nice Typhoon.
Yeah.
So they're going to leave that spotter. Yeah, they're going to leave it on the side. They'll keep it rooted, and they will just deal with dodging it during this boss fight. That spotter is going to never be killed. It's just they're going to take it with them to the end of this dungeon, and then at some point they will probably Shadow Melt it off, or they will all die and release to drop combat with it. Probably Shadow Melt since they are playing that alliance, but for the rest of this dungeon, that spotter is going to be their friend. It's going to be killing the rest of the trash through here, and we'll see how well they're able to execute that, because if that's done well, it can just melt 50% enemy forces in a minute.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We do see Distracted over there. They're redoing the first boss. They did end up having a full wipe, having to run all the way back. They are very far behind, but we did talk about it. If something goes wrong on the side of BDG and this spotter dies, or even just fully wipes them and resets, their entire pool strategy is gone. They are most likely expecting this spotter to just do all the work in the next area, blow up all the monkeys, blow up the big trash bags before Hadal. It could go so wrong. It's all about just can BDG play it out safely. We did actually see
another death.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we got 2 deaths on the side of Distractors. I think they're going to be once again having some trouble with this first boss. And I mean, yes, there's a lot that could go wrong for BDG, but I think at this point, even if they didn't have spotters and they just had to pull trash 1 pack at a time, I think they might have enough of a lead opened up now where that could still work out for them.
Yeah, that is definitely actually very true. Distracted is maybe got a little bit distracted, and they are just falling further and further behind.
Yeah, it's I mean, honestly, it is taking even a single game off of BDGG is an awesome feat to have done, and they're not out of this one yet, but they are wiping once again to the first boss, so they are way behind here. 10 minutes into this dungeon and they've not killed that first boss. It is a disaster happening on the side of Distracted. BDGG though, they still have to close out this map, and if you're one of the other teams in this tournament, and if you're BDGG even, it's important not just that you win, but how you win, right? Winning this map with a clean run, that's going to put those other teams on notice. That's going to tell the other teams, hey, we get to Siege, it's going to be a bad time for you. You're going to lose to our awesome path. If they instead win with a sketchy run with 7 deaths or something, it's a different thing. So it still matters how the rest of this game goes, and it'll matter for how BDGG is feeling about themselves coming out of this game too.
Yeah, that's definitely true. So I actually haven't done that much seeds or even seen that much seeds. When everyone enters the pillar, does the spotter reset? Are they spotterless right now?
So they must have melded off combat with it, and I must have been just completely wrong earlier when I claimed that spotter was going to live with them forever. That was a blatant lie. The entire all the fans there. I'm deeply sorry for that one.
They might use spotter number 3.
They'll use this one.
Yeah, gonna have
yeah. So
that is very interesting.
One challenge they have is they need to have something to do while they're waiting for the RP. Because they are Alliance, they're going to have RP after the 3rd boss dies. One thing that some groups do is that they'll come back and then kill the monkeys behind here, behind that portal they just dropped. The question is then, what are they going to do with the spotter? Are they going to try and leave it alive throughout the entire boss fight? It's possible, but it is very dangerous because if the tank walks next to it, it will melee them and kill them. And so it looks like instead what they're planning to do is maybe just wait for the RP after the boss dies. That's slow, but it is safe.
Just the spotter in general, even if it's not a tank, on a fight like Hadal, where there's so many circles, one small misposition can kill you, these bombs of the spotter hurts. We saw Volomir get hit by one earlier, and it's just an instant cheat death. That's why cheat death is on cooldown right now. If you get hit by this as a DPS tank or healer, you're just gone. So they have to be incredibly careful with this.
I mean, it's already a one-shot, I think, before even bolstering stacks are applied at a key level like this. Maybe not quite, but it's close. But yeah, the thing I was mentioning is that this mob with bolstering, it gets really big too. So it has a massive hitbox, and it's aggroed onto your tank. So it will just melee them. It'll swing one melee, and that will one-shot even a tank. And the tank is the person who has aggro. So that's something that actually kills a surprising amount of people in Siege. Now, one thing that is going for BDGG and that's good for them is they have the Resto Druid. Resto Druid's able to put those roots on the spotter, really make this a lot easier than if you're trying to do it with, say, a Mistweaver, which a lot of MDI teams do. This is much easier than doing it that way, for sure, because the mob just stands still and doesn't run around meleeing people.
Yeah, definitely. I do actually kind of like how BDG is dealing with this. They're dealing with this entire boss. They just reset the boss, and then they walk all the trash on top of the spotter. They place, I think, a ring of frost there to have everyone just like walk in. They all get stacked up beautifully, and then all they had to do was give time for the S-Ring commanders who do not get hit by the spotter to get reset. And now they're just gonna do a double commander pull with a demolisher, I think. They actually dealt with this really, really nice. We often see people stack up all the mobs right where the boss kind of resets, and it just becomes this: are they stacked up? Can they actually stack up properly? They just put them through a corridor, force them to run into the Ring of Frost, stack them up beautifully. They've done that really, really smooth.
Yeah, unfortunately, Thalamir went down there, but it's not the end of the world. And yeah, so one of the benefits of doing it the other way is that then you can pull the two commanders into the boss afterwards and get some efficient cleave that way. But doing it this way is really, 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 I mean, it's really smooth when it works like that. Assuming you can split up the commander mobs from the mobs that get bolstered, that whole area just gets done so nicely if you can just avoid any of that bolstering problem. And now they've killed off all the mobs that don't get bolstered, or that don't get hit by the spotter rather, and they're now going to kill all these mobs that do get hit by the spotter all at once. This is a great job of making sure that they're basically only fighting one category of mob at once. It's exactly what you mentioned at the very start of this dungeon, where you just don't ever want to have the pack include some mobs that get killed by the spotter and some that don't.
Ooh, that's a big monkey.
Uh-oh.
It does. But big monkey
the monkey's
gets
okay,
countered
because
by
the monkey
big
will still get one shot. That's fine. I did see a big demolisher there, though. Now, they do have Shadow Meld, so it's not going to be too bad if that thing's following them for a little bit, as long as they meld it off here. Because I think, yeah, they're at 99.7% enemy forces, and there are still 2 awakened enemies, so they are done with count.
Yeah, that's perfectly well calculated. I do wonder if maybe they could have taken the second spotter, just, picked out the 3 demolishers that are kind of patrolling, get those out, and then, you don't need to go through all the worry of constantly resetting. It kind of feel like the feeling of backtracking. You can just go forward if that maybe be faster. But they did do this incredibly smooth. They take out the commanders, they carry those away, the Ring of Frost, stack them up perfectly. And then they took the commanders with the one patrolling the demolisher, so you kind of don't waste time either. And then they pull every single monkey together, stack them up, one spotter shot, done, shadow melt, and you're onto the boss. Very well, smoothly done.
Yeah, now onto the boss. We're going to have some nice burst coming out. Most people don't have all their cooldowns ready for this boss because you don't use any of it doing the spotter pulls. Damage is irrelevant on those. And so every single person here is getting to use their combustion, their vendetta, all their hunter aspects and stuff, all coming out. One thing they have to be careful of is they want to make sure that they probably don't use them a second time, because they're going to want to make sure that they have everything for the pull of the last boss, but that should be more than 2 minutes away at this point, especially because they have to wait for that RP after this boss dies, because they're playing Alliance.
That's definitely true. You want to make sure, that pull is, again, just the make or break. They have done it very safe this time. They only have 2 pillars to really deal with. It's still, Fikov, it's still a very scary boss. Those debuffs, they hit like a truck. If you get hit by one of the spurters, you're just basically instantly dead. You don't have that much space. Stuff can definitely go wrong. But, I mean, I think they can do it, right? They have shown that they can do 3 pillars, 4 pillars with bosses. They can definitely pull this off.
Yeah, they'd have to do quite a bit of backtracking if they decided they wanted to remove any of the obelisks as well. So I think even if they start having some trouble, they'll probably just keep pulling the boss until it dies, rather than backtracking and killing off any awakened enemies if that goes wrong, it's something you can do in some of the other dungeons. If something goes wrong, you release and then do an obelisk. But here they're basically committed to doing this boss with 2 obelisks. And it's not the most obelisks we've seen done with the boss, but this is a hard boss to do with awakened enemies. There's a lot going on, and there's a tight DPS check on the pull that means that you can't really focus down the awakened enemies, and you can't really put damage cooldowns into them like you can on many of the others.
Also, we just got told that JB just hosted the tournament with over 1,000 people. Thank you very much, JB. We love you.
Thank you so much. Welcome to all the viewers there. We are just tuning in here to BDGG up against Distracted. BDGG are our tournament's 2nd seed, or not 2nd seed, sorry, they're our tournament's 4th seed, and they're up against Distracted, who are our tournament's 8th seed. right now in the upper bracket. And this is game 3 of a very exciting series, actually, where a surprise Junkyard upset caused Distracted to actually take a game off of BDGG. Right now, though, BDGG making their way to that last boss. They have to wait for that stupid Alliance RP, but they have gotten through it. And as long as they can kill this boss in 1 or 2 or maybe 3 attempts, they should be well ahead of where Distracted are, because Distracted have had a lot go wrong for them this dungeon, particularly right at the start. That first boss got them a couple times.
Bloodlust gets popped, not even Mercy, but the blood of the enemy, just popping it for a pure single target and getting this gripping down as soon as possible. This way, they can get the shot off, and now they can all move over to the demolishing, where the tank is, and they can start full cleaving it. Troll, I thought they'd go off quickly on Troll. Yeah, that was super, super fast. That's just the blood of the enemies, the Fire Mage, the Rogue. They're just dealing with it super, super great.
The mage is presumably playing that Minute Mage build as well, which means that, because that's what almost everybody does these days in Mythic Plus, that means that they are going to have probably enough damage to just immediately go into the Gripping Terror on the next platform as well, which means this fight should not take too much longer here, as long as they can kill these awakened enemies safely. One difference that some teams have for how they do this part is some teams will just start that next Demolishing Terror right now, and then they will fight it with the 2 awakened enemies. It's scary, but it is a little faster if they think they can do that. Looks like this team, though, BDGG is opting to not do that, which I think is smart, particularly if they feel like they're in a position where they just need to avoid wiping, which they certainly are. They'd rather this boss takes a couple minutes longer and reduce the chance of failure as much as possible.
Yeah, this has definitely not been the most cleanest I've seen people deal with them, and it kind of makes me wonder if they went with the 3rd pillar. Just like, while they were crossing, all the swirl is falling down, all the purple zones, it's actually really hard to get past. I feel like they made a really good decision not taking the 3rd pillar, because I think that would have just added so much more scariness to all of this. Maybe you wouldn't be able to, just get that gripping down as fast as they did, and in this case, because you need to put the actual CDs and the cleave onto the mobs. But so far, they've made great decisions. They kind of just figured, pathing-wise, we're the stronger team. We might just have more time, and they decided to play it super, super safe. And I think it's showing. I mean, everything is down. They're going on to the next gripping. They're going to try and burst this down as fast as you humanly can. And BDG is just looking great to be able to end this in a very clean sweep.
Yeah, this run it's not the best we've ever seen from BDGG. I think that it's a pretty good one, though. A 5-death run in Siege of Borealis with Bolstering active. The thing about deaths in Siege of Borealis is that sometimes they don't actually cost you anything. Like, we saw a death from Thalamir that basically cost them 0 seconds because they were just doing spotter stuff anyways, and you kind of don't even need your whole team for that. So this is absolutely a good run. It's definitely one of the things, though, where, like, if they came in here with a clean, perfect run, they could shave a couple minutes probably off this thing.
Yeah, definitely. I do think, in general as well, using the spotter after the 2nd boss and then skipping the 3rd pillar, it's more greedy. I think it might need you a little bit more time, just using that spot and continuing with it, what I explained earlier. But what they did was, maybe they just thought they didn't need it. Maybe they just think we just take the safest tactic possible that we still know is going to be, relatively fast. We only take 2 pillars with the boss. We only use the 3rd spotter. And I mean, it just shows, right? Like, it has been a relatively clean run. Maybe not the cleanest of runs. Maybe they didn't practice Siege as much. Maybe, they were kind of confident that they might just 2-0 this. Who knows? But they've done a very, very good job.
Yeah, once this Gripping Terror goes down, they're just going to have to shoot that cannon, and that's going to be all it takes for BDGG to advance once again. They are now 2 matches up in our tournament, which brings them, I think, all the way to I don't even know how double elimination brackets work, but it's a good place to be in the tournament to have won your first 2 matches. That's where you want to be. It's this upper finals or something, I think. Upper finals I'm going to go with. So great advancement here for BDGG. Very well played by them. No shame, though, in what happened for Distracted. Taking a game off of BDGG was a very impressive feat for our 8th seed team here. So well played to them as well.
For sure.
And that is it. BDGG take it 2-1 and move on to the upper bracket final in this double elimination bracket. And that was, as you said, significantly cleaner. Very, they only really had 5 deaths, but most of those were just someone standing in the cannon, which is just me and every single time I've done Siege of Borealis. So, you can't fault them too much for that. But Distracted, as you said, also had a very good run getting that map. Very impressive play. I did have a quick question for you guys about the BDGG composition that we actually saw in that Siege of Borealis. I assume having a monk as the tank, having a druid as a healer, is that intentional for the Siege of Borealis with the Typhoon, with the Ring of Peace? Is that just so you have as much crowd control as you can get?
Well, they didn't actually run the Ring of Peace, right? Because we saw the Brewmaster statue, but even that is just like massive control. It just allows you to very safely stack up things, because if things just run at you and you taunt on the statue, they're gonna stack. And it's very likely, we already saw it just in the first boss room, that they utilized that gray. The Typhoon, the Root, they all used to get going into the third boss room, into Hadal's boss room. They pull them out, everything comes in, they might be hitting the statue for a bit, they stack up beautifully, go into the Ring of Peace together, and then the spot of being rooted by the Druid, like you mentioned, instantly just one-shot everything. We have seen some great knocks as well, knocking mobs into the spotted shots. They utilize the class utilities really well.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see what we're going to see from this distracted roster, because I think it's almost unfair we've seen 3 dungeons from them. The first one was they had an incredibly clean run through Freehold, but then you have to do Junkyard and Siege of Borealis, which we have said is, it's like a minefield waiting to happen, and you saw that on the first dungeon on that Siege of Borealis for them. So Dratnus, do you think that this number 8 seed Distracted has a chance going through this lower bracket with some of the other teams?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they're underdogs against a lot of the teams. There are some teams that are very powerful. We got teams like the Boys in the lower bracket, and that's a team of MDI veterans, much like BDGG. So that's a scary team. There are a lot of scary teams in the bracket, but Distracted took a game off of BDGG, and that is a really good place for them to be. I think that they absolutely have a chance in their lower bracket games.
Yeah, well, it was a great series, a lot of ups and downs. We are going into a quick break, but then we have Undead and Teddles to sort of break down the 3 ridiculous maps that we just saw. Stick around.
Hey, what's up, guys? I am Tettles, joined by Undad, and we are here to recap the most recent series, which we saw BDGG take it 2-1. Dad, what were your general thoughts on the whole series? Dad, I can't hear you. I'm sure what you're saying is absolutely spot on, and I suspect that was a great high intelligence take, but unfortunately, he'll be reconnecting and joining us momentarily.
Attempt number 3.
Uh,
Here we are.
Hello,
One of my
Dad.
favorite
Welcome
things
back.
about BDGG has been how versatile they all are, especially Trell. We've now seen Trell play not only 3 different classes, but 3 different roles. He's healed, he's tanked, he's DPS'd, and not only healed, but we did a kite strat here in Freehold, which I think we have a clip of the beginning of the kite strat. We've seen this in the MDI. A lot of the healers have picked this up, but this is not like an easy thing to do. So for somebody off-rolling to be able to kite this properly, big ups to Trell, and also big ups to Chow, who is tanking this on Necrotic, just doesn't care. Just tanks the whole boss, no healer, it's Necrotic, doesn't care, nobody takes any damage, and they pull this off. They actually improved their time from time trials, which was super sick. And then I think we have a little graphic to talk about bad brew damage here too, Tettles, if you want to take that.
Yeah, so on the second boss, utilization of Bad Brew is actually the most efficient damage that you can do. We were going over some of the numbers, and it's effectively another DPS. So making good use of that on the second boss can also gain you just a slight edge, especially if you are pulling trash into it, into the second boss. So that was actually great. Like you said, I felt like the utilization of Dwarf Racial by Chow and just being able to deal with Necrotic while not having a healer at his side, BDGG looked almost perfect in the Freehold.
Super sick. Stark contrast to what we saw in Junkyard, though. Things kind of shook up a little bit there. We talked earlier about how a Taldazar is one of those dungeons that's like on a knife's edge all the time. And Junkyard's kind of the same way. When you make a mistake in Junkyard, you kind of set yourself way behind. This was a pull we saw them do in their previous Junkyard earlier in the day. And then this time they accidentally pulled the boss. And things don't end up the same.
Yeah, I mean, the boss getting pulled here, I don't even think the boss ends up resetting. Like, basically, this is a non-doable pull, especially on Sanguine with the boss, because, like, you're just going to end up healing it over and over. Eventually, they do end up, like, kiting out the trash pack. I actually think that they only had 4 people die here. I think Cry ended up being able to kind of keep the pull alive a lot longer than anybody really anticipated. There were a couple more errors inside the Junkyard that ended up costing BDGG the match over Distracted, most notably on the final boss. But yeah, on a knife's edge, very momentum-based dungeon. I think Junkyard and Ataldazar, like you said, 2 of the most momentum-based dungeons that we've ever seen.
And Distracted just kept up the momentum. Well, obviously they weren't as fast. They kept it up and eventually pulled out the win because of that. And then we saw Siege. Siege comes down to just your spotter management. We see a nice little collection here. I think this is 2.5 packs. This is one of the packs that has the bonus mobs sometimes. Typically on the tournament round we have those active. So we pull in, we call it the half pack extra. All these come in, go down to the spotter easily. Their management on the spotter was really good. They didn't really have too many deaths. I think we saw Thala go down once just to accidental poor positioning, but it's really not that meaningful when one of those deaths happens. As long as the tank stays alive, you're chilling. And then they go into the last boss.
Knock and they have double knock and binding shot. Like, their spotter management absolutely should be spot on. But yeah, that was basically it. BDGG end up taking the series 2-1. And I guess without further ado, let's take it on back to the caster desk so we can jump straight into the next series.
So we've seen both of these teams so far today, and we've seen a lot of interesting things from these guys. Both play very aggressive, like to do their big pulls, like to go fast. I want to know, Dratnos, actually not Dratnos, I'm here with Zyronic and Sidebear. Zyronic, I want to know, who do you think has the edge in this match? Because, you know, as I said, both play very aggressive.
Well, I don't eat people, so I'm not Dratnos, but man, I think Pain for Fem looked a lot stronger than what we saw from Self-Reliance earlier on, so I fully expect them to take this series.
Yeah, well, the first one is going to be a Motherload, which we haven't seen so far today. I kind of want to get your thoughts about what we expect to see in this one, Cybear, because obviously Motherload on Tyrannical, the bosses are some of the hardest parts, right?
Yeah, so I'm expecting we're going to see some interesting things from this one. I mean, this is our second and third seed teams, so these are both very strong competitors in this series. We're unlikely to see them pulling any punches. This is going to be full throttle, the best that they can do. And I mean, as they should probably be playing every match. But I think in the Motherload, the real beauty of this one is the fact that it is a time trial key. So this is something that the teams have put a lot of practice into. We've seen Paint for Femme actually pull out a quicker time trial time than the official Self-Perplex time trial time on the Motherload. So I'm suspecting that we could see an early win for Paint for Femme. And I'm going to say that we end up going ultimately to a game 3. But when we actually break down Motherload, I want to see how they're going to deal with these tyrannical bosses. Tyrannical bosses on Motherload are going to take a long time, especially in a +20 key. I'll be interested to see how they do that first trash pull, whether they try and get in onto the first boss immediately and try and pull some Peacekeepers onto that, or whether they're going to look to kind of pace it a little bit slower and maybe get some early trash gain, though I think we'll probably see the former.
So, Zyronic, as you just said, we're in a format where you can't stack things. Usually in the Motherloads, we see everyone pull all the Peacekeepers. It all goes onto the first boss. Without all those, Death Knights or Hunters to really sort of do all that damage, are you expecting to see a massive pull onto that first boss?
I think it would be difficult, mainly because of the format of the tournament, right? In order to actually pull off the Peacekeeper pull onto that first boss, you need at least 2 Hunters to pull it off, and then you need to have a tank that has literally no threat issues whatsoever. That being said, the affixes we have do allow that to happen. There's no bolstering, there's no explosive. They just have to really make sure they're doing good jobs with their sanguine management. So since we don't see double Hunter, I believe for either team, I don't think it's something we're going to see, but hey, they could prove me wrong here.
I think we are going to be seeing some big trash pulls though into bosses as we start off the series here in this Motherload between Paint for Femme and DG Self-Perplexed. We see the Unholy DK, the Fire Mage, and the BM Hunter on the side of Self-Perplexed. So what are we thinking with that one, Zyro? It seems like they're going to get an early boss pull.
It looks like they are going for it, and it actually could be a thing where Mage could technically pull it off if they pull things and then invis. You just have to be careful with your Ignite pulling things. But it looks like that's what they're going for. You see all the Peacekeepers are just now coming in for Self-Perplexed.
Oh, they're coming.
This is going to be the big pull. It's all going to come down to the Sanguine management. Prot Warriors shouldn't have any issues holding threat or staying alive. They can kite this pull essentially infinitely. It's just going to come down to the Sanguine management and making sure none of your DPS die. Let's see how this goes for them. Fire Mage should thrive in this scenario.
I'm just trying to see where the DPS are positioned right now, because those energy shields, they need to be super careful with where those are positioned. You can see that Harudra here is doing a good job to kind of kite them around the edge of the room so that the DPS, the range, can position elsewhere and make sure that they're not hitting into into an energy shield. So really good control here. This obviously works hand in hand with that sanguine management, as you're saying, this constant slow kiting around the boss room. But these mobs are like all very slow. This could easily end up with the boss doing one of its mechanics, right at, collecting coins or shockwaving everyone as the sanguine goes down, but they're going to have to be careful of it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams doing a fantastic job so far. No major sanguine healing, especially on the boss so far. They haven't really had any major glaring issues here. They've been doing a good job of just making sure they separate out one mob, let it get its energy shield off, kill it separately. A fantastic job. Slight difference, though, of course, Self-Reliance do have that Unholy DK that got a majority of its burst damage off before they couldn't anymore due to energy shields. And you can see at this point the Fire Mage is kind of catching up in the damage here now that the Unholy DKs are kind of gone and they got their second combustion out. But fantastic job from Self-Reliance, and I think I spoke too soon there because we have a full health boss on the side of Paint for Femme, and that's not something you want to see.
Oh no, that is ultimately not what you want to see. You definitely don't want to kill this boss twice. It's not that fun to want that on anybody. They are going to have to be super careful then, because they're going to run out of room with those coins. They're going to have to hope some of them start disappearing on the side of Pain for Femme. Like we say, it's that easy. It's that easy just to find yourself in a sanguine trap. DG's self-perplexed. Boy, what a name. What a mouthful. They managed to just kind of clean that up nicely, and they're going to be moving on to a massive trash pull. I suspect probably a 4 or 5 mob. Yeah, they're going 8 packs or 7 packs here. This is going to be a massive, massive collection. They've got to be really careful, though, because those throw rocks going out.
Yeah. I mean, the difference in the team comps for sure. The Unholy DK is what allows these kind of pulls. You don't see an Unholy DK on the side of Pay for Femme, so they can't really go for this. You need an Unholy DK to pull this pull off, otherwise you're going to get overwhelmed by all those Rockland casts, like you mentioned. And there you can see Unholy DK popping off, doing untold millions of damage. But Harudra has gone down while the trash pack is still alive at around 20%. Without a tank to corral those mobs and move them around, they could get some really nasty sanguine healing off. So hopefully there's not too big of an issue, but you can see already there's an Earthshaper running at him with about 60% HP, and this is going south really quickly. That being said, they still have a massive advantage over Paid for Femme.
If nothing else, this tournament is definitely a spicy one. We see at the same time as Harudra goes down, we see Pain for Femme just like Mio just barely holding on. The teams that like have health, like people are dropping real quick, and it's definitely a spicy tournament. Something that I've really enjoyed about this so far is the fact that, I mean, something that a lot of people have been speaking about is the fact that, yes, the teams are, switching roles and Ricky obviously able to pull into the tank role if Femme wants to DPS and whatnot. But like, who's the shot caller? Because in every key, you normally either have the tank doing it or potentially like a ranged DPS, right? With all of this switching around going on, I wouldn't be surprised if there's just a lot of like miscommunication at times and whatnot, where you're having to switch these roles up and everyone's going to have to take a turn with the talking stick and make sure they're in command at certain moments. So definitely a really interesting element of this tournament so far.
To a certain extent, that's definitely true, but I feel like most communication when you're in this MDI style setting where you're running speed keys, everyone already knows what their general situation is. And the only real communication at that point is just kind of reminders. Hey, this is your kick. Hey, this is what we're doing next. This is our cooldowns for this particular pull. So I don't feel like that should be too much of an issue for the more practiced teams, but that might be an issue for the teams that haven't had as much experience.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing just a nice little cleanup here on the side of Pain for Femme. We'll see if they end up opting for this obelisk or if they're just gonna, do something similar to self-perplex here and just end up pulling the trash away. Whether they end up ultimately killing that or potentially just melding, yeah, they're gonna look to meld that off. So we'll see what Pain for Femme end up opting for here, but they've got to get a little wiggle on because they are ultimately just a little bit behind due to that first boss hiccup, if you will.
They were able to make a bit of a lot of time, actually, I'd like to say, because they didn't have that much sanguine problems and their tank didn't go down, but not quite getting the shadow meld skip there is going to cost them pretty much all the time that I was talking about. Hate to see that for sure. I have to deal with both of these drillers. But yeah, self-perplex, just 70% on Azeroth, cruising through the dungeon. They've pretty much gotten through the difficult part of the dungeon. There's not that much left for them at this point. You're just talking about maybe the obelisk pull with the final boss.
Absolutely. And the really dangerous part about this trash pull that Pain for Femme are just cleaning up now is those throw rocks, as I was mentioning previously. It can really, if you just get bad RNG, just end up wiping your group as players can just end up going down. If you get a bad hit on the healer, getting a few throw rocks in one go, then you could just ultimately go down, as probably was what happened there to Harudra. But Pain for Femme have just been able to kind of, although it's taken them a lengthy time, they managed to clean it up without any real issues. And we see Self-Perplex up there on the second boss, on Azeroth there, just, taking their time. They're reasonably comfortable ahead. If they could just keep their composure and they can just play a safe game, they could ultimately end up taking this first game of the series. We've seen earlier in the competition that Self-Perplex have had some issues with their consistency, if you will. But I mean, Junkyard is a bit of a loose cannon, so maybe it's just one of those keys. We'll have to see if this game ends up going, or the series ends up going into a game 3, if we do see that Junkyard making a reappearance for these teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a reason Junkyard has been a permanent ban for some of the best teams in the MDI, because they just don't want to deal with the variance in there, right? When you have deaths in that dungeon, it becomes way worse than pretty much any other dungeon. So I wouldn't be surprised if a team like Self-Perplexed, with the experience that they had, would just not necessarily be as practiced or as comfortable in that dungeon versus other ones. And I mean, so far in Motherlode, we're seeing more of that Self-Perplexed that we liked in King's Rest. They aren't making any major mistakes here. You know, one tank death in comparison to having pretty much an entire boss heal up is way, way, way better. But check this out. From Pain for Fem here, pulling all this trash on top of the boss. This is incredibly dangerous, not only because Taskmaster takes damage from the mobs around it and reduces the damage you deal to the other mobs, but also just because you have the huge potential for Sanguine Healing on the boss. If you kill any of these mobs while the boss is doing this frontal stun, he can get easily 2 or 3 ticks of Sanguine Healing off. If you kill more than one mob underneath him, that's his full HP bar healed.
Very cute little play from there on Ricky's side of things as well. Just stands in the mechanic, waits for the perfect time, blinks out, and then time lapses back, and just gets into position, keeps blasting. Doesn't worry about those volcanics. You know, no skin off of his teeth, I think is the saying, or maybe I've just made that up. Nice little cute little play there, as they just cleaned that up nicely. That was a dangerous pull though. That was very, 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 very well done.
Yeah, and pulling that off without an Unholy DK to, you know, do all the initial major burst on them, that is pretty sick too. I mean, they must feel like they really need to have the Unholy DKs available in later dungeons in the series to not play it in Motherlode, because we know how, you know, Motherlode pretty much lends itself to these massive pulls that Unholy DKs kind of thrive in.
Absolutely, and we see Self-Perplex here. They moved on to Rixa Flux Flame there, and it's going to be interesting how they look to play this boss out. They did end up having some trash pulled into that. As you can see, the Sanguine pulls just remainder there on the floor. Out of the fight, they managed to clean it up nicely. It is just Flux Flame left, so they shouldn't really have too many issues. But I feel like this is definitely one of the scarier bosses in the game that teams just kind of seem to fall asleep on, because there's not many things to do on this boss, but the responsibilities that you do have can be quite troublesome if you do have those dots ticking for a little bit too long. A mismanagement of that going through, you can find yourself dying. So they got to be careful with that. Obviously, they've got to be watching where the boss is facing at all times and just be constantly checking that positioning. So it's very easy just to switch off, you know, be planning your next big pull, and then find that actually you've just had a misplay. But looks like Self-Perplex is doing a good job there just to clean it up. And I think even opting for an additional trash pull in there. They are really trying to get as much counter as they can into this boss, which is really good for time efficiency.
Yeah, especially with that Fire Mage choice in your group. Pulling those War Machines behind the third boss here with Rixa Flux Flame gives you access to that overcharge ability, which you can spell steal, and you gain 100% increased haste. So being able to have 100% increased haste on your mage the entire time is quite useful, as we'll see from Ricky's POV here. You can pump out some crazy combos. It's almost like you're playing a Lucid Mage. It's almost like you're playing Lucid Mage when you're playing World Vein, so you should be able to absolutely pump the damage here.
Absolutely, but can they hold on? I mean, Fem is barely holding on by this, like, barely. No, he goes down. He goes down. Flux Flame is still up at 70% health. Was it a Sang? No, it wasn't a Sang when he died. I think they just literally pulled it, but Meo's back up again, but Fem is still down. They have another battle res available, it looks like.
They're probably looking to finish off the trash, and then they can get the res off pretty easily. They can kite this out quite a bit with the rogue parry and cloak as well for the flame debuff as well. So once the trash goes down, they're easily able to get the tank up there. And it's not efficient, obviously. The boss healed back to full during that, but making the best of a bad situation is what the best teams are able to do, and that's why you're able to see this out of Pain for Fem. They just have so much experience from the MDI pulling these kind of things off that they're able to barely just get by with the skin of their teeth on that one. But Self-Perplexed, man, they are playing lights out this dungeon. No major mistakes from them already in this dungeon near the end. And they only have a little bit of trash left before they move on to the final boss.
You really got to be wondering, how much skin do these teams still have left on their teeth? For me, it's none. This has been a very interesting game one so far. We've seen some slight little misplays across the board. And like you're saying, I mean, it's how you regain that composure, how you kind of make the best of that bad situation. And it's definitely better than getting a full team wipe here on the side of Pain for Fem, where they're just able to hang on, just hang on and just get this Rixa Flux Flame back into the fray. No big issues. But we see Self-Perplex here transitioning over, they're just cleaning up the last little bit of trash that they need before they end up going on to the last boss here at Razdunk. Are we going to see, how many others do you think we're going to be ending up seeing on the last boss here? And, like, are they going to be doing the... Yeah, are they going to be doing... Yeah, because they're not going to go back now for the obelisk further down the hill, so it looks like they're going to go all 4. Are we going to see the kite strat, or are they just going to try and blitz this whole down with a big lust?
Ooh, I mean, we'll find out pretty soon here whether or not they're going for the kite strat. I would be incredibly impressed if they're able to pull off a kite strat in this setting. Let's keep an eye on it. Nah, there's no way they're doing that. Right? Or? No,
it looks like they're going for it.
Well,
someone's going on a journey.
All right, then. Well, how about that?
Here we go.
Is something. Wow.
They
well,
are
if they're
going
able
to
to pull this off,
as well.
hats off to them.
Yeah. Yeah, if they can do that, that would be great to see. I mean, this is definitely something that we've seen in other tournaments, as you'd expect from, say, like the MDI. But it's great to see it going on here in the KSM and seeing that teams are really here to rumble. They are up for making these big plays here. And we'll see how it works out, you know? We'll see if they manage to pull it off, because they do have to be careful about how they kite, whether they have to make sure that they retain aggro on all of the mobs and don't get too far away from any of them, as they could end up just kind of turning around and running back towards the rest of the group here, which would be a big disaster.
Yeah, so I'm really curious how this particular run stacks up to any similar MDI run. And believe it or not, in the Eastern Cup of Eastern Cup 3, we had these exact same affixes: Sanguine, Volcanic, Awakened, Tyrannical, and we had a 1449 for Method EU. So that's the time to look at here. And it looks like they're going to be probably about a minute off. But that being said, this is a stupidly fast time, even going so far as to pull off this kiting strategy so far. Now, of course, the dangerous part of the fight is going to be these drill smashes, right? This is unavoidable damage. You're going to take about half or so of your HP and damage for every drill smash. So as long as they have enough self-healing and mitigation to live through these drill smashes, the rest of the fight should be easy for them.
They are very, very closely hanging on there. Haruja very low on health, though he is able just to kind of mitigate that there, no problem on that smash. Lassie was getting dangerously low as well, but it seems like they're through the most... yeah, barely hanging on.
There you go.
They are through the roughest part of the fight now. It should just kind of be clean sailing from here. We'll see, though. We'll see. They have about all the amount of HP that they need. If Self-Perplexia are able to pull off this early game victory in the Motherlode, then we'll have to see how things shape up in the Ataldazar. Of course, we've seen Paint for Femme in the Ataldazar with a reasonably clean run. They had oh no, Haruja goes down. Is he?
Oh no!
No, he goes down. Quick res. He's back up. Okay,
All
nothing
right,
happened. Nothing happened. They're good. Just a little bit of teasing there, chat. Don't mind them. They're just showboating, I guess. But yeah, as I was saying with the Ataldazar, we've seen Pain for Femme and what they're capable of with a massive initial pull with the Colossi and Ataldazar. We'll have to see if they can repeat that, but a little bit cleaner. In the side of Self-Perplex, we have no real clue what their Ataldazar looks like, and Haruja's back up again.
What is going on?
He's back up again, no problems.
He's just dying. It doesn't matter.
Weight
though. The
goes
boss
down,
is
but they're okay. They
Global
can finish it
Razdunk.
off.
Easy clap for Self-Reliance. That was a fantastic run from them, and man, this is a continuation from the King's Rest we saw earlier. They're playing clean outside of these couple deaths on the last boss, right? We're not going to talk about that, though, because they played insanely well the rest of the dungeon. And I'm having some second thoughts here. I thought that Pain for Femme was going to crush this series, but doesn't quite look like it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, the time trials were close.
With that, DG Self-Perplexed takes the first map, and that was clean. Like, I haven't seen something like that being done on a Motherlode ever before. So they played it to perfection, and you can't be too upset, right? If you're Pain for Femme, you look at that and you go to the next, especially on top of the fact that I agree with what Zyronic said. Going into this Ataldazar coming in later, I think they really wanted Ricky on that Death Knight because that's where a lot of their crux came from. We saw him do 5 million DPS early on. So if we're looking at that, moving on, Do you lean more towards Pain for Femme again for Cyber moving into this one? Because you've already seen that run.
But yeah, I mean, we've seen what they're capable of. Now, like I mentioned, they are it really comes down to how these teams have looked to shift their practice. I mean, they're both very well-versed teams. They've got a lot of tournament experience. I feel like they probably don't need as much practice outside of the time trials as potentially other teams might need to get up to a state of like strong play in these dungeons. I think if Paint for Femme can do what they did earlier today in Etal Desart, but just clean, I think that they can just take that Etal Desart and as I say, go into a game 3, unless Self Perplex have something in the bag that something up their sleeve. I don't know whether they'll be able to recreate a run quite as clean as Paint for Femme, or quite as ballsy, I should say.
I'm actually curious because we're going, as I said, we're going into this Etal Desart, and Zyronic, we saw them play the Death Knight, the Hunter, and the Fire Mage in this one. You generally want all of those classes. Do you think we're going to see some flexibility into those classes, or do you think we can see something else, something unique come from this DG Self-Perplex roster?
Well, I think the interesting thing about Self-Perplexed is because Divine Field played the Unholy DK for them in that Mother Load, they still have easy options for their other DPS to pull out Unholy DK in this Etal Desart. So we could potentially see a double Unholy DK from both teams here, which is pretty obvious for Etal Desart, right? Huge snaps, huge pulls. You just want to have your Unholy DKs blast everything. That being said, it's hard to decide who I would choose for a winner here, right? Because Etal Desart is such a quick dungeon, and there's so many small things that can go wrong in every single one of these massive pulls that can pretty much dictate how the dungeon goes, that it's really hard to like call someone. But seeing how Self-Perplexed played in that Motherload, I think I'm going to give the edge to them.
So once again, we are doing Etal Desart, so Reaping is back. Coming back, we're going to be having that 20%, we're going to be having that aggression, and here is the lineups. What stands out? So we see, once again, we see a Hunter, Death Knight, and Demon Hunter for both squads for the thing. That's plenty of damage going into the Etal Desart, right?
I mean, we saw the Unholy Hunter for a moment, but that's not quite the buff they're looking for. They're actually going to be opting for the Beast Mastery Hunter instead. Yeah, I think with the Unholy DKs, I think that's a good option for this with the Reaping. Really solid choice on both teams to opt for that. The Demon Hunter, they're offering a little bit of control as well as just some very big burst damage as well. Yeah, we could see some interesting big pulls here. Femme opting for the Vengeance on this one as well. So I think a good choice for a lot of control with the sigils, as we mentioned earlier on today in Etal Desart.
Yeah, just having that control. I'm actually curious, with Reaping in it, does that control from the Demon Hunter, Vengeance Demon Hunter, really add a lot to this roster, or would you still rather have that Warrior if they really wanted it, Zyronic?
I think I still give the edge to the Warrior, right? The damage, if they're able to live through every pull, which is pretty much going to be the difference, right? If the Vengeance brings something with like their Silent Sigil to stop casts from the Reaping mobs, then that's pretty useful. But I think if Prot Warrior can just live through every pull, they're going to have a massive advantage just from the attack power buff alone, but not to mention the extra damage that the Prot Warrior itself is going to be doing to these pulls. And on top of that, just the extra AoE threat, because these pulls are huge. There's a lot of damage going on. There's a lot of mobs, and keeping threat is going to be an issue too.
Yeah, so we saw Pain for Femme run through this with an incredibly clean run, except for, that one mishap on Razan. Do you expect to see identical routes pretty much with the same rosters, and then it's just going to be down to execution, who can do all the big pulls clean, who's not going to have that team wipe? What are you thinking, Cyber?
It's easier to say on the side of Pain for Femme because obviously we've seen their Etal Desart. I think they're probably going to try for something similar, and then just because that's clearly the pulls that they've practiced. So I think if they can just clean up, as you say, that Razan pull, I think they're just going to look to, I say play it safe. They're taking some risky pulls, but obviously for them, that's their safer play. As Ronks alluded to, it's a short dungeon. Anything can go wrong. So on the side of Self-Perplexed, they might just be looking to play maybe a still very quick dungeon, but maybe just a slightly safer dungeon. Maybe based on the things that have been happening for them today. Though with that Motherload, that was a very clean Motherload. I think they'll still be very, very speedy, and they might even get the edge on Pain for Femme here.
So going into this, further into this series, if we're looking at, if you're Pain for Fem trying to make this run through the thing. I think they're in a pretty good spot, right? Because the next dungeon after this, if they can get the win, is the Mechagon Junkyard. And we saw DG Self-Perplex struggle on that one earlier. So I'm interested to see if they're going to be out. If they can lock this out, I actually think they can probably take the entire series. But going on here, Atal Dazar, what do you think is the most crucial point of the thing? Obviously, we have that 50% dungeon pull at the very start of the dungeon, but then we have, all these bosses that you really need to have everything clean for. Do you think it's on that first pull? Because that's where we saw the team that Pain for Fem went against struggle.
I think the big thing to look for is whether or not either of these healers are confident enough to pull off that kiting on this last boss. If they're able to go for that and pull it off clean, whichever team is able to do that the cleanest is going to take this dungeon easily.
Well, they won't need to on that one because they're going to have Reaping. So they aren't going to have any of that.
Never mind.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Hello,
Sorry,
Reaping's
okay.
coming in. An old friend.
What is Reaping?
Well, you'll shortly be reminded as we see Paint for Fem are about to double proc. This is going to be 42% trash here in this pull if they can pull it off. This is massively complex, though. I think Memo was just managing to hold on, pumping on some big heals there. No one's really dropping. Here comes the Reaping. I think this is an easy cleanup. They've definitely got this pull down. They've got this pull down.
Well, this is where the Vengeance Demon Hunter comes into play, right? You have the silent sigil for all these grave bolts going out from the Tormented Souls, and that's what they're going to be really useful for, making sure none of that percentage damage goes out. If just having that available to them makes that pull so much safer when the Reaping comes out afterwards. So that's the major difference here. But we're seeing a completely different pull strategy coming out from Self-Perplex. They're just going for the MDI strat, or the Angry Toast Snap, if you were. They're going for that strategy as well. And that's actually kind of letting them just burst down Rezon instead of worrying about having to deal with only trash. This is really feeding into that Unholy DK fantasy of, I do a lot of funnel damage and I do a lot of AoE damage, and this boss is going to melt because I'm doing all that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see which strat is actually quicker. I don't know if you know, with all of your wisdom and experience, Ironic, which strat ultimately, if they play clean, could end up being quicker. But I feel like the Razan first is a strong play. I feel like you end up ultimately losing less time with running back to things. But I don't know, maybe can you shed some light on that one at all?
I mean, when you talk about Atal Dazar, right, it's one of the fastest dungeons. Usually, the fastest time we saw was sub 10 minutes, and there's no other dungeon that really comes close to that. So when you're talking about how to do this dungeon quickly and most efficiently, even coming down to just the route you walk through the dungeon in is important. And when you don't do Razan first, you end up having to backtrack just a little bit with your route. And that 10-15 seconds you spend backtracking can easily just let another team that maybe had one or two deaths make up that time. So going for Rezon first and then doing a circle around the dungeon, dealing with the rest of the trash and the other two bosses, is definitely the most efficient way of dealing with the dungeon.
Absolutely. And we see Self-Perplexed here. They do a slightly smaller pull, yet still very ambitious pull just after Razan there. They end up killing all that trash, and then are they going to look to Shadow Meld off the Reaping as well as the other trash that they've just pulled? It does look like that's what they opt for. So that's going to be a big time save. The Reaping ends up following in regardless, but at least they've managed to shake off any of that trash that they would have otherwise had to deal with. So that was a very efficient time-wise, and that was pretty good to see. They end up pulling just this Reaping in. That's going to be really nice for Waith here on the side of the Unholy DK, just to add some extra damage into Priestess Alinza here.
Yeah, I mean, even though they did let some of the Reaping mobs through, you know what? That's fine. That's just extra fuel for your DK to pump his AoE damage in. But that being said, the Unholy DK just goes down right as I'm talking about him. A little bit of Caster Curse there, bringing that one back. Do they have a res available? They have a res available, but they only have the engineering battle res available.
It's an engineering.
It was their only res in the group. So they're kind of going to have to wait for these mobs to go down before they can get them up. And they, once the Blood Barrage abilities are gone from the Havoc Demon Hunter, they don't really have that much more AoE, but it looks like the second Fell Barrage came up, so they're able to clean up the rest of that trash. But as we're mentioning that, the second Reaping wave comes out, they need to get this Unholy DK up. There's no other easy way for them to deal
They
with
need
the
to get it back
trash.
up. Absolutely. And is it Harudra on the Mistweaver? He goes down. Yeah, this is going to be a full team wipe. I don't think. Oh, they're going to have to reset the boss. There's no way that they can hang on there with just the two, just the tank and the DPS. That is a very unfortunate play there on the side of Self Perplexed. We'll see how they're able to recover from this. Because, like we say, I mean, these are very well-seasoned teams. They're experienced players. They're used to things going wrong and having these mistakes. And it is all ultimately, how do you recover? What's your next plan of action? What's your next play? Though I don't know that they're going to have Shadow Meld up to get back to Priestess Alunza. So are they going to have to just clear this trash here? I mean, this is a nice surprise with the Reaping just sitting there waiting for him. So I don't know what they're going to have to do there to get back into this.
I mean, it looks like you just have to take the L and run through with it. Your Unholy DK is back available. He has his cooldowns available. So you can just, AoE it down with the boss again. But this is just huge time inefficiencies, right? You see the fire enchant going off, making sure they're all still in combat. Hopefully that's fake combat, because you really want to drop combat before pulling into the boss here. It looks like they did have their Shadow Melds available. Otherwise, we'd see a bunch of trash trailing in behind them. So it's not the worst case scenario, but I mean, you've already had one full wipe, right? If Pain for Fim plays clean, not even the most efficient routing anymore. If Pain for Fim just plays clean and has no deaths, they're going to take this dungeon and send us to a game 3.
Absolutely, and it seems that they managed to just clean up that Razan pull that they attempted earlier today. Oh, we have a death go down, though. I think as Ricky goes down, just gets caught in a quaking barrage there. That's going to impact the play very interestingly. I don't know if they're going to be able to get a res off, if they're even going to be able to reach him with a mass res there. Okay, they are able to. So they're going to be able to, not too much time lost there. They are just going to be able to pick up on Volcal. No big issues there. So I'll be interested to see as well whether Pain for Femme have been tracking, whether the teams are tracking the other players' streams and seeing, how comfortable they are in the lead, or how far they may be behind, and whether that will impact their play and the decisions they make henceforth. But it seems like we say, I mean, they have their strat in motion, and they kind of just stick to it and just play it out. It's not just about beating the other team. It's about showing how quickly you can do these dungeons and just being as clean as possible for the sake of the whole tournament. Because we got to remember, these teams are going up to the winner of this is going up to the upper. Is it the upper five? It's not the upper finals, is it? It's the upper finals.
Winners finals.
Upper finals. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be said for like a mentality check, right? Having the other stream open so you can keep an eye on them. That being said, a Taldazar is such a quick dungeon that I'm not really sure how much it benefits you, right? Generally speaking, the pulls you're going for, there's no real way to make them smaller. There's no efficient way to make them smaller. So you're not really ever going to go for something easier, I would say. But there's definitely like maybe a mental boost. If you see the other team wipe, you're like, okay, we have some leeway here. But I would be very surprised if these teams were actually watching right now.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be focused on their gameplay. Like you say, it's a short dungeon. By the time you actually deal with the stream delay and the mid-roll ad, you're probably not going to even catch where they're at anyway. So they're probably just going to be focusing a lot on their gameplay here and just trying to, as you say, get that clean run if possible. And we see Volcal just being dispatched here. They're going to look for a big Shadow Meld skip, I believe, before they're going to end up going on to Yasma here on the side of Pain for Femme. So looking just to hopefully clean this up nicely. They do have one more Reaping that they're going to have to deal with if they pull that before boss. So we'll see where they choose to take that.
Yeah, likely they're just going to go for some massive snap. They still have the middle pack available, I believe, so they can do that with maybe some of the sword packs and just burst it down with their Unholy DK. Wouldn't be surprised to see just the rest of that 22% remaining trash done in one pull for them. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it looks like Self-Perplexed to keep, little vocal tick, too much MDI casting. Self-Perplexed is just kind of going for a safer strat now, just dealing with the trash they have. They're just pressing W at this point, right? That's not that's not really an MDI style pull. That's a much more safer pull for them. And here it is, that big snap we were talking about. Looks like they've got a bunch of mobs. They've got the mobs at the bottom of the stairs plus double sword pack, just bursting it down with the Unholy DK and the Havoc Demon Hunter.
Yeah, they're definitely ramping up there in the numbers. Sepik doing a great job on the Demon Hunter. Very solid player, just able to comfortably multi-class and multi-spec, reasonably comfortable. He's definitely pumping up there. And I mean, you say it's a very scary pull. You see the Reaping getting procced into this. Schiller dangerously low there, as well as Ricky going down. Fem, I mean, this is a scary healing situation. Even with me, we were able to just pump out a lot of self healing or a lot of group healing there with the Way of the Crane. It's just very, very spooky.
Shelly's pets are AFK right now. He wasn't able to move them into position for this pull. They're just AFK behind the pillar. So he did a grand total of 2 million DPS on this pull. 1/16 of what the Unholy DK did. It's not the best thing in the world.
It isn't what you
want
to see.
Deal with it. Yeah, they're still able to deal with it. It's not efficient, but you know what? We'll take it. They were able to deal with the pull. And they literally have one mob left for this final reaping wave. Probably not going to proc it until they deal with the boss, though.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things where you take that risk when you do these snap pulls. Obviously, Taldazar is probably one of the most famous dungeons known for its big snap pull play. And it comes with a risk. And sometimes your hunter pets just, they don't work. And oftentimes, BM hunters don't do much damage without their hunter pets. So, unfortunately, they're on the side of Shella. I'm sure he'll be kicking himself, wishing he'd played the Warlock after all. And we're going to see them just looking to clean up Yasmin here. No awakening to have to deal with.
I don't think he was wishing he was playing the Warlock.
We can dream.
Nope. I cannot. Warlock bad. Wait until Shadowlands to be viable again. Your role right now as a Warlock is to drop Hellstones and then leave the dungeon. That's your job.
Absolutely. We're seeing Yasmin here just getting dropped. This is a fortified setting, so it's not really that difficult to boss. You don't really have too much time on this fight where you're having to deal with these spiders tracing around the room that you have to be carefully kiting and distracting. So it definitely eases this one up a lot, it being unfortified. I don't think we should expect really any issues here on the side of Paint for Femme. So we should be going into that game 3 and getting ready for that junkyard.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, nothing else can go wrong here. Even if they proc this last reaping wave, they can just Shadow Meld it off and not worry about it. So there shouldn't be any... Oh, they snapped, though. This is just extra damage for the Demon Hunter. No big deal. Just stun it. Don't worry about your tank. They've got the control with the Vengeance Demon Hunter. They should be totally fine. And we should be moving on to a game 3 here, like we mentioned earlier on Junkyard, which I don't really care if you're paying for Femme here. You know that Self-Perplex had issues before, but man, Junkyard is such a volatile dungeon that anything can go wrong in.
Yeah, we've evened it up 1-1, and that was literally the other shoe right there. First one, we had DG Self-Reflex having a very clean motherload. Now we have Paint for Femme just showing their Tau Desire is probably one of the best that we have right now in this Keystone Masters. But as you just said, Zyronic, we go to the infamous Junkyard, which I think we've only ever seen so far BDGG have a clean run. So I'm really interested to see what both of these teams are going to bring out. Because I don't think if you are Paint for Femme, you can really rely on DG Self-Perplex making another mistake. Do you agree with that, Cyber?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think of like what comps they're going to try and pull out of the bag here as well, and how that's going to influence potentially their pathing, their play, and how risky they go. Because really, they don't have a whole lot left in the bag going into a game 3. Like we said, these teams are going to be pumping a lot of their hopes into the first 2 games and winning those, so that it doesn't really come down to this. So it is going to be interesting how the teams manage to perform based on that.
Yeah, because we've seen so far throughout the Keystone Masters, when you get to that 3rd dungeon, sometimes teams don't even really prepare as perfectly for that. We've seen both for the Motherlode and the Taldazar, these guys have gone pretty much full AoE specs. So I'm interested to see what's left in the tank for them. Zyronic, do you think we'll see anything unique, or do you think we're just going to see a bunch of roster swaps to enable another Hunter, another Death Knight?
Well, I think you're pretty much scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point, right? So for Paint for Femme, for Self-Perplex, we've seen both Divine Field and Harudra pull out the Prot Warrior. I think 2 of their DPS have played Unholy DK, one of those being Divine Field. So technically speaking, they could still run 2 Unholy DKs here if they want to. I don't think we'll see 2. We'll probably only see 1. But the tank choice is going to be interesting because both teams have utilized their main tank playing Prot Warrior, so they're going to have to pull out something a little different here. I'm interested to see how that's going to affect them.
I'm wondering if we would see from DG Self-Perplex, is it valuable to have a Vengeance Demon Hunter for the same amount of control, for the same reason that we saw for on the Taldazar by Paint for Femme? Or, even something crazy. We saw a Blood Death Knight earlier on Junkyard. Like, Cyber, do you think there's any wiggle room for something unique, or do you think you're always wanting to go back to the staples?
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Self-Perplexed played the Vengeance Demon Hunter in their previous junkyard, so they have that under wraps, so their tank choice shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's really going to come down to the DPS, and I don't really remember if they can actually just run the same comp. They might be able to.
I think we're going to see as well. I think we might even see Ricky slip into the tank role here in the place of Fem. I think they're going to probably opt for potentially. I believe they could go for another Prot Warrior in that case and have Ricky start tanking a little bit and let Fem, have a little backseat DPS race going on. So that could definitely come to the fray. I think we might even see potentially, as you're saying, is ironic, the Vengeance DH there, or potentially a Prop Pally coming out.
So you're paying for Fem. You've seen DG Self-Perplex have struggled on this dungeon so far today. Do you take it a little bit slower? It doesn't really seem like the Pain for Fem MO to slow it down a little bit, but the main one that I've seen cause a lot of people issues is the Trash Before Gunker. Everyone keeps trying to mass pull that, and it doesn't really seem to work out. It's ironic. Do you think they're going to go for it still?
I think you still go for it. I'm not really sure what the execution problem is there. Maybe they're just not used to pulling that many mobs. It's been a while since we've had some sort of major dungeon event. So maybe they're just used to pulling live keys where you go a little slower and you make sure you have CCs for every single mob. But, I mean, theoretically, that pull shouldn't be that big issue, right? The two toxic monstrosities, all you need to do is just revival off the debuff, right? And then you should be fine. But almost every single time we see teams go to Junkyard, their DK just dies before the pull even starts. So just making sure you have your CC scheduled out, playing properly, playing safe, should be enough. I don't think they're going to go for smaller pulls, though.
I'm curious, does that pull only work if you have a Mistweaver Monk? And do both of these teams still have a Mistweaver Monk in their back pocket? Because I can't 100% remember what healers were played so far in the last two dungeons. But is it possible to do that pull without a Mistweaver?
It is with immunities. So, for instance, if you have a Hunter run in with Turtle. But it's a lot easier to just revival the debuffs off because it doesn't matter who runs in, right? You can just remove any of the debuffs with revival. It just makes it so much easier to pull off. I don't think teams would be as confident with going for it if they didn't have a Mistweaver on their team.
If we do have Ricky on the prot, then he can stay in and just spell reflect. And then if we have, say, Unholy DKs, then they can just AMS, I believe. So, yeah, like Zyronic is saying, if they can just make use of some of that utility, then they should just be able to stay in without the Mistweaver Monk. Though I suspect that we will see some, and yes, we do.
There it is.
Alrighty, well, loading into our final game, the winner here going into the upper finals. This is between Pain for Fem and DG Self-Perplexed here. We're going to see both teams opting for a very similar first play. Pain for Fem playing it slightly more careful, not opting to pull this trash into the boss. Though Self-Perplexed say, you know what, it's the final game, let's go big, let's just pull everything into Gobblemak here and just see how we do.
Well, they went for this exact same pull earlier on, and they had 2 deaths on it, only being able to battle res one of the players earlier on. But it looks so far like it's going way, way, way more clean for Self-Perplexed here, as the trash just gets blitzed down by that unholy DK AoE plus the Blood Barrage combo from the Demon Hunter. The trash is pretty much all dead. They maybe got a couple trash toshes out that might have gotten healed by the Sanguine, but at this point, the major danger of the pull is gone, and you just have to worry about making sure you get those zap debuffs on so you can deal with the grunters. This is fantastic job by Self-Perplexed, realizing the mistakes they made earlier on, probably practicing before this match so they can get through this pull cleanly.
And you know what? We were both correct. You called the Vengeance Demon Hunter on the side of Self-Perplexed, and I called Ricky going for the Prot Warrior. So it seems that we're actually doing our job correctly, Zyro, which is always a positive reinforcement, a feel-good moment, if you will. So that's that's good to see. And Self-Perplexed here, they're just going to be cleaning up Gobblemak, though. Pain for Fem, they're just pulling in Gobblemak now, so they're kind of doing that trash in 2 separate pulls. I will be interested to see if Self-Perplexed go back and end up doing a little bit more of trash from the beginning of the dungeon, or if they kind of just proceed on to Trixie Nano or not. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. I remember properly
from earlier, I think they go straight to Trixie Nano, pull the entire room, and then pull the boss. So they're just literally all about these mass AoE pulls with the Unholy DK, and they have a route pretty much specifically designed around it. And as long as they're clean with it, we should be able to see them put up a ridiculous time in this dungeon. But of course, like we were talking about pretty much the entire series, they just were not clean in the previous series, but they played so much better since then.
Absolutely, and I've been keeping a careful eye on Harudra when he has been shifting into this Unholy DK role, because I know he's been when he's been doing well on it, he's been doing very well, but there have been some tricky moments that he's fallen into where maybe he's just more used to being in that tank role and able to just kind of have a little bit more sustain than he's used to on the Unholy DK. But I'm saying that Sebek now goes down on the side of the DK for Paint for Fem. Maybe did he just blast a little bit too much, take a little bit of aggro there? I didn't quite see what happened. And now Milo goes down. This is catastrophe on the side of Pain for Fem. Even with
this
that
is
smaller trash
not
pool.
the greatest moment for them for sure, but as long as the Demon Hunter is able to stay alive, but this charge smash is probably going to be all she wrote for them. There's no way all three of them live through that. And that's going to be a full team wipe for Paint for Fem here. They're going to have to gear up back together and go back and try again. Also, they're going to have to all get a brand new set of bots, including Fim, who has just gone down after they reset the boss, wasn't able to get the Feign Death off either. So that's going to be a lot of backtrack time for them. Check out Self-Perplex, though. They had a lot of issues with this trash pull in Trixie and Dano's room earlier on, but it looks like they were able to deal with it much more cleanly. They're already onto the boss this time around, and they are cruising through Junkyard compared to before. The only real scary moment of the dungeon is going to be that probably 4 generals pull, as well as maybe the double Toxic Monstrosity pull. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they've kind of shored up those pulls.
The monstrosity pull is definitely going to be where things could come crashing down for Perplex, but if they manage to build up enough of a lead here ahead of Pain for Fem, they might just still be on track to take that win if they play as clean for the rest of the run as they have been so far. I mean, Trixie Nano, they're almost done for. This is no problem for them. They're going to be setting up, getting ready for that big monstrosity pull. I would have really loved to have seen a 3 monstrosity pull so far in this tournament. It would have been really spicy to see a team really try and pull that out. Though I feel like maybe I'm just I'm wishing for too much,
The biggest problem with a triple monstrosity pull is essentially just the mobs in between it, right? There's too many toxic lurkers. There's too many slimes that you have to interrupt the waves for. I mean, there's too much individual single target CC that has to go out in order to actually deal with those pulls. Yes, they can deal with the consumes, but the biggest problem is going to be, what do you do on the second cast of consume, right? Because if you spend a lot of your time setting up that pull, toxic monstrosities are going to start their consume cast before they're stacked up, more than likely.
I guess you just hope everyone's killed it already.
Everything stacked. Yeah, everything should be dead by the time you're getting the second consume off, and it probably wouldn't be there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do have misaligned consumes, I mean, even pulling 2 monstrosities, if you do manage to misalign those consumes, then suddenly you can find yourself in a very bad situation as you probably wipe and then have to go and get 5 more bots. So definitely safer to play that 2 monstrosity pull. And we can see down on bottom left screen here, Self-Perplexia, they are going for that double monstrosity pull. It looks so far like they're pulling it off cleanly. No real issues. I think we just get the Mistweaver there just absolutely carrying through that pull. They're just able to all stay in during that consume all. They're just able to pop the revival and just stay in and just pummel that trash down. So very
there are the
cleanly
second
done.
consume casts, but it doesn't really matter because the rest of the trash is dead, so they can just wait out those casts instead of having to worry about staying in and doing damage. And I think the other impressive thing is that they were able to pull off that pull without the initial burst from the Havoc Demon Hunter. They didn't have the Blood Barrage available for the start of the pull, so their initial burst damage was a lot lower than what you would assume you'd have with this team comp. Really only being carried by the Unholy DK plus the Hunter, so fantastic execution from them. Only have the rest of this section with the 1 Toxic Monstrosity left before they can move on to Gunker, and then the rest of the trash afterwards.
One thing I am wondering here on the side of Pain for Fem is, with Ricky on the Prot Warrior, do we think that, I believe this is the first game of the day for him having to play in that tank role. Maybe this is just where he's had to still be warming up to this tank role. I mean, Ricky's a fantastic player, but it's one of those things where you've just been in a DPS brain all day, and then suddenly you have to switch to this tanky role, and it can just be a case of shifting into a different mindset. And maybe that's just caused some issues in the dungeon on Gobbamac, and then ultimately that's resulted in them just being slightly behind here now on Trixie and Nano.
I mean, let's be honest. Playing a Prot Warrior is pretty much playing a DPS, except you force things to hit you. I don't think there's much of a major difference, right? So, I mean, there is definitely, and that's not to say it's an easy class to play, right? There's a lot of skill cap to it, making sure you get proper spell reflex off and whatnot. But I think as far as tank specs go, it's one of the easier specs to play and be a tank on, because there's pretty much just a pass-fail mechanic with it, right? Do you have the mitigation to live? Yes or no? And generally speaking, for 20 keys, Prot Warriors should always be living. That's why you see them able to pull off these massive pulls that we see in both the MDI and KSM today. So I don't think that should be too much of an issue for them. I don't think Ricky's making any mistakes here. I think they just kind of had some individual play mistakes on King Gabamak, and they're just playing from behind now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we see Self-Perplex here. They're midway through Gunky here, or just about near enough. So it does look like they shouldn't really have any real problems on Gunky here. It is quite a nasty boss with a lot of AoE damage going out, but it's not too mechanically intense where you are likely to make many mistakes on that boss. So should this go to plan, what's the next play here for Self-Perplexed? Are they going to look to try and take a safety obelisk, do you think? Or do you think they're going to look to potentially do all 4 on last?
I think if you're watching the stream here, you absolutely take a safety obelisk. There is no reason not to. You're pretty much an entire boss section ahead here. You had mistakes with it. You had problems with it earlier on. Just protect your bots, protect your win, protect your place in the winners finals. Play safe. I'd be really upset if I didn't see them go for that strategy here, because that's just absolutely the smart play.
Yeah, it is, like you say, it's the case of if they're watching the stream and they do have it on this time around, then they'll know that they're a little bit ahead and that they can afford to take that safety play. And here we see that monstrosity pull now on the big screen, so we can see just how they're looking to deal with it. Ricky does ultimately end up for hopping out there. I don't know if he didn't have the Spell Reflect there available for that, or if the Consume just kind of misaligned. Yeah, Spell Reflect is just coming off cooldown, so I don't know if he had it available there for that initially.
Yeah, it misaligned. He was only able to Spell Reflect one of them, unfortunately, there. So
yeah,
not the ideal scenario for them, but looks like everything's going to work out for them okay, as they just have this one Toxic Monstrosity left.
And Fem does go down. He does. They're not opting for the battle res there. They've still got one Monstrosity to do, so they're just going to end up pulling through. He might be going on a journey now to go find himself some shock bots and get some haste before he gets back into the fray. And now we have this pinnacle moment here where we... Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Self-Perplexia now decide on whether they opt for that pillar or not. They're going to clear up this trash now before the pillar. So I feel like
they
they're
wouldn't
be
going for this
it.
pillar. They wouldn't be going for this pillar if they were going to do a pillar. They'd be doing the pillars on the other side of the pathway next to the renormalizers. So we'll keep an eye on that. Then they'll deal with this trash pull, and then I believe the pillar that they would potentially take would be after the next trash pull.
Yeah, because what percent trash are they on now? I'm sure we'll be able to see when it jumps up to the big screen shortly. But yeah, so they're going to be opting, like you said, they're going to be opting for this big trash pull here. And then is it Ogroth here on this pillar, or is it?
I believe it is Samrak.
It looks like Samrak. Yeah, looks like Samrak. Okay, so they're going to be dealing with Samrak. Just remove that fear from the fight. It is quite a dangerous mechanic to occur on HK8, because that fear, it can come in at a very poor timing, and you can end up running into the boss mechanic and just getting blasted by the cannons in the center of the dungeon. So I think it's definitely the safer play, as you're mentioning. Interrupting Void Weaver is not too much of an issue, really, with the caliber of players that we have here today. So definitely the better obelisk play here, and it does look like they are opting for that safety play, which is good to see.
Yep, I love this. And like you mentioned, Void Weaver, when you're running double melee, is not an issue as long as everyone's in range to interrupt, so shouldn't be too big of an issue for them to deal with that. We saw them even be able to deal with 3 of them earlier on without Bloodlust, so I'm not too worried about them going for that strategy. That being said, man, this is a completely different team from what we saw earlier today, right? That first series that they just barely scraped by in a 3-game win, they look much more comfortable. They look like they're just much more safe. They're making the correct plays rather than just having random deaths all the time. I love this look on Self-Perplexed.
Yeah, they've definitely come back way more composed. Like you say, they're getting out the early stages of the tournament, and And now they're going into now they're going into this into this series with Pain for Fam. They get 2 clean dungeons, the Motherlode and the Junkyard. It looks like if all things continue as they are, they're going to be winning this out as 2-1 against Pain for Fam, and they just managed to get back on track. And as we were alluding to earlier, with these teams just being such high caliber teams, they've got a lot of tournament practice. They know that they're going to have issues along the line, so it's just about keeping focused, keeping composed, and just playing it out. And it's really good to see from a great team here.
Wow, and with the amount of times you've seen wipe to that particular pull right there, it looks great to see them just blast straight through and not have any issues. That was great to see. Really staying composed in a moment like that, which is difficult for sure. You love to see that kind of looking at them. Once again, really all that's left for them is to go straight through this single target burn phase, and if they have the cooldowns available, it should be a breeze for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't have Bloodlust available for this, for HK8, but it's not going to matter. It's fortified. They've got all their shock bots. It's going to melt. It's going to go down comfortably. Unless they all stand in the ground mechanic and get one shot, I really doubt that there's anything that's going to go on here for Self-Perplexed. Just a nice, clean 2-1 to them in this series. And they're going to be going on to the upper finals to play off against BDG, I believe.
That's going to be a series to look forward to tomorrow. I can't wait to watch that one. That's going to be fantastic. Both of these teams, BDG for sure has looked, I think, a little bit better in my opinion, but if this is the Self-Perplexed that we see tomorrow, that's going to be a fantastic series.
And that is good. That we have DG Self-Perplexed having an incredibly clean run on Junkyard. As you said, looking way different to what we saw from them earlier today. These DG Self-Perplexed and the upper bracket final, sorry, I forgot who, BDGG, will actually be playing in 2 matches time. So they will be playing today as well. So it's going to be awesome to see those 2 teams go against each other, because I think you can agree with me on this one, Zyronic. They've looked like the 2 cleanest teams who've executed the best strategy so far today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think BDGG has a huge advantage on pretty much every single one of the teams here. I've said this before, I'll say it again. They've got a lot of multi-classers in their squad, people who can just pretty much play not only every single class in their role, but different roles as well, right? They're just, in general, all incredibly strong players, and I think we're seeing that from Self-Perplexed as well, a little bit from Pain for Fam too. There's a lot of really high-caliber teams, but yeah, BDGG, Self-Perplexed, definitely the 2 strongest teams that we've seen so far.
Yeah, with Pain for Fem, like we've seen them play today, and they have had some blisteringly fast dungeons so far today, mainly a Tal Bazaar. If they can translate that to some other dungeons, they're going to be terrifying to play against in the lower bracket. Cyber, you've seen a bunch of them today. What are your thoughts on them as a team? Do you think they can really take the rest of the day off, look at the mistakes they're making, and come back through the lower bracket?
Knowing Pain for Fem as a team, I don't think they'll be taking any time off tonight. I think they'll be hammering it pretty hard until the early morning. In the lower bracket is going to be an interesting one. I definitely think that we've seen some surprise plays from teams such as Size Doesn't Matter taking a win off. I believe it was Self-Perplexed that they were able to do that against, though it could be, Self-Perplexed there. So we have seen some hiccups from some of these teams. I think in terms of consistency, Pain for Fem will do very well in the lower bracket, and we could potentially see them in those lower finals. I definitely don't think this is the last that we'll see of them, and we could ultimately end up seeing them, later on in the tournament in those lower finals, as I say.
I think it's really interesting with these teams that we talk about that are the top level. It doesn't ever feel like they're heavily hindered by the format that we see in Keystone Masters. They always have those classes that you really want to have that will pump out that damage, and that just shows the flexibility and the skill of these veteran players. Zyronic, do you think that's what sort of sets the lower seeds from the upper seeds? Because from the lower seeds, we saw an enhancement shaman. Let's put it that way. Like, they don't have everything in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, what it comes down to is I think a lot of these top-end teams just have people who play the game a lot. A lot of these players are guys who will just push live keys, right? Fem himself is like 7K. A lot of these other players in tournaments have ridiculous IO scores as well. And it also comes down to that a lot of us are just dirty Fodden players, right? We see something that's OP and are like, I want to play that. I want to feel like I'm OP. And these guys, they all picked it up. They've got the DH, they've got the DK, they've got the Prot Warrior. They've got the Mistweaver. Everyone can swap to it. Everyone can swap to whatever they need for these individual dungeons, and we're seeing the best teams just easily dealing with this stuff.
I'm actually interested, Cyber, as we're moving out of BFA into the light, which is Shadowlands. I'm interested, do you think we'll ever see styles like we see right now with these Mythic Pluses, with the amount of corruptions and the sheer amount of damage that some of these classes are able to put, like Unholy Death Knight? We're not going to see a class like that ever again, probably, well, at least in Shadowlands in the near future.
Yeah, Blizzard definitely. I mean, we're going to see some changes with the AoE cap. So certain classes are going to be less capable of doing what we're currently seeing. Though I know a lot of the range specs are going to be keeping on AoE cap. So we could still be seeing a lot of this style just from different specs, which could be interesting. Maybe the reign of the Unholy DK is gone, and maybe it's going to be the Hunter that comes into the fray. We'll have to wait and see, but I think Corruption has made things interesting with really maximizing that damage compared to how much incoming damage you want to take, right? Obviously, you have those negative Corruption effects, so that does come into play when you're doing these keys. You know, it's not just a breeze to equip a 79 Corruption and just deal with it. So I think we'll see it just in a slightly different style in Shadowlands.
Yeah, it's been an awesome run, and this Keystone Masters has been awesome so far. So we have DG Self-Reflex taking it 2-1 against Pay for Fem. We are heading into a quick break, but then we have Undead and Cynek. They're going to go into the nitty-gritty of what we saw in this match.
Welcome back to the Keystone Masters tournament. My name is Synecdoche and my co-analyst today is Undad. The series we just saw was a great back and forth to watch, with initiative being passed between GG Self-Perplexed and Paint for Femme through Motherlode, Ataldazar, and Junkyard. One really neat thing we saw was a Disc Priest in Sanguine Motherlode. They have a very useful trick, the Shining Force knockback. We also saw a few other things happen in that Motherlode. Unfortunately, Paint for Femme had a very big setback on the first boss with a gigantic Sanguine heal. Undad will tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we pray my audio works this time, but as you can notice here, one of the boss's healths is going up, and in the small screen down below, the boss's health is going up for Paint for Femme and going down for Perplexed. So this is kind of what we expect from Sanguine Motherlode with this big Peacekeeper pull on top of the Crowd Pummeler, is you either pull it off or you don't. And if you don't pull it off, you end up behind by 2 to 3 minutes just because you have to kill the boss a second time. And that kind of snowballed from there. Paint for Femme made some mistakes later on as well, but I don't think they were caught up enough for it to really matter whether they had played clean or not. And then obviously Perplexed did excellent on the last boss with the kite strat. Tyrannical Motherlode last boss is not an easy feat for Prot Warrior to tank, but they pulled it off fine.
Exceptionally
challenging. And then we moved into
yeah.
Ataldazar after that, which we've talked about previously being one of those momentum dungeons. Some cool reaping stuff we can do. If we look at the bottom screen, Sinek, why don't you walk us through what's going on
yeah,
with
absolutely. So
Self-Perplexed?
DG Self-Perplexed has just procced a Reaping Wave next to some Colossi that they don't want to fight because they've previously pulled the middle pack. So they're going to meld here and then try to pull this Reaping Wave into the boss. You can see this clip gets full screened here, and the Risen Souls get dragged in, and the Unholy DK sets up their wounds and gets ready to pop off.
So this is one of those things that if it worked properly, we'd be pogging out about this strat. But ends up they lost their DK later on in the pull, and then had to deal with more reaping coming in, and had to come back and kind of set them behind from that, which let Paint for Femme take that game, pushed us into Junkyard, which is another momentum dungeon. Which one thing I want to point out about Junkyard and what allowed them to be so clean in the final game was Harudra has joined us as one of the other triple role players. We saw Trell earlier playing Mistweaver, playing Hunter, and Prot Warrior, and now Harudra's done that as well. He was on the Mistweaver for Ataldazar.
He joins the Trell Club.
Exactly, the Trell Club of our triple role players, which lets them play Mistweaver in Junkyard, which is a huge deal. Like, not being able to play Mistweaver in Junkyard makes all of the pulls so much harder. The HPAL obviously worked okay for Paint for Femme, but I think that's a lot of what set them behind.
The story we really saw here was once Perplexed knew they were ahead, they started doing some smaller pulls, and they really just solidified the lead and drove home the win for the series.
Yeah, we saw them do pulls that you would maybe see on live, right? Like they're at the end of the dungeon, there's like 6 mobs here, 6 mobs there.
pull here or there. Yeah.
They did an obelisk and then just pulled it off by playing clean at the end. So we'll see what happens in the next game. Go ahead, Sam.
Let's go ahead and go back to the casters and take a stab at the next game.
Yes, Sinek, thank you very much. We are back. I'm here with Dratnos and Lithy. Thank you guys very much for joining us. We have Control the Environment versus Size Doesn't Matter. So it's our first lower bracket match. Whoever, if you lose here, you're out of the tournament. So we're seeing these two teams who have already taken a loss today. Control the Environment, struggled pretty hard. And then we had Size Doesn't Matter, who took, who was it? DG Self-Perplexed to the edge. So I'm really excited to see what we'll see from these two teams. But the first things first, we're going to Toldagor. I don't know much about it other than I hate it every time I do it. Dratnos, can you sort of walk me through some of the issues that we see in Toldagor?
So it's a little bit affix dependent, but even without any affixes that are too challenging in Toldagor, it's a dungeon that has a lot of areas where things can go wrong, and there's so much pressure put on the cannon segments of the dungeon where there's kind of this arms race among teams to just do more and more with those cannons, and that has led to the cannon section being just like a massive pull. But you kind of only get one shot at it because your cannons only have five bullets in them, and you need 4 of those to kill any given monster. So once you mess it up a little bit and you wipe, you have to go and pull those mobs all individually. So it's a dungeon where there's so much focus on that cannon segment, and all the rest of the dungeon, there are some parts where the game behaves in creative ways when it comes to walls and ceilings in there, and so that can also cause a lot of challenges for groups.
Yeah, I think we've all had a Twilight Devastation pull the entire dungeon before, so it's unfortunately the worst part. So, Lavi, as we go into this total gore, as you said, the cannons are so important in this dungeon. Are you going to see the composition sort of built around what is going to happen there?
Yeah, that's the good question. It's definitely worth it to go for that because you can gain a huge advantage just through that cannon section. As Stratnos just says, the dungeon is very heavily centered around that. So going for a comp that supports the clean play of that whole cannon section definitely is a good idea, especially if we think about monks with Ring of Peace, things in that direction. That's definitely a good call. So I'm really curious if the teams actually go for that.
So the Resto Druid, is that because of the cannons you got the Typhoon that'll really help in that, or would you rather have a monk in that situation?
Well, the Resto Druid definitely works as well. It's a bit of a mix. So the ring definitely blocks off the entrance of the corridor, so to say, while the Typhoon just offers you a knockback. If you can get a vortex in or stuff like that, then that might secure some more mobs. But it's definitely not as safe as a ring, but definitely works. What you can also go for with the Resto Druid is the mass entanglement, just to root a bunch of mobs in place, which is going to make the shots with the cannons just a lot easier.
Dranos, we also see I think that's an outlaw rogue. Sorry, my rogue is not very proficient. Is that because of opening gates at all, anything like that? Or do you think this is just a pick because it is so dependent on the cannons, they don't want to use something like an Unholy Death Knight or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, the rogues are really great in Toldegor for opening the doors and for shooting the cannons with Tricks of the Trade. I think this is one of the most rogue-favored dungeons that's out there. So that's a really strong thing that's going for size doesn't matter. The rest of their composition, I mean, these are all really strong specs. I actually really like what Control the Environment is doing here, though. They're playing a Vengeance Demon Hunter, which is great in Toldegor for all of the mob control, especially in that cannon segment. The sigils are a great way for one class to bring like 3 classes worth of abilities that are useful there. So I think that their comp, one of the nice things about that is that they're not using a Prot Warrior, right? They've still got a Prot Warrior now for later maps. And I think a map where Vengeance Demon Hunter is as good or maybe even better than the Prot Warrior. So not only are they getting maybe a short-term advantage here, I think they're getting a really nice set of classes that they're still going to have access to for games 2 and 3.
I'm actually curious about that as well. I'm looking at the next dungeon as well, because in the Keystone Masters, you need to be looking at every dungeon in the series. We're going to Siege of Borealis, another one where you want a lot of, pushing around. You want to have your characters that can push things into the spotters. Do you think there are some manipulation with this of like, I don't want to use this because we're going to want it for Siege of Borealis?
Oh, definitely. There is some of the classes you definitely want to have in Borealis, especially if I'm looking at the rogue there, that one team is skipping out on that. It is definitely very powerful, especially at the start of Siege with the Shroud, and to skip some mobs there, but we'll manage Toldegor first, I think.
Yeah, looks like we are getting underway here. Our main camera here is on Control the Environment. They are playing with that double Demon Hunter composition, one of each spec. And then they've got the Mistweaver Monk, the Unholy Death Knight, and the Beast Mastery Hunter. And the affixes we have going on here, we got Teeming, Fortified, and Quaking. So none of the affixes are going to prevent them from doing this massive pull that we're seeing. All these mobs coming in, plus some bonus teaming mobs, onto this first boss for some huge AoE burst from both the Demon Hunter and the Death Knight, actually. Look at that Death Knight, though. Look at that Death Knight just ascending on the damage meters.
Yeah, the Demon Hunter and the Death Knight are completely escalating. I think that's almost 45 million DPS in the peak for the Unholy Death Knight here. That's a lot of damage. And the tank jumping out here, grabbing some of the parasites that are patrolling here on the outside of the boss area, so to say, grabbing that in for some extra cleave. The Demon Hunter and the Death Knight especially are going to be very happy about that, as well as the Hunter, even though he's not really competing with the Death Knight in DPS here. But this is looking very, very good. 40% almost on the Sand Queen. This is looking very, very nice, and the other team seems to manage with that pull quite well as well.
Yeah, it looks like much the same strategy coming out from both sides here. Really, that Unholy Death Knight is the pivotal spec to have access to in order to do something like this in this dungeon. And yeah, you can see they are making quick work of this as well. Pretty similar on the enemy forces count too. They've also done most of the beach here. And both bosses are pretty much at the same health percentage as well. So we've got a real match on our hands here.
Yeah, both teams going in with a really clean start. really glad, and didn't really want to say surprised that no one really got hit here, because this trash it can get a little bit dangerous, especially if you think about the crabs rooting someone or the crocodile stacking the debuff on the tank too high. But this is going really well. Now we have to see, though, how each team is going to deal with this section, because we have a rogue for the gate. We might have some keys to just scrolls to just unlock the gate for the other team, but the rogue definitely is going to open a lot of doors here, quite literally. And that's why they can play the pillar while the other team just decides to not opt that and just go in and skip some mobs with the Shadow Mat here.
Okay, I'm not a color scientist, but looking at the two different teams here, I think we may have actually been mistaken about the presence of a rogue here, because I don't see a yellow bar for either team. So I think that was in fact an error, and we had a team composition adjustment here. So they're both still valid comps, but there are no rogues in for either team. What we have seen is a little bit of a difference with the Awaken strategy here. Team Control the Environment has gone and done that first Awaken mob and used that to skip up into this area, whereas Team Size Doesn't Matter has instead skipped that Awaken mob entirely. So they're going to have to deal with it with the last boss. Last boss in this dungeon is a scary one to fight more than, I think, 2 Awaken mobs with in a key like this. So they are probably going to have to find a different obelisk to activate later that Control the Environment will instead probably skip, if I had to guess.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I guess the rogue just vanished out of sight. That tends to happen with that class, so please forgive me on that one. But yeah, Size Doesn't Matter, really dealing quite well with the trash over here. That's looking solid, and since they are... well, they're opting to open some doors and get some extra trash, and of course the buffs that you get when you free these prisoners. You got a priest, for example, that gives you some stamina, some damage. So the usual class buffs in general that are available, you can get that from the NPCs in these cells. And on the other side, yeah, controlling the environment, opting to grab the blob, that Size Doesn't Matter is grabbing as well now. So both teams now kind of syncing up their route and going for the similar pillar. I guess they will just be going up to the next floor. Nice line of sight snap with the eyes here to just get it some nice AoE cleave out there.
Yeah, this is so I didn't quite catch what exactly Control the Environment did there, but I think that they pulled a little bit less of the trash in the brig area, but they are up awakened enemies. They've killed an extra awakened enemy compared to Size Doesn't Matter here. Both teams are going to take this blob to roughly the same spot, but Control the Environment now have actually slingshotted a little bit ahead in terms of dungeon progression right now. They've already finished the blob, and they are on to that first Jess Howlis trash pull, and they are on a massive pull. Meanwhile, Size Doesn't Matter, yeah, making their way up there as well. But here that pull is, look at all these mobs.
That's a crazy pull. We saw some of the bubble casts going through. That's a shield on every mob around that. And with that, obviously, that makes the pull really, really nasty. And subsequently, we lose the DK. We lose the Demon Hunter. That's a lot of damage. That's lost as well as CC and kicks. So this pull definitely going down the drain a little bit here. The tank can barely keep himself up. The healer doing everything that he can to support the guy that's getting slapped around here. But they seem to have recovered to resist burned to get the people up. Who tank drops down. That's just too much pressure. In the end, the next bubble cast goes out. This is rough.
This is going to be a full team wipe here for Control the Environment. That is not what they like to see. It looks like they're maybe trying to keep this alive, but there's those torch throws. Yeah, imagine dying in 2020. Keck W is the message that gets played on death there. One of my favorite parts about this tournament is getting to see everybody's UIs. That is a nice one. They're going to have a long and unfortunate Tol de Gore run back ahead of them now.
Definitely. The on-death weakers of some players are really entertaining to behold, that's for sure. But now we are on board of Size Doesn't Matter, and if I'm not mistaken, who have also arrived in Jess Howlis' department, so to say, pulled that boss through the wall as well, if I saw that correctly. So a big boss pull with a lot of trash, a lot of cleave damage. The DK is going to explode on the DPS meter here, pumping out over 400k DPS, but Demon Hunter and Hunter, of course, don't want to stand by idly. They are pumping as well. This is looking really good. A lot of damage. The trash goes down really fast. So looking solid right here.
Yeah, this is already the second phase of the boss fight as they are getting to this part, so they are doing a great job of making sure that this boss is well managed and doesn't get a chance to do anything too nasty. With these affixes, there's not too much that can go super wrong here. Quaking, I think, is the most dangerous affix in this area, particularly if you get quaking during the transition. You're all stunned on top of each other and the quake comes out. That's a sad way to wipe. It has definitely happened before, but never to me, of course. And they've gotten through this boss very, very smoothly. So it's up to see now, up to the cannon section, how exactly they want to do this part. There are a lot of different options for how to progress here. It looks like they're going to maybe run as a group. And then they'll probably be doing a Ring of Peace into a Shadow Meld, if I had to guess, at the obelisk.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. There's the Ring of Peace, as you called it. They will open the door. I think the Shadow Meld coming in. We see a nice trap to keep some mobs out of range and delay those coming in. Yeah, that mob almost caught up to the group, but this is looking fine. They're going to open the gate and run through, ready to just grab everything into that cannon area that you talked about already. Oh, the quaking coming in here. That's a little bit nasty and annoying to deal with, but they seem to have handled this quite well. So now they're popping the barrel and just running out there.
Yeah, they are skipping that obelisk. I forget which team, since we've swapped teams a couple times, I've now forgotten which one has 2 down and which one has 1 down. So I'm not sure which is which, but I think that the obelisk, or the enemy that's behind that obelisk, is Samrek, and so that's not too scary to fight when you have the Mistweaver Monk for the revival on the last boss, but don't quote me for that, or don't quote me on that. Anyways, we've got the cannon section going here. This is a really great work, actually. There's one mob that failed to get hit by the cannons, so it's not perfect, but they've done quite a few enemies here, and they've not wiped. So yeah, not a bad outcome for Control the Environment.
Yeah, they definitely got a good pull going there. They didn't even need the Ring of Peace since they used that on the Shadow Meld skip just beforehand. So really well played, solid gameplay here to not lose anyone. As you said, that one mob that didn't get hit, that's a bit of a shame, loses them some seconds, but honestly, this pull can go much, much worse than it went for. Size doesn't matter, so they will be looking for the next pack and the next cannon, or maybe even a Shadow Meld skip into the next boss room, something along those lines. This is more looking like a Shadow Meld skip to the next cannon. So they'll be pulling a bunch of stuff together here, line of sighted around the corner, so everything groups up nicely, and then just blasting it as before. Really going at it here, looking good so far.
Yeah, meanwhile, Control the Environment... wait, okay. I actually have no idea which team is Size Doesn't Matter and which team is Control the Environment at this point. Okay, this one's Control the Environment. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so this team, Control the Environment here, still working on Jess Howlis. They wiped to this floor once. They didn't actually wipe to the boss. They just wiped to the trash section. So this is... now that they're into this boss fight, they should be home safe to get through this part, but they are a solid... 5 minutes behind, I'd say, as a result of that one wipe. It's just such a rough position to be in this dungeon in particular.
Especially since they didn't really open the gates at the start of the dungeon. I'm not quite sure why they didn't just grab some scrolls to open the gates the same way as Size Doesn't Matter did. But that, of course, delays them a lot more because they have to run around the gates, go the long path. And while they are playing Horde for that sweet Belf ratio that they also used to purge off the shields when they wiped, it's just not enough if you let go like every cast that happens of that thing, and that's just too much shielding, too much damage that goes through after that, so they couldn't manage to recover. Yeah, and well, they finish off Jess Howlis on the other side. Size Doesn't Matter seems to have finished up the cannon pull. They now pulled the good old Tank Buster Pillar Mob and are dealing with that, looking to fight Knight Captain Valeri next after this one.
Yeah, this is great position to be in here. Only 11 minutes have passed, and you're already pulling the third boss in Toldagor. This is a really fast pace actually coming out from this team. Clean run so far. 2 deaths on the board for them, but in the scheme of things for Toldagor, this is a very acceptable run. You would choose for this to happen rather than all the other things that can happen in the cannon area here. Unfortunately, having a little bit of difficulty coming out of Nihilotha. The one thing that can be really annoying there is if your pets keep attacking those malignant growths as well. But they were able to get out. and they'll be moving in now to the third boss here, Knight Captain Valerie. This shouldn't pose too much of a threat for them on Fortified here, as long as they don't let those barrels get out of control.
Yeah, the barrels are really the key point of this whole encounter. The fight can blow up in your face really quickly if you mismanage that, but they got everything stacked up nicely on that one side, except for that one barrel. The monk is grabbing now Animus on a point here with that movement, dodging the exploding zones there on the floor. We see the barrel going off. So definitely get out of that. That's going to one-shot you on a 20, even if it's not tyrannical. But they seem to be managing really well. No bloodlust here, of course, because it's a very short key, and the time remaining until the last boss is really just 1 or 2 minutes once this boss is dead, and you really don't want to waste the bloodlust on this one, especially when you have pillars left to fight.
Yeah, this would be probably the first time that if they bloodlusted here, I think it would be the first time it had ever been done in an MDI setting. Almost everybody saves this for these speedrunning matches into that last boss, because that last boss, particularly this season with those awakened enemies, but even before the season, it's way, way, way harder than this one. This boss can be challenging, but it's not challenging numerically, right? It's just challenging mechanically with the barrels. But you know, if you get the barrels right, there's no need for any kind of damage or healing numbers at all.
Exactly, and it's easy to run into a tricky position, so to say, on this boss, especially on the last few percent when you're thinking you're home free and just can finish the boss. Then suddenly the next wave of barrels spawns, the previous one blows up, and suddenly the whole room is filled with red circles, kind of like what's happening here right now. They seem to scrape by with some safe spots at the corner of the room while Valerie is going down. So yeah, as I said, pretty clutch at the end, but they seem to be home free and making their way onto Overseer corridors. They probably just skip some trash or pull it together into the cannon. So some teams are opting to do that before the boss, some teams are opting to do that afterwards. We have seen both strats so far.
Yeah, quaking actually was potentially a huge problem for them on that boss fight towards the end, but they got pretty lucky to skip it. Meanwhile, though, we are back over to control the environment as they, too, are into the cannon section with that Vengeance Demon Hunter working really nicely to manage all of these mobs in this area. So those are going to go down, and then they'll be on to their second cannon pull. They are 2 trash pulls and 1 boss behind where their opponents are at. Size doesn't matter. So this is the kind of game where it's a question of whether it's 1 wipe or 2 that they'd need to catch back up, and I think it's probably closer to 2 than 1 at this point.
Exactly, but still, you can't write them off since, as you said, Overseer Corners is anything but harmless, even on Fortified. On Tyrannical, he is an absolute beast, but yeah, multiple pillars. I think you also mentioned the Fear guy, Zamek, is in there as well. You can revival the first wave of Fears, of course, with the Mistweaver Monk. That's really nice to have here, but yeah, if you get a second wave, you can dispel 1 guy, maybe someone can immune it or stuff in that direction, but it gets pretty rough, especially on this boss. If you move too much, you get stunned, so you definitely don't want to be running around, especially with all those AoEs going out as well.
Wow, yeah, particularly in the MDI as well, or in the speedrunning games, right? This obviously is not the MDI, but it's like the MDI in that you're fighting these 2 awakened enemies with the last boss, and that causes you to need to fight the boss in a different part of the room than you normally can. This is the opposite corner than groups are used to fighting if you're doing this on the live servers, because you need to fight near where those obelisks spawn, and that can cause you to really get in trouble depending on how you do this if you're used to the other side of the room.
Yeah,
luckily they actually have that
definitely...
Havoc. I was just going to say they have that Havoc Demon Hunter to dodge the Deadeyes, which is not something that every group always has in this dungeon, but it really trivializes that one mechanic. What were you going to say?
I totally agree with you on the Havoc Demon Hunter here. The Deadeyes, a little bit of a soft enrage if you get unlucky with a shot RNG, if your tank can't really catch 2 or 3 shots in a row, and someone is unlucky enough to get multiple shots. So the Havoc Demon Hunter definitely makes the fight a lot easier, but in general they seem to be dealing with this very well. There was a lot of focus, especially on Zamek, to get the fear debuff out as fast as possible. That didn't need to dispel too much the fear, not putting too much pressure on the team here, but we can see Animus does have to pump some decent HPS here, almost 60k. Of course, the tank is sustaining himself quite nicely as the Vengeance Demon Hunter Hunter does. But overall, this boss fight looking really, really clean. And I'd go as far and say that size doesn't matter. Will seize the first point in this series now.
Yeah, this is going great for them. And this fight is so hard to heal as well. You know, you mentioned the HPS coming out here, but the thing about all that HPS is that it had to be done in these tight, concentrated bursts, right? It looks like it's only 60k HPS or whatever, but it's 60k HPS. That's the average over the whole fight. All of it is being done in like these tiny 5-second burst windows where if you don't do it to everybody, they're going to die to that explosive burst. So really well played.
Yeah.
Buy size doesn't matter. Great performance, though, also from Control the Environment, except for that one wipe. They were doing a great job of keeping up, too.
Yeah, definitely a decent performance coming out from both teams. And I'm also not writing Control the Environment off because we are going in next into Siege of Borellos. And yeah, there controlling the environment is a good catchphrase, basically, since we have the spotters, especially with the bolstering affix that we're dealing with. That's going to be really interesting what the teams are opting to play with. I think we have seen some big bolstered spotters earlier already this day. Really curious how that's going to go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this gets pulled off because, you know, Siege of Borellos, as I think it was you, Dratnos, who was saying, it's probably the second hardest dungeon probably that you can do in Mythic Plus, especially when you're doing 20s and you're trying to pull off this spotter strategy. We did see, you know, a very different sort of style come out from these. Control the Environment definitely going a little bit more aggressive, trying to make that massive pull on the watery dome mobs just before the second boss. Doesn't pay off for them, but I'm interested to see if they are going to be able to pull that off. If they can pull these strategies off, they could easily beat Size Doesn't Matter. They would have been faster than Size Doesn't Matter. It's just about getting it fixed and getting it clean. So, Dratnos, do you think they have what it takes to go onto the Siege of Borellos? Because they have been pretty unclean so far. I also remember seeing them wipe out of an Atal Bazaar.
Yeah, I mean, of course, their first series also didn't go great, but I think this series was one that I would have guessed would have gone to a game 3 before we started, so I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to say the reverse will happen here, and we'll get over to that game 3.
Lithia, I'm actually interested on your thoughts about the Siege of Borellos because we sort of, as you said, we highlighted a little bit before. We saw some bolstering mishaps. We saw some issues on the first boss. I'm actually curious, is the first boss a struggle for a lot of people at this level? Because we saw one of the teams really struggle to get past and wiping twice on it in the past.
Well, the first boss is kind of hit or miss because things can easily go wrong if you get a guard that's not properly CC'd on the other side of the map, gets a cast off with the giant slam that goes across the whole map, maybe snipes the healer that is kiting or something, the boss walks up and one-shots him. It's all these things that can happen, so you need a lot of communication to keep that fight going properly and have everything under control. But if it's well communicated and well practiced, then it's a boss that's very, very reliable to play safe and clean. But of course, you have some mishaps, you have some stuff going wrong every now and then, maybe misjudging the AoE on the range on your AoE a little bit and getting some CC broken. But I think both teams definitely have the potential here to pull off a clean start of the dungeon.
Yeah, well, it couldn't be me. I've never got hidden by that cleave before on the first boss. I'm flawless with that one. Yikes. But going into it, Dratnos, what type of specs do you want going into a Siege of Borellos? Because obviously control is the important ones. We saw a lot of that already used in Tol Dagor. Is there something that we haven't seen so far that you'd like to see in it?
I think both teams are probably going to use the elements that the other teams didn't in this dungeon. But yeah, I think stuff like Restoration Druid, I would have said like stuff like Vengeance Demon Hunter even for this map, but given that that's already been used by both teams, I expect they're probably not going to have a second person play Vengeance. And wow, here we go. Look at that. There it is. The Blood Death Knight coming out. In addition to a Destruction Warlock. Wow.
I'm shook. That's all I'm going to say with this one. We have a Blood DK, you have the Restoration Druid, you have the Destruction Warlock. This has to be just full control for the Siege of Borellos, because you don't really need that raw damage that we see that you need in a lot of other dungeons. So size doesn't matter, going somewhat standard, but control the environment, definitely leaning into this Borellos. Do you think this can give them the edge, Liffy?
That's a really good question. We haven't really seen a Blood Death Knight today, but the Mass Grip definitely will come in handy. Latest point in the spotter area in the pirate quarter of the map. So I'll be watching out for those big Mass Grips into the artillery strikes. That's going to be exciting to watch. So yeah, that could definitely something that gives them the edge. I'm excited to see how they play, and we have a big difference here. One team opting to play Horde while the other still go Alliance.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of comfort here coming out for the Horde side. The Horde side is one that almost all these players in our tournament play on the live servers, and there's a lot more. This team is also one where, yes, people are playing some more off-meta specs, but everybody is playing their main role. Whereas on the other side, we have people playing meta specs, but they're playing a different role in many cases than their main role. We've had role swaps on the side of Size Doesn't Matter going into this dungeon. So it's going to be, these are really the two different main ways to attack the format that we've created, and it's exciting to see them paired up against each other here.
Yeah, definitely. I love the DK coming out. I love the Warlock coming out. People dropping back onto their all reliable mains, so to say. And the Warlock also showing what it can do in this first poll. Average almost 260k DPS. That is looking really solid. So the Destruction Warlock definitely popping off here. And using the Shroud afterwards, that's going nicely to skip that pack. Both teams, of course, opting to grab a rogue, which is super efficient to have here in Borealis. And of course, we can see the gateway here. Very nice skip over to the gallows on the other side of this small courtyard. And the tank buster is basically almost dead.
Yeah, meanwhile, Size Doesn't Matter playing that Alliance, so they had a slightly different set of first pulls that have allowed them to get here a little faster. The downside is that these mobs are a little bit nastier for Alliance, and there's actually a little bit less count here. The Footmen and the Gutters give count for the Horde side. Alliance side only gets those Gutters, so gets half as much count from the small little 2-packs that are interspersed throughout this area.
Yeah, but I think they will be just fine managing that. We can see a fairly decent pull here around the corner using that line of sight very nicely, but also popping Bloodlust into that trash pull here. So definitely going all out here to get rid of that trash as fast as possible. I'm not exactly sure how often we have seen an early Bloodlust like this, not going for the boss fight itself, especially since it's tyrannical. But of course, getting rid of these trash mobs is going to be a big help, especially with that bolstering. We can see that Dog Count is bolstered quite nicely. He's going to bite some chunks out of the tank. And actually one death here for Size Doesn't Matter.
Yeah, this is really rough. I mean, this is such a difficult pull, especially if you're used to the Horde side. You're used to these mobs not being too dangerous. But when you come over on Alliance side, the mobs in that area are actually so nasty. The Black Tar Bomber is one of the meanest mobs that's ever been put in this game. And I definitely understand wanting to just fire off your Bloodlust, get that thing off of the field as fast as possible. Meanwhile, though, we've got Size Doesn't Matter doing the more common for these players strategy of the Horde side path, right? And they are up against these mobs that can be lethal, but they can also be line of sighted very easily in this little spot. And yeah, you can see they're making great use of that. Whenever the Molten Slug goes on somebody, if it's a Demon Hunter, they're trying to use the Blade Dance to dodge it. Everybody else using the walls to line of sight. Of course, if you're a Demon Hunter and you mess up and you fail to Blade Dance something, doesn't matter. You're playing a Demon Hunter. You can't really die anyways.
Yeah, that looked like he tried to line of sight, but got kind of surprised by his corruption proc. And wow. Yeah, I was about to say there's a lot of he's popping off. It's crazy. Completely escalating on the boss. You can see the Havoc rolling, and of course the split cleave damage for the Destruction Warlock is amazing. But the Rogue also pumping some crazy single target DPS into the boss. And of course we have an Assassination Rogue here, so that is not really any AoE you're seeing there on the DPS meter. That's all going into the boss.
Oh my goodness. That Warlock is popping so many Infernals. The damage meters are going to be completely absurd from that boss fight for them. Destruction Warlocks do so much damage when they can get extra Infernal procs off of that Vision of Perfection. If it keeps their first Infernal going and they keep getting these Grimoire stacks, the first set just extended forever. Yeah, there's another one. Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, though, we're over to Size Doesn't Matter, who, yeah, they are working on this boss fight, but they actually have a death on the field. Their mage cauterized earlier, I think, and has now gone down. They're able to get Chopper Red Hook down, but not without a little bit of time lost to some sloppiness there.
Yeah, that kiting seemed to have gone the wrong way, at least to some extent. So the mage losing his life here, putting another 5 seconds on the counter there in terms of a timer. Nice kick on the water shell here to avoid that nasty debuff on the enemies. They're finishing up this pack really quite nicely and quickly. That's looking good on the other side. Control the environment on the same spot, just opting to pull some trash. I'm really curious if we're going to see a pillar pull. Well, size doesn't matter, really decides to just take the words out of my mouth and skip that spider. So now we're getting into the area where the first spotters start popping up, and this one already bolstered quite nicely for stacks on the count there. And they're going to use that to just finish off the trash over here really, really quickly.
Yeah, they have access to Shadow Meld here, so they really don't care about just bolstering it up to an unreasonable size, because they can always just Shadow Meld it off later. Whereas Control the Environment has to be a little bit more careful and may want to damage it down first before actually getting any bolstering stacks on it. Or maybe they want to make sure that they kill stuff far enough away from it that the bolstering stacks aren't applied.
Yeah, definitely. You can also opt to just grab the spotter and run a bit further with it, as size doesn't matter is doing here right now. I don't think they have melded it off actually, so you can just take that into the big pack over around the corner here. Definitely is helping out, and the next spotter is positioned after the little gate and tunnel next to the second boss, the Dread Captain Lockwood. Of course, that pack that's before that also has a spotter. So we'll probably see the Shadow Meld once this pack has been nuked with the artillery. The commander bolstered like crazy. Yeah, you definitely don't want to fight that. Lightfoot Potion is in, and Shadow Meld is there as well. And on the other hand, Control the Environment at the same spot they ran through with the pillar, I think. And they are just grabbing this pack with a spotter.
Yeah, out comes all of those Warlock abilities. You can see that they're actually, yeah, they are going to apply some bolstering stacks here. They need to be a little bit careful of the Cannoneer. Okay, it looks like maybe they already got the Cannoneer, yeah. So nice work there by them managing this, all of these stacks. Yeah, okay. They've managed their bolstering really nicely here. Only the spotter left alive. They're going to be able to go right into the boss. And this is actually great news for a Destruction Warlock as well. Because you have that secondary target, that's an extra thing to keep Flashpoint 100% of the fight on. And there's a target that they can havoc every time as well. So really great situation for this Destruction Warlock. And once again, I think we're going to see another boss fight where the Destruction Warlock is just on top of these meters.
Yeah, definitely. Very nice pathing here from Control the Environment. And also, as you said, this spotter not going to die due to all the bolstering stacks. He has a ton of health, so the Warlock can just go ham as much as he wants to. It's really cool to see, to be on board a Destruction Warlock here. All those green Chaos Bolts flying out. Looking like a lot of fun. Got the Cannoneer going down here, picking up the cannon, instantly shooting the boss of the ship. So she is back in, and they will be pumping all their DPS into that captain. Yeah, the Warlock just completely escalating. I think that's almost 200k average DPS so far. That's looking really, really good. And yeah, they are just flying through this dungeon. On the other hand, though, size doesn't matter equally on this boss fight. I think they're even a little bit ahead in boss percentage.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind the difference between the factions here means that these strategies are, it's tough to directly compare them, even though they're at the same spot in the dungeon, because there are differences ahead of them in the route still. So it's going to be hard to know exactly which of these teams has a faster rest of their dungeon until we actually see it. So even if one of these teams finishes this boss 30 seconds ahead, like we've just seen Size Doesn't Matter able to do, or maybe even slightly longer than 30 seconds ahead, that still doesn't necessarily mean that they're in a winning position yet. We have to see exactly how the last bit of the dungeon shakes out.
Exactly. It's not over till the last boss is dead, especially if we're looking at the pillars. There's one pillar down and 3 left up that are potentially in the last boss fight. They might just play one more in the Pirate Quarter. We've seen that more than enough, but of course the pillars add some additional spice to the last boss, and yeah, you definitely don't want to mess up on that because it's going to cost you a lot of time. And On the other hand, size doesn't matter. They seem to have finished off. Red Captain Lockwood already grabbed the pillar, but they're going back to the entrance, if I see that correctly. Ooh, that hurts.
Oof, yeah, the spotter circle. Yeah, I've been there as well. You want to just finish that last cast, but you can't quite afford it. And yeah. All right, so size doesn't matter. They skipped ahead, so they pulled Dread Captain Lockwood without pulling this trash because they skipped past it. And then they went and did that obelisk, and now they are going to go back and do all of this stuff and bolster up this spotter and presumably take it forward even further is my read on what their pathing is going to be here. And yeah, these two teams have very different paths through the dungeon. It's actually, I have no idea which of them is ahead at this point. This is really cool.
This is a really interesting path to take, especially with this spotter. I'm not quite sure how they are going to tackle the pirate quarter with that one. I'm assuming they're gonna just bolster it up, or are they actually killing it? But either way, they have some trash ahead to take care of. I'm not quite sure how they'll go into the next spotter and the sniper camp up the stairs after this whole pirate area. But for now, they'll just pull some banana throwers and that Murloc with his slobber. Ooh, the Crusher in the background going ham on the group. That's a little bit.
I think that was intentional. I think they were going to have somebody kite the Crusher away. Yeah, you can see actually the Demon Hunter is, I think, slightly out of range here of the group. And I think both groups are using the strategy of those mobs that don't get hit by the cannons, we don't want to bolster them too much. We will just have somebody kite them away because you don't need everybody's damage here. You need, crowd control abilities, but one person can go away and do some kiting instead, and then you can manage all of the spotter stuff and avoid bolstering up these demolishers. This is a really nice play. It can be scary to be that person who has that kiting job, but it is actually a really useful thing to do.
The scariest part for me here is actually kiting the artillery because of all the bananas going out, and that stun you for about 2 seconds if you walk into them. So if you drop one of the artillery strikes and run into a banana, you're basically dead. And if that happens to you, then yeah, well, it's a slippery game to play here, definitely.
Yeah, well, I wonder how much this Warlock is powered up by the corruption, because you can see actually that they're showing their corruption on screen. It's 9 copies of that Expedient 3, so just pure Expedient corruption, all that haste percent, and they are just popping off with those cast bolts. Sometimes the cast bar on those has been just minuscule. It's been instant, effectively, cast chaos bolts. So this is a really, really cool effect of both the infinite corruption, basically, or not infinite, but close to it, of the end of the patch, plus this rule of swapping specs and not being able to play the same one twice. It means that we get to see these really cool things like this Destro Lock. I think it's looking really good here. I think they've made the Destruction Lock do some really, really cool things in this dungeon.
Oh, definitely. The damage the lock is pumping out here is absolutely amazing. So cool to see. I'm really glad they actually brought in the Warlock for this map, because this is definitely entertaining. They are managing quite nicely. We can see the spotter on the side here. That guy is as tall as the building itself. That's definitely scary. I think we still have the occasional melee attack going out from spotter if you're unlucky. So I think if you're standing too close to that guy, then
I think we just saw it
going down there. Yeah, that's unlucky.
Whew. I mean, luckily the tank is a Blood Death Knight. The Blood Death Knight doesn't really need a healer there most of the time. And oftentimes when a Blood Death Knight's going to die, a healer isn't even going to save him anyways. It feels sometimes quite irrelevant whether or not you have a healer when you're playing a Blood Death. Like, you're either going to live or die, and whether you have a healer, it's often not something that matters either way.
Oh, there's the banana I mentioned with the artillery strike. He's barely getting out of that. That was clutch. He manages it, though. Well played after he stepped into that banana. So yeah, but as we were saying, definitely Blood Decay, one of the tanks that needs more or less the least healer attention, and even if he needs it, it's sometimes even too late.
And they're now on to the second spotter, so they're going to have 2 spotters here. One thing you have to be careful of when you're using these spotters, and you have 2 of them, and one is bolstered to one-shot stuff, and the other isn't, you have to be careful. Oh, okay, you have to be careful of that as well. The thing I was going to mention was sometimes some of your circles don't one-shot mobs and the others do, and you got to keep track of which is which, but all of them will one-shot players, so you need to not stand in them. Oh, that's unfortunate. We'll swap over to Size Doesn't Matter, who are also in the same area. They also have a death here. They have a hunter down, it looks like. And they'll be pulling the boss to pull all the mobs in that room. Here we go.
They have the Druid dead. I think he just released, so they're opting to pull Hadal Darkfathom to get all the trash pulled instantly. Nice binding shot there from the Hunter to keep those mobs CC'd while the tank just grabs the aggro of everyone. Lots of poison stacks on him, so he needs to really watch out for his health because that does a lot of damage. No healer here to dispel him right now, so we can see the Inzoth trinket going here. That reduces a lot of damage taken, and these commanders are just bolstered to oblivion. They will opt to use the Shadow Melt here to dodge that, just hoping to get out of the artillery strikes beforehand. But they managed this fairly well, even without their healer being present, so very well played from Enema here. He managed that really well. The commanders resetting, they're probably pulling those into the boss, and this is the point where they need to watch out with their cleave DPS a little bit, because if you bolster that boss, that's just gonna delay you and cost you time like crazy, so you definitely don't want to do that. And Control the Environment, on the other hand, we can see the Warlock again. I think they wiped, and you can just skip with a gate through the pillar, so you don't need to run through the whole quarter, but they definitely have to do some catching up here to get back on track with this map.
Yeah, this is the thing about Siege of Borealis, is that no matter how good your first half of the dungeon is, everything can fall apart in this spotter section here with Hadal Darkfathom's room. Great work by Size Doesn't Matter to avoid that happening to them, but looks like Control the Environment was maybe not quite as fortunate in that regard. And a little bit of bolstering, actually, they do need to be careful of. Look at that taunt coming out. So there's going to be a ranged taunt on that commander by their Demon Hunter, actually. The Demon Hunter is going to taunt and run away to keep that commander far enough away so that when it dies, it does not bolster Hadal. That's a very heads-up play that will prevent a lot of extra health being added to the boss.
Yeah, very good communication here from the team taking care of that commander. So the 40 yards definitely manageable on in this arena for Hadal. So well played on that part. And the boss on roughly 50%. They are, I'd say they're basically home free with this one. You just got to dodge some waves and puddles, don't get your feet wet, and you're good to go. And afterwards, we just really have Vigoth left, the big tentacle monster. We have some trash percentages missing, but those will be taken care of with the pillars that are still left. And that's going to be the last spicy part of this dungeon for Size Doesn't Matter. But Control the Environment also on the boss now.
Yep, they are not too far behind here. They do have, I mean, the last boss of this dungeon can take different amounts of time depending on the strategy you use as well. You can basically sacrifice safety for speed in many different places on that boss fight. So either team could easily take it on that fight by either getting too risky and then blowing a lead, or being risky as the underdog and then making up all the time and actually catching up as a result. So we'll have to see how that does, because there really is only about half of this boss's health separating these two teams. And I think there's even a little bit more RP ahead of Size Doesn't Matter here, so that will help further close the gap.
Yeah, but I also think we have to count in some death timers. I'm not sure exactly how many deaths Control the Environment has on their account now after they struggled a little bit with the spotter part, but we do have four Size Doesn't Matter, so that's 20 seconds they have to consider at their end of dungeon timer as well before they can actually claim the win. But yeah, as you said, the last boss definitely is quite varied in terms of how long you take, how much risk you go for. Do you try to go for the really fast gripping to avoid more destructor tentacles, or do you just play it safe? And there's a lot of stuff they can do. Oh, Anima going clutch here on those water.
Yeah, wow, that was so scary. They're going to go in, wasting no time, pulling the boss immediately. Out comes the Time Warp. Got to be careful of these Awakened mobs, though, yeah, and they're being picked up. Just a little bit of damage coming in first. And yeah, you don't actually have to get to this Demolishing Terror until it does its first slam. It will not cast a Hellcracker until it has cast its first slam. So great heads-up knowledge of how this boss works. That's going to allow them to get a little bit more damage. And now they have to get out of here before there's too much blob blood on the ground. They've done that successfully. And that first platform, often the deadliest, has now mostly been handled by them. Great work by Size Doesn't Matter.
Also very nice position from the group in general. The tank picks up this spider and the cast goes on him immediately because no one else is in range, uses the spell reflect to take care of that, gets a little bit of extra damage in there. Really well played, and as you said, very first platform, often the deadliest, but they took care of that in no time with the Bloodlust, or the Time Warp, better said. And of course, now they just need to manage the second platform, take care of the blob puddles. And this is looking quite nicely. I don't think they actually fired the first cannon because I don't see any tentacles spawning here.
Yeah,
right now.
they're just going to take care of these awakened mobs first, and then they will shoot that cannon and do this next platform. It's a little bit slower than shooting the cannon now, or even earlier, but it's a lot safer. So definitely an understandable play from them. If, however, their opponents control the environment, who are also now on the second platform, decide to shoot right now, they could maybe catch all the way back up, and we could be neck and neck here. Again, the death differential here of 25 seconds is in favor of size doesn't matter. So that's something that control the environment would have to overcome as well. Would not be easy to do unless something goes wrong for size doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. They ramped up quite the time on the pirate quarter there. 9 deaths is that's a little bit rough, but they are keeping in there. The rogue dropping super low here. Sin has to do a lot of healing to get him back up. He still has a debuff. I'm not sure if the cloak is actually ready. I don't think the Warlock here is tracking that cooldown for his party, but the Druid seems to be recovering here. The weak aura calling for a spread is coming out, looking nice. The pillar mobs are going down, so they'll just be waiting for the shot from the first cannon, which they also delayed. So both teams with a similar strat, delaying that cannon until they finished off the blobs and pillar mobs in general, while I think size doesn't matter is still on. Are they on the? Yeah, they're on the second platform.
Yeah, they're on this platform as well.
They are basically even now.
They've killed the gripping terror already, though, whereas control the environment has yet to kill that. So control the environment has to kill this gripping terror, and if they're slow, they're going to have to kill an extra demolisher. Yeah, the extra demolisher that is now spawning. So about a minute, maybe 30 seconds, somewhere in that range, separating these two teams. As size doesn't matter, closing out this game if they can get this last platform done properly. However, they do actually have a player dead. Their Demon Hunter has fallen, so this might not actually be as easily said than done. They're just going to go right onto this gripping terror. They're not going to try and kill the Demolisher at all. This is actually going to be a tight DPS check for them with a player dead, but luckily they have that battle res, or maybe it was just an out of range indicator. Actually, what I thought was a death was just a range indicator. My bad. So they've had all 5 players all along. It's been fine the whole time. Size doesn't matter. Not worried at all. And the UI just tricking me.
The Demon Hunter just stayed behind a little bit to fire that cannon once they crossed over, and getting lucky on the tentacle spawn here as well. So you can spawn that tentacle next to the first one here, or you can get it on the side or next to the gripping on the other side. And if that happens while the first one is still up, they are just going to get in trouble because the tank can't grab both of them. But they got lucky here, played that completely really well. So definitely a deserved win on this Siege of Borealis map, and I think that's the 1-1. We're going over to Motherlode or something?
No, I believe that's 2-0. I think size doesn't matter cleans up the
2-0?
series. I believe they won Total God. You're making me question everything I believe in it now. But maybe we'll get some confirmation in my ear in just a second. But I'm almost certain that they went up 2-0 in that series. So big props to them. They actually look like very well versed on both the Tol de Gore and the Siege of Borealis, 2 very difficult dungeons to execute. We saw them sort of take, some of the better teams to the edge before. This could be a sleeper pick through the lower bracket that could make some upsets as we go deeper in as well. So let's talk about the team that just got knocked out, though. Dratnos, control the environment, unfortunately did not win a series throughout the dungeon. And, I think they really struggled to really prove themselves as a team that they had the right strategy, they had the right ideas, they just sort of fell short a couple of times, having a couple of team wipes on most of the dungeons.
Yeah, I've really liked what we saw from them. I think there was a lot of cool strategies, cool choices from them, and I think that showcased a lot of the cool stuff that this format has to offer. So we're now saying farewell to them, but we're glad they competed. It was a good effort and a valiant effort. They will not be advancing any further. That's going to be the end of their tournament.
Yeah, there were some fun things, and they looked like they were having fun in their cameras as well while they were going through. So let's let's talk about the team still in here, though. Size doesn't matter. They showed a lot of versatility, and they showed a lot of execution where it matters most. Do you think there's something to be said about this roster as they go deeper into the tournament?
As you already said, they are definitely a team that you need to keep an eye on. Going through the lower bracket, they definitely have the potential to take some games, maybe whole series of other teams. So never count them out. I think the main thing they need to work on is just perfecting the routing through the dungeons, cleaning up small mistakes. Maybe work around some comps here and there if they can optimize something going through a series there. Consider that they will be going to a map 3 here and there, and maybe plan their roster accordingly. But they're looking quite nice.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of different things throughout this Keystone Masters as well. So we are about to go into the upper bracket final, where this is the teams playing to get into the grand final, and it's going to be a really exciting match. So I'm interested to see what more we could see. Dratnos, is there a pick? Because we just saw, opposed to what Zyronic likes to say, we actually saw a Warlock be very viable there on that Siege of Borealis. Is there anything that you want to see? We even saw an Enhancement Shaman today.
And we saw that Blood Death Knight too. I would have picked Blood Death Knight.
Yeah.
We've also seen a Discipline Priest. We've seen pretty much all of it, I guess. We're still missing, let's see, like a Guardian Druid, a Resto Shaman. Love to see one of those get into our tournament here, but I think the chances maybe not super high for either of them, I'm afraid.
Anything you want to see, Lithy? Any unique picks? Anything you got in your pocket sleeve?
Maybe not really that unique, because we already saw a fire mage. Maybe something along those lines would be interesting. Really nice for some kite strats. You can definitely pump out a lot of damage there. And otherwise, I'll side with Tettles and Psy here a little bit. Maybe a Boomkin, maybe a Feral Druid. That could be fun. So yeah, definitely keeping my eyes open for that.
Well, I will forever ask for an Elemental Shaman, but I think my dreams might be shattered as we go further into this tournament. I think we've played all the dungeons as well. I'm really excited to see what we're going to see. If we're going to have any unique strategies be pulled up in the dungeons, or what we've just seen recently is what is going to be, what we've seen is what we're going to get. So it's just going to be about refined execution. But that is it for our match that we just had between Control the Environment and Size Doesn't Matter. We're going into a quick break, but then we're going to Undead and Cynek, who are going to wrap this match up and say goodbye to the league.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Undad here again with my man Sinek for the analyst desk. Now, we're getting into the lower bracket matches now, Sinek, and I know you and me, as experienced MDI losers, these matches have a special place in our heart, especially Toldegor. I know that both of us have gone through a lot of stress in there, a lot of anxiety in Toldegor. One of the most difficult dungeons to execute effectively. So what did you see from this first match that you liked?
So I really liked the consistent play from SDM. They really had this excellent, like, they knew their limits. They didn't overpull the cannons. They didn't overpull any of the rooms. They had exactly what they needed to do, and they lined things up consistently such that they could execute their game plan and not worry too much about high variance. I think the really, really fast times this dungeon do take on quite a bit more risk. You play extra obelisks with the last boss, but SDM has this like very well-tuned route for their skill, and they cleaned it up and they executed it really nicely, I think.
Yeah, I think we have a clip of one of the polls. One of the things we noticed about these comps was that we have no rogue, right? So usually rogue is what makes Toldegor easy, or I guess easier, just because of the way they handle the cannons. So they had to find some unique ways to pull off their cannon pulls without the rogue there, just because the marksman misdirect works a little bit differently. So we had a sigil of chains into a binding shot, into a fear, and a ring of peace on the end. So just allowed them, obviously not perfect, not something we expect from a team new to the competition to be perfect here, but good enough, and secured him a pretty good time in Toldegor. Like I don't think I look at this time and I think that's bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Their CC chain was great. They had it all lined up nicely. And this is, as you mentioned, especially difficult to do without a rogue because of the way the threat redirect works on a rogue. You get extra seconds from Tricks of the Trade. When you have a hunter, all you get is misdirect, and it's a much shorter window. Yeah.
Yeah, and they played the next
good
cannons clean, and we're just good. They just got to the bosses and cleaned up the Toldegor. And then we got into Siege, which is another dungeon, just like Toldegor. That's just a headache for lower bracket teams.
Let's talk a little about
this. They played clean there too. So what do you see there that was good for Size Doesn't Matter?
Well, first of all, Size Doesn't Matter had this excellent use of a very standard comp, right? They played Prot, Fire, Havoc, BM, Resto. And that's something that these players have practiced on live. They're used to, they're familiar with, they know how it executes. CTE tried a significantly riskier, more off-meta comp with Assassination, Destro, Blood Decay, Resto, and Havoc. So we see here they actually had this great play from several of their party members have taunts, as you can see. So you want to explain what they're doing with the taunts here?
Yeah, they have a taunt chain because the affix in this dungeon is bolstering, right? So if these commanders die underneath the boss, they're going to bolster the boss, make him do 20% more damage, and have 20% more health. So with the 3 taunts they have access to, being the Resto Druid can taunt from bear form, Zini can taunt as a demon hunter, and the pet taunt from Nastya, they do this chain to pull the mobs out, kill them out of range, bolstering, and then go back to the boss. Because when they pulled this boss, we were talking about it. We were like, how are they going to – this is tyrannical boss. These commanders have no health. How are they going to manage the bolstering here without getting out of hand? And then they pulled it off with the taunt chain.
One thing we noticed, we just flashed on screen for a second, was the spotter damage we saw. We actually saw, despite SDM winning the map here, we saw CTE did significantly more spotter damage, on the order of, something like 4 or 5 times as much spotter damage. But it turns out that actually didn't help them win the match. They had some other things go wrong for them that prevented that.
Yeah, I think there was a distinct difference in not necessarily comps, but alliance versus horde. So every time that Control the Environment was done with their spotter effectively, they had to die to reset. Because there's no way for them to just get rid of this spotter. The spotter is like 10 raid bosses of health. They're not burning through it. So they had to die and come back. So they had bigger spotter, but they lost time from the deaths. Whereas Size Doesn't Matter, just Shadow Melds it off. They don't care, and they move on to their next move. And then we also saw, I think one of the coolest things about this match was the next clip that we have, where we saw both teams do the exact same thing at the exact same moment. So tell us about this a little bit, Sin.
Yeah, so absolutely. So as you've noticed, the spotter actually only kills like the small non-lieutenant mobs in this dungeon. So if you bolster up a crusher, you can't kill it with a spotter. So the plan here for both teams was to go get those crushers as far away as possible from the mobs that they're about to go kill with the spotter artillery, and that way they don't bolster it and they can fight them later with the Warlock. Now specifically, the Warlock is great for this because they have good 2-target cleave, and so later after this clip you saw 2 crushers get pulled and the Havoc's Chaos Bolts just making short work of it. But this is a really heads-up play to get the targets you can't kill with the spotter far away.
Yeah, we actually thought this was like the moment where Control the Environment was going to come back with the Warlock, because they just blasted. The 2 Crusher pull was just gone. Like after they dropped the spotter on the 6-pack there, the 2 Crushers melted from the Destro lock. But the time that Size Doesn't Matter had made up earlier, just by being Alliance and being able to meld things off instead of having to die, had put them ahead. And then by the time they got through Banana Town, they just had a minute-long lead, didn't care about the RP after Hadal, executed that boss cleanly, did 2 obelisks on the last boss, executed that well, and just kind of cruised to victory after that. They were much more conservative, but much more clean, which is kind of the story of,
I was going to say,
Size Doesn't Matter for this whole series.
There's definitely some routing choices. That were a little questionable, like pulling 1 Crusher at a time, waiting for things to reset. Yeah.
But what do you do?
But
like, what do you do in that situation?
Once you get your spotter big enough, honestly, you're just going to blast things with 1 circle. So once you've got it up to, like, I don't know, 28, 30 stacks of bolstering, it's, as you said, it's a raid boss. It's going to destroy whatever it touches. There were some really scary moments for us where we thought people were going to get meleeed by the spotter, especially on the pirate boss where it jumps to the ship.
Andre Captain Lockwood. It was just, at some point, the spotter was just knocked into the center, and we were Monka-essing in our little call. So excited to see what they do in the lower bracket going forward. And that's it for us. We're going to pass it back to the casters. Here you go, Custa.
Thank you very much, Undad. We are moving into the upper bracket finals, though, between BDGG and DG Self-Perplexed. I have Tettles and I have Preheat here to break it all down for us going into it. So let's just run straight into it. We're going to Toldagor, everyone's least favorite dungeon, or at least mine. So we saw some struggles from the teams that we saw in the lower bracket. Do you guys expect bigger pools and more complex pools coming from these upper bracket teams, more veterans of the game? Let's start with you, Tettles.
I absolutely do suspect that we're going to see a little bit more complex pulls. I think that most of the teams today have actually shown a lot of really good strategy decisions in a lot of these dungeons that they're doing. The thing that I feel like is different between some of the upper bracket teams and some of the lower bracket teams is like availability to be able to swap to meta comp and like multi-role acquisition, both from BDGG, like most notably from BDGG and from the Perplexed team. We've seen like a lot of people multi-rolling, notably Trell from BDGG and Harudra from the Perplexed side. So just the availability of being able to swap into something that is like super meta, like the Hunter, Demon Hunter, DK, DPS comp, and then having like Mistweaver and Prot Warrior, like just having like a lot of ways to be able to get something close to that or play that for multiple dungeons in a row. I feel like that has been the difference maker for some of these upper bracket teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that flexibility has really taken them to the next level. So on that note, Preheat, are you expecting to see anything different, especially coming into a Toldagor? Are you expecting just meta comps, just run it down because they have that flexibility?
Well, I've been watching a stream for a little bit. Rathy is on my second modder here, and I think we might actually have a little bit of a surprise when it comes to a certain specialization choice when it comes to a certain Magoose. But yeah, I mean, going back to the first question, I mean, this is a teaming key, right? So, I mean, we're gonna see bigger pulls just by virtue of there being more things to pull. But when it comes to these picks, Toldagor is definitely one of them. You're gonna have to have an Unholy Death Knight, I think. I think a Hunter is also pretty much insta-lock here, right? Because these pulls, I mean, especially on teaming, they're gonna be huge. So we're probably gonna see these teams blow at least one of those, since the rules only allow for one of them, per set. So we'll definitely see something.
So I want to say this comp that BDGG has right here is the same comp that Golden Guardians ran for global finals in Toldagor. Because I remember Yoda explicitly playing Assassination Rogue, and I remember Lighty was on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. So this comp that BDGG is playing is like very, very meta, where the DG Self-Perplexed comp, the Mage, I actually love Mage in Toldagor. Yeah. I think that the Ring of Frost actually just allows for some great setup. So I think that both of these compositions from both of these sides are going to do slightly different things, but they're excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited to see the Frost Mage. I mean, as I'm sure a lot of folks know, Frost Mage does have a lot of funnel, and there is going to be a lot of mobs to funnel here. I mean, on this first pull, on Teamy, we have 4 extra Vice Draws. Each one of those with their massive chomp is going to be reducing the tank's HP by 5%, and that does stack. So this pull is definitely going to be one you're going to want to sit on the edge of your seat for. It's going to start coming real quick here.
Okay, so Thal is actually on the Outlaw Rogue, not on the Assassination Rogue. So the Outlaw Rogue actually does bring a slightly more AoE damage, but ultimately you're not going to be doing a lot of the damage in this dungeon. It's going to be coming from external sources. But right here, this first pull, you actually see all of the Unholy Death Knight cooldowns being popped. Everybody is using their Blood of the Enemy, trying to get all these Vice Jaws killed as quickly as possible on the side of BDGG, because, like Preheat said, very dangerous for your tank. You see the Ring of Peace coming out to be able to allow Cry to get like a reset on those. And now Thal is actually walking up with Outlaw's extended melee range from Acrobatic Strikes. They're able to melee those parasites through the wall, and now they're going to be pulling those straight into the Sand Queen.
Yeah, absolutely. And during this phase, we're going to have upheavals to watch out for. Definitely the danger is still alive, but, bringing more funnel into this pull is definitely going to help out, especially with this comp, right? As you can see on the DPS meters, I mean, Death Knights basically carry this pull, right? So there's, if your Death Knight has anything happen bad in the first couple seconds of this pull, it's definitely not a good outlook. In fact, that Ring of Peace, I don't know if you saw earlier, but oh my gosh, Cry was dipping so low right as that Ring of Peace came out. Very clutch. Yeah, so what do we think about the choice, I guess, of Frostmage here? Like, I'm kind of trying to look at the meter in the bottom left.
Look at that.
It looks
DG
like
Self-Reliance. They killed Sand Queen earlier. I mean, does Frostmage play triple packed ice in this dungeon? What would they play? Preheat.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, basically in a dungeon like this, you're going to want to maximize the amount of funnel that you can get as, you know, if you're unaware, basically the way that you get funnels of Frostmage is by using Blizzard to reset the cooldown on the Frozen Orb. And in this fight, basically with that amount of trash, you're going to have just permanent Frozen Orb. So yeah, I would assume that you would run Packed Ice. I mean, like, you're basically just going to want to min-max your Ice Lane damage as much as possible, because that's pretty much the only spell you're going to be casting.
I mean, DG Self-Reliance right there, I want to say like 25 seconds ahead of BDGG in terms of like their first Sand Queen split. I think just the availability of the slow, and like you don't have to overcommit a large amount of AoE onto those Vice Jaws and Silted Crabs to get everything killed just ASAP. Like, you can kind of slow play it since you do have access to that slow. It allows you to have slightly better priority damage. Now both teams are on to the Blood of the Corruptor, where DG Self-Reliance is walking theirs all the way up towards that Jess Hallis floor. BDGG still on the lower area trying to get rid of these Mind Rend tentacles before they make their way up.
You know, as someone who plays a Demon Hunter tank alt, I am really scared for Cry on some of these pulls. I mean, just watch Cry's HP. You know, these can definitely be very unforgiving for a Death Knight. You know, especially in this hallway, because I mean, there isn't really much room to manipulate the Blood of the Corruptor as you run through these halls. It's very easy to get caught out. It's very easy to end up taking some incidental damage from the floor there. But it looks like both teams are kind of wrapping this pull up as DG Self-Perplex is already kind of moving on. BDGG is coming out of the portal as well.
So we've actually seen a lot of different variations of like talent builds that Vengeance can actually run. Cry is definitely running the sheer feed the demon, gluttony, big defensive build. We've seen some people play like Spirit Bomb and that kind of thing. But notably, Cry is also playing Strength of the Warden Major to allow him to maintain threat. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just can't stop commenting on the HP values, man. This is just some of these pulls are just really rough. But it looks like both teams are, you know, I've been watching them basically practice this for the past couple hours. These first couple pulls. Mm-hmm. Really, this is where it kind of gets made or broken here. You know, I can't really see the obviously in this situation we can't see the individual damage on each ad, but I would be super interested just to see the boss damage on Jess here. You know, there's got to be so much priority damage coming out. You know, if we compare where both teams are in this fight, you know, both teams kind of came at this boss at the same time, but now it looks like there might be, you know, a kind of a differential opening up here.
Yeah, I do think that DG Self-Perplex is definitely starting to open up a little bit more of a lead. Jess Hallis is about to start going down here. I do think that you're spot on with the difference being just via that priority damage. I think that the Hunter and the Frost Mage for DG Self-Perplex just bring a lot more boss damage value than like an Outlaw Rogue, right? I think that in of itself in and of itself helps you out a lot. Now, DG Self-Perplex is going to be doing a meld skip. They're going to be popping their life up potions or speed abilities. They're going to be making their way past all the True Sight mobs. They're going to all use their group Shadow Meld before they enter the Samrak Beckoner of Chaos Obelisk. You basically cannot play Samrak with the final boss. Overseer Korgus doesn't let you move, and Samrak fearing you is not optional. Interestingly enough, look at this. Harudra has access to blacksmithing keys. So since they don't have a rogue, Harudra has picked up blacksmithing on the tournament realm. Ooh, they're skipping Samrak right now.
That is super interesting. Yeah, I actually didn't even think about the rogue being missing from this comp until you just mentioned that. But very interesting choices here. I think that some of this rally might just be because of the off-brand kind of meta picks, right? So it kind of makes sense, right? Like if you don't have a meta comp, you might have to innovate a little bit whenever it comes to your routing.
So yeah, you're either allowed to play Samrak or Urgroth with Overseer Korgus. It's heavily advised to not play both of those together because just it's very, very difficult, basically. But it looks like both teams are electing that they're going to play Samrak as opposed to Urgroth. Right now, the cannon is coming out of DG Self-Perplexed. Pretty hard cannon shots, but I think that they have enough utility just with the Ring of Frost and like the Restoration Druid that they should be fine. But
yeah,
some of
I
the
saw a
stuff
corruption
is still
effect on
slowly
Ratty there.
trickling in.
It looked like it was getting a little bit dicey for Ratty there just because, he obviously had a little bad RNG. I don't know if you know this, but it looks like some of his corruption effects were proccing on him while he was trying to get in that cannon. He actually had to drop out of it for a second and get back in. But, yeah, it looks like they were able to clean up this pull pretty well.
Bottom left, BDGG, with the Rogue, it makes it a lot easier for the cannon. And with the Vengeance Demon Hunter, they absolutely have to have the fastest cannons alive because they're committing so much to that part of the dungeon needing to be perfect. They do a great job right there. Now they're entering their Urgroth Obelisk ahead of DG Self-Perplexed. They've actually opened up a slight lead.
Yeah, no, definitely surprising. But, obviously, we still have a lot of the dungeon to see. It's not over yet. Wow, that is a really, really big corruption circle. Sorry, that, man. But yeah, as they finish up the Breaker of Heroes, they're obviously just getting this out of the way because it's, basically there's, the synergy, the negative synergy there, carrying this with the last boss is just not really going to make that viable. But definitely got to give them props for that CC, just as they quickly ran through it. Moving on, probably going to be pulling both of these sides to the cannon, and yeah, I think it's time for our 6 DPS here, the cannon, to do its job.
Looks like Cry didn't grab one of the back right packs. You can see it on the back right, so that officer pack is left up. So they just elected to Sigil of Chains and Sigil of Misery, just both of these packs whenever they group up here. So they're going to run through and then meld off everything. DG Self-Perplexed in the bottom left, still struggling with their 6 DPS pull, utilizing their cannon. It just comes down to not having that Rogue and Vengeance Demon Hunter. It makes the cannon play a little bit trickier than it otherwise would be if you're running something that's something like BDGG is. But the upside is that your comp has way more damage, like we saw in the front half. We were commenting on that. The priority damage is wildly better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and on this boss too. I mean, we're talking about adding in just a little bit of funnel here with the Knight Captain. Yeah, definitely. Definitely very scary, especially with the officers, right? Like any of those officers there could, if one of their casts gets off, that's not going to be very good, for that situation. But I mean, the amount of damage that you get in terms of the funnel, especially, from a hunter in this situation is definitely going to make this worth it.
In addition to that, like, Cry doesn't need any healing, so Trell can actually just sit there and move barrels the whole entire time. Like, Vengeance Demon Hunter is, especially with the Gluttony Feed the Demon build, they basically they'll self-sustain, especially on like a 20 fortified on bosses, even with trash mobs on top of them. So Trell is just going to end up just playing the barrels the whole entire time, trying to make sure that you don't infinitely chain barrels. But
yeah,
it's
absolutely
not looking great right now.
Yeah,
all right, never mind. Everything's fine. That was getting scary.
It looks like they're kind of getting through it, right? I mean, this is one of those bosses, right? Like basically one misstep here, one barrel in the wrong place, maybe some bad corruption RNG. There's a lot of things that could definitely, basically put you on your back foot on this boss. But things are going swimmingly now. Definitely interesting to see just the monk POV on this fight. Just because you get to see so much action essentially. But from the POV that we're watching here, looks like they're about to wrap this up and move on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm. And DG Self-Perplex actually started to come back a little bit because of some of the problems that happened with the barrels. Basically, they were having limited melee uptime and a double melee comp, missing also out on the Vengeance Demon Hunter and Mistweaver Monk damage because the barrels were chaining. So DG Self-Perplex starts to catch back up. So they're within like one mistakes variance of being able to catch back up in the match. But at the same point, BDGG definitely securely in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, and as we come up on this, sorry, I got a DM there. I was just checking real quick. Very, very clean pull here to the cannon. Everything gets gripped in. Everything is CC'd, and we're basically coming up on the final round here. So basically, if they can wrap this up here on this cannon, should be able to move straight onto the last boss, and we get to play the game where we watch everyone stand still and kill all the ads in the boss.
Yeah, so Samrak is still alive. Voidweaver Mouthier is still alive. So basically, it's just going to be a game of rotating kicks on Voidweaver Mouthier. For Samrak's probably going to be the priority target here because he is the most scary. You're going to have like a revival come out for the first set of fears, like you saw right there, and then probably end up using an immunity set for the second set of fears because that just makes the most sense in terms of how many fears you're going to be getting on Samrak. And he's getting absolutely just blown up right here. He may not even get off his second set of fears. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the rogue is, dude. Yeah, rogue damage is absolutely pog right now. Absolutely getting shredded. And if you look too, Voidweaver is pretty low as well. Yeah. Sorry, I had to. This boss is it really doesn't seem like there's much going on whenever you watch the boss from like a top down, because most of this boss the gameplay isn't in any movement. It isn't in anything that's like abundantly obvious. It's all just about like maintaining everyone's health values while also blocking the shots that you need to block. Oh my gosh, and wow, that was pretty low there. Remember, this mage does not have Cauterize, so definitely a little bit spooky there on our Frost Mage's HP, but it looks like both of these teams are pretty close here. Hold on, let me look on my other monitor. I think that no, it looks like DG Self-Perplex is they're actually about neck and neck here, I think. Wow. Okay. So no, Overseer is a little bit lower on BDG's side. Yeah.
Yeah. BDGG looks about to be 10% boss damage ahead. They are running a slightly lower damage comp, but there's also the 5% death differential that DG Self-Perplexed has over BDGG, meaning that they have a 5-second penalty on top of it. So I feel like that, in conjunction with the basically being 10% behind, it doesn't put them in a great spot right now. I think that it's basically there would need to be a catastrophe happening on BDGG's side, or as Ironic would say, there's absolutely no way they could wipe.
Oh, that was sorry, that was a feign death. I actually just got tricked, just like the boss was. Yeah, I thought that Hunter feign death was natural death. But yeah, this is gonna wrap it up. A win for BDGG. It looks like. Definitely a close one though. I mean, like if we look in terms of where Self-Perplex is.
Yeah.
Wow, very, very. Oh, that was actually that. Okay. Wow, very, very close. I mean, basically within 10 seconds.
Oh my gosh, that was a very close match. Yeah, that was a hype match.
I mean, Tildor isn't that long though, so it makes sense, right? Like it's a pretty short dungeon. And I'm honestly I'm a little impressed by how close this was when one team is using like a very standard kind of meta comp. And the other team is kind of using like, something that you don't really see, right? Like, I don't think a lot of people would, I guess, expect Frostmage to do as well as it did, or for this to be as close, you know what I mean? But it could have been the difference, right? Like, we don't know. In fact, that comp decision might have just been that, 10, 11-second differential there.
Yeah, so we see BDGG taking the first map, and that was an absolute nail-biter. We see the major differences, as you said, of the Rogue and the Mage. Tettles, we get to the very end, you get to see how it all played out because it was pretty clean from pretty much both of them. Which one do you like more? Do you like the Rogue with the tricks, or do you like the Mage with more of the control?
It depends on, actually, I think for me, it comes down to like the Vengeance versus the Prot Warrior, and it really depends on like practice time available for teams. Like BDGG, I think with less practice time, that comp should absolutely be more favored because like it's more of a standard comp. It's easier to run, right? It's easier to have like perfect cannons, and that's where we saw the self-perplexed team end up struggling. Is their cannons weren't perfect, and without a Vengeance Demon Hunter, without a rogue, you have to have absolutely perfect cannon play with the Ring of Frost and with the Ursul's Vortex. You have to be able to just make it work with 100% consistency to make that comp slightly better, because their comp damage-wise is going to be way better. Like that just flat out is going to be better damage-wise. But like the drawback is that it's harder to execute. And ultimately, the self-perplexed team, slightly worse execution. It came back to bite them.
Pri, do you think this is just comfort pick on the mage? Do you think that it's just they prefer to play the mage over the rogue?
Well, it could definitely be a partly comfort pick. I mean, obviously if they're playing a frost mage, they're probably going to play a fire mage later, right? Like I think that's pretty safe to assume that they're basically pocketing that one. But I mean, it could always be the case where Toldagor might just be like the gimme, right? Like they may not have put so much time and effort into Toldagor. I mean, because who wants to, right? I mean, honestly, but jokes aside.
True.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is one of those things, though, right? Like, if you see a frost mage, you have to assume a fire mage is coming around the corner. So definitely looking forward to seeing that. Overall, fantastic match. I love to see frost mage in action, even if it isn't meta. It's great to see it. And, honestly, really great execution from both teams. I mean, there wasn't really even much to talk about when it came to player mistakes. I mean, basically, we had
it's just metagame decisions,
right? Both teams together.
It's just metagame decisions that like make the very smallest of differences between these two teams.
And there it is.
All right, and here we go, just as predicted. Yep, just as predicted.
Yeah.
There we go, and it looks like we're going to have a very fiery match here, so that's going to be exciting. Both BM hunters. Both have, I mean, honestly, this is almost a mirror except for the tanking and the healing situation. Very interesting to see the double pally. I wonder if we're going to see anything, bop related here. I'm sure we will, but yeah, very cool. Let's see.
It's
Any
actually
on this? This is. Oh, go ahead.
There you go. No, you go.
Oh, I was just going to say the affixes on this: tyrannical, bolstering, explosive. So yeah, definitely gonna be, gotta be careful with the bolstering, right? In King's Rest with this comp, but honestly, it's something that you can just practice, right? So I'm sure these teams are ready to deal with all those slimes and everything else that they're gonna be dealing with here in King's Rest.
We actually saw DG Self-Perplexed play this King's Rest earlier, and they had an incredibly clean run, just pretty much flawless across the way. And the reason we saw that Holy Paladin almost was just because the amount of damage he actually put out throughout the entirety of the dungeon on top of the utility that they have. Tettles, do you think the comp that we're seeing coming up by BDGG can take it to this Perplex comp?
I absolutely do. I think that the difference between Prot Warrior and Protection Paladin is actually pretty high in this dungeon, just because of like some of the added value that you do end up gaining from Spell Reflect. The fact that Prot Warrior is virtually immortal while doing just freakish amounts of damage as well. I think that the ability from Trell to play the Mistweaver Monk in the Toldagor and then being able to flex back into that Protection Warrior for the King's Rest is like what we were talking about pre-game, where just the ability to be able to flex into a different role to always have like the best tank combo. I feel like the tank is the most important part. I feel like having Prot Warrior or occasionally Vengeance Demon Hunter for Toldagor is really important to be able to just shoot to as much as you need. And I think that gives BDGG the edge in my mind, even though the double pally combo from DG Self-Perplex is also really good for KR. If it was like a necrotic KR, I would say that they probably have a slight edge in my mind, but I don't know about that one. I don't know about like this in and of itself.
Yeah. I think the word flex is like perfect in this situation, just because like he is literally flexing on everyone right now. I mean, look at this man. He's a tank. He's healing. We're all being flexed on. Yeah, perfect usage of that. Yeah. It looks like we're going to be starting up here. It looks like both teams are about to be setting up. All right, so going into King's Rest.
So I know that Divine actually has been playing a decent amount of DPS as well with Harudra on tank. So I do know that they have practiced some of their comps with that specifically, but there's so many variations of compositions that you can run for so many different combos of dungeons that sometimes you just have to put people on something that they're slightly more comfortable on. And I think that's what's happening here with the DG self-perplex stuff, because you can only practice so much for this kind of thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a conversation earlier, we were talking about damage and people, playing roles that they aren't, especially comfortable with. The point was made, I think Kana made it. He was saying that like it's fairly easy to do the damage. The thing that's always like a challenge is surviving, right? Like on the comfort pick, you're probably going to survive, even if maybe you're minus 10% damage. In a lot of these polls, I mean, it really just comes down to which team can execute, right? So the execution can really be the important thing. Now, where that kind of goes out the window, though, is when both teams execute basically perfectly, flawlessly in like TD and that last match. I mean, like. In that situation, that's when you start getting to the conversation of, okay, well, maybe you should have, played a different class, right? Maybe you should have gone outside your comfort zone. But as we watch this poll here, I mean, as you can see, the BM Hunter is really just owning those explosives.
DG Self-Perplexed here did something that's so smart. So they're only playing double animate. Okay, so BDGG on the main screen played all 4 animated constructs after getting the minions of Zul down because it's bolstering, right? That makes sense. DG Self-Perplexed kills their minions of Zul, grabs double animated construct, goes straight into the Golden Serpent room, hits the gong to start the RP, and then pulls their double animated construct into their first pull. And now they're waiting for the RP of the minions of Zul to be able to patrol around the room. They kill those off by themselves because, again, it is still bolstering, and they can't basically pull the whole entire room in one pull. I liked how they just did that. I think that was a really smart way of being able to deal with that. And if they want to later on in the gauntlet area, they can go and grab those animated constructs and pull them into the gauntlet trash.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, since this is bolstering, right, like you just got to be mindful of the HP bars. You got to have them be about equivalent. I think those boys outside have about like 8 million HP or something around that range. So you're definitely going to want to pull them in maybe a little bit later into the boss, or depending on how much you're going to be cleaving there, maybe at the start. But wow, that sorry, it's in the bottom left-hand corner, so it's kind of hard to see who it was, but I saw an HP value go very, very low there. Definitely a close call in this room. But yeah, both teams just really kind of killing it in this room. Basically pulling it all in one go, and then heading on over to the boss. What's interesting to see is the difference in the cooldown usage here.
Yeah.
Just look at the Fire Mage on the meters there.
Yeah, and speaking of cooldown uses, BDGG just bloodlusted this big trash pull. So they took this room. DG Self-Perplex played it with like a 2-pack and a 2-pack. BDGG played 1-pack, did the minions of Zul that patrol, and then did the 3-pull with Bloodlust. So ultimately, it's going to end up being the same number of pulls, but one of them is requiring Bloodlust for the other one. DG Self-Perplexed here, Bloodlust the Golden Serpent on Tyrannical. I think that, to me, makes a little bit more sense, especially whenever you do have... Yeah, whenever you do have the composition that they're running, I don't know. It's hard to equate like how much better one thing is than the other, because you can only tell. It's hard to be results based until you actually see the full run as a whole, and then you're able to kind of go back and kind of piece together how much value this really was versus something else.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think that the Lust on Trash is a little bit of almost like a safety play. Just to kind of make sure that everything goes right. Obviously, having Lust on the boss is going to be more impactful on a Tyrannical key. But sometimes it's better to just go with the option that works, and maybe something you've practiced, right? And honestly, if we look here, it definitely shows that the Lust on the boss was definitely advantageous. But I guess we'll see later on if that was the right call. But yeah, I mean,
look, their Fire Mage,
in terms of... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, the Fire Mage just popped his last combust of the fight while the boss is at like 15% HP. So their Bloodlust on this fight basically ends up equating to perfect DPS cooldown usage by their Fire Mage onto the boss, which I think that is a bigger time save than anything else, right?
Yeah, I mean, in execute though, I mean, like for fire at least, having that lust is definitely nice, but I mean, like you still have execute normally, right? So,
but I guess it's like less
impactful than it would normally be. Yeah.
I mean, you're walking and doing
I
other
just
things
wanted
after the Golden Serpent dies, which is like free cooldown reduction effectively.
exactly. Yeah. And whenever we're talking about the this boss as well, the amount of immunities here is really great. Definitely if you've ever done this boss and you've dealt with that golden spit, it can definitely be tricky, especially on the tyrannical key this high. But yeah, as we move on to this next poll, these king polls, they are all pre-scripted, so we're gonna have the same order on both teams. And what's going to be interesting here is if you look at DG Self Perplex, it looks like they're actually pulling in two of the bigger guardians. So we finally see where those are getting played.
So MDI pull basically double guardian, triple like the king guard captain pack, which makes a lot of sense. BDGG of course dealt with all four of their animated constructs together earlier on in the instance, which means that their 3-pack, their guard captain plus king pull should go slightly faster, but DG Self Perplex substantially more efficient pull.
Yeah, absolutely.
Basically they cut out
any
one
situation
pull.
where you can any situation where you can make a one pull into a 3 pull for a hunter is going to make them very happy, right? So obviously you want to make your hunters happy whenever you're doing any sort of dungeons. Anytime you're killing just 1 or 2 mobs, the amount of time that you're losing, it can be pretty staggering. It definitely adds up. So adding the efficiency here, adding those 3 target pulls, definitely good. And obviously a meta choice as well. I don't really see much in terms of I guess what else could be optimized at this part, or at least at this point, just because the rest of these are pretty pre-scripted tells. What do you think of I guess what do you think of the situation with the prot pally on a pull like this? Do you think that maybe having those shields to throw might be like more impactful, I guess, in snapping to threaten here? Or I guess what are your thoughts on the tanking comp?
I mean, I still believe that Prot Warrior is substantially better than Protection Paladin for this dungeon, but DG Self Perplex has literally cut out one full pull over BDGG, and that's why they're literally 1 gauntlet pack ahead of them right now and starting to edge out a gap, which means that I don't. BDGG absolutely can come back with more aggressive play, but you can only go so aggressive inside of a Bolstering King's Rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
It puts them in not a great position.
Bolstering is definitely going to be holding us back in a lot of ways, but it also means that you get to see interesting pulls, like we saw earlier, right? With pulling the big boys in with this room, the animated guardians. So yeah, I mean it can definitely be interesting. I mean, obviously in this situation here, right, we're having to deal with 2 pulls. Not ideal for your funnel, but getting through it. And it looks like Self Perplex is moving on there. They are skipping that individual pull there, the Purification Construct, and it looks like they're moving on to that big slime pull.
Ooh, okay. So BDGG is electing to play Samrak Beckoner of Chaos here. We did see DG Self Perplexed skip it, so that probably means that DG Self Perplexed is either going to play more likely than not 4 obelisks with the final boss, but potentially 3 obelisks with the final boss, depending on what they pull on the bridge. DG Self Perplexed here is doing the patented make your mage happy strategy of doing the 50-50 embalming fluid and internment construct strategy, and then you spam freedom on the mage, let him combust into the internment construct. BM Hunter, don't you dare press multi-shot or I'm going to yell at you, kind of thing. And the mage just solos the internment construct. Everybody else is a priority damage into the internment construct. Mage Ignite then cleaves the embalming fluids. You can see the mage there at 300k DPS. Divine Field is in second at like 170. So Divine and the mage are the only people who are even cleaving any of the embalming fluids. Now here, you're going to have a little bit more ability to be able to multi-shot, do slightly more AoE stuff, but at the same time maintaining priority damage on the internment construct.
Yeah, and the hunter's obviously going to have to pick up those explosives too. It's funny because I've actually been on the, I've literally been on the hunter and the mage side of this pull, and I've definitely felt the struggle both ways, right? Really wanting to make use of that multi-shot because I know I can get, another cooldown usage, and also, on the mage side, obviously you just want to get all that priority cleave out, but, definitely well played here from Self Perplexed. And I actually was really curious how they were going to play that one because it can really go bad. Like if we look in the bottom left, it looks like we have a very large slime. That is not Blood of the Corruptor, boys. That is a just a regular slime. Yep. You don't want to see that. I mean, you don't like them getting that big. But that just goes to show like how things can go south really quickly if you have maybe a couple too many multi shots. I'm not going to blame the hunter on that one. I'm just saying, for example, that's one situation you could have. And it looks like so Perplex here is opting to freeze that mummy in place. I was interested to see if maybe they might try to pull some mummies in here for maybe some added funnel, but it looks like they're opting to just kill Machimba just the old-fashioned way.
Sketchy. It's always sketchy whenever you don't have a Mistweaver Monk healer. So for those who don't know, the mummies have a cast, and I want to say it's a 1 melee kick rotation on the cast. Maybe it's 2 melee kick rotation on the cast. But if it goes off, it puts this disease on your whole entire party that is absolutely brutal. If you don't have a Mistweaver Monk, and it goes off, it will wipe your party. It's incredibly overtuned, but for obvious reasons, they don't want you pulling the mummies. But if you have Revival, you can come back from a mistake. Whereas with this, you just leave him trapped. Like you see Harudra freezing trapping him off to the side. That's a fairly standard strategy. It almost ensures the fact that you can get the bug on Machemba where he is not going to do any mechanics, turning him to basically a patchwork style fight, and just making him substantially easier. So Machemba is going to be going down for DG self-perplexed here in a second. BDGG about, I would say 60-70% behind on a boss damage on a tyrannical boss. So this is not great, but again, note the fact that they have played Samurai Vector of Chaos, giving them a slightly easier Dazar kill. That can come back to hurt DG Self-Perplexed, but DG Self-Perplexed right now, firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as we move on to the Hall of Ash here, we get to see another fairly standard pull here. So we're going to have all the ghosts show up. Basically, the thing to watch out for on this one is those axe throws. But I think normally we have tanks kind of have pets take those. So, maybe the Core Hound is going to get those bleeds there. But going back to what I was saying before about, Prot Warrior versus Prot Paladin, obviously, Prot Warrior is going to be a lot more sturdy in this situation. But I do think that there are some kind of situational things that Paladin kind of brings to the table, especially on pulls like this. Being able to essentially immune off physical, that can definitely save a teammate, right? But I mean,
double bop, very very strong here. Having access to 2 bops and then the bubble taunt. I feel like it makes the Paladin really strong at this point of the dungeon. Beyond that, I don't think the Prot Pally is that great.
Oh yeah,
except
definitely.
for right here, fighting a bunch of berserkers together.
And it looks like we have someone going down there. It looks like we lost our demon hunter on that one. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for the engineering res on him. So bringing him back up, and he's back into place. So that's 1 combat res used from BDGG Self-Perplexed. Oh, sorry.
Look at this.
This
in the bottom left
that we're watching on the main screen?
No. Look at the bottom left. BDGG is actually doing the pulls that DG Self-Perplexed did in 2 pulls all the way in 1 and utilizing their Bloodlust to be able to blow it all up. This is actually really scary on bolstering, but they are able to actually get down that Healing Tide Totem with the Fire Mage Ignite. So it basically just insta-kills that Healing Tide Totem, and now the pack is going to be dying relatively close HP bars that you can see in just the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. So this is how BDGG actually starts to mount a comeback. DG Self-Perplexed has recently pulled Cool the Butcher, but BDGG starting to come back?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they just cleaned that pull up. Obviously, they're coming back from having someone down. They're a little behind. In I would say just because just look at that boss's HP for DG Self-Perplexed already. They're absolutely shredding this first boss. What I'm going to be interested to see is which group here is more friendly to their Fire Mage. Because if you love your mage, what you're going to do on this boss is whenever the totems come out, you're going to make sure that you have the boss on top of one of those totems. Because that's how you help your boy out.
Not people.
The Ignite, of course the Boomkin would say that, but Ignite does spread to those totems, believe it or not, so definitely helpful, and I mean essentially it just allows you to passively cleave one of them down. But it looks like right as the boss is coming out, we have the combustion, probably playing the Minute Mage build here, so we'll probably see another one of those as soon as the next boss comes out. But basically the name of the game on this fight is just to burst down this first of 3 as fast as you possibly can. you really don't want to deal with those axes for too long. Avoiding stuff on the ground is always going to be a DPS loss, and Kula the Butcher really, really, really likes to make you lose your damage. Obviously those will persist throughout the fight, but just getting through this first phase as fast as possible is definitely the way to go. Interesting note about this fight is if you actually have the ability to like invis or drop combat, you can actually drink and eat in between the bosses and even reset your potions. Just a little fun fact for you.
Yeah, and if you have the bleed on you from Kula's bleed, it removes it off of you. I think the biggest time save on this fight is notably on Xanazal the Wise being able to skip his totem phase, which is this next boss right here for BDGG. Being able to skip the second totem phase on a 20 Tyrannical is fairly important. We've seen teams elect to let the explosive totem go off because not exactly the most dangerous thing whenever it is only on a 20. So you let that go off, you just focus down the Earthwall totem, and then you just like try to just DPS race the boss to be able to miss the second set of totems. Because if you get the second set of totems while the boss is at like, I don't know, 5%, you can't, like, it's really hard to be able to chew through the Earthwall shield.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, on explosive keto, that's going to be a little frustrating, I think, just because explosives will come out, but definitely worth it if you can just get them done, right then and there. And you know what? Having an explosive totem go off, that gives the healer something to do as well. You gotta let those healers do what they really want to be doing. They might be damaging the boss, but what they're really wanting to do is heal you. So
no, that's absolutely not true. Healers are DPS that are just forced to heal. Like 100%. Every holy paladin player would rather be playing Ret. And that's just an absolute fact. Healers are just, they want you to take the least amount of damage possible so they can do the most amount of damage, so they can send screenshots to their friends and be like, yo, what's up, bro? I was doing 45k DPS on that boss. How much were you doing? I see you were at 38. You really got to step up those numbers, rookie numbers, bro. I'm a DPS. You're just fake.
Especially when you're playing with the fire mage who doesn't have any cooldowns for that pull, so that you can really rub in their face. Look, I just out DPS this fire mage. Definitely, that's never happened to me though. So I mean, like, this is just something I know about from other people. But yeah, I mean,
absolutely never would have happened to you.
Yeah, absolutely never. But yeah, as we wrap up the council here, we get that really annoying cinematic. Oh my gosh, can you believe that this still just always triggers? I actually, like, in real life, it triggers me whenever that cinematic goes off.
Can I believe
even though
it?
we have add-ons to get rid of it. Yeah, can you believe it and still have that cinematic?
I absolutely can believe that.
Me too, actually.
I don't know if you've ever played a Blizzard game before, but this is not surprising to me.
Yeah, just BFA things. Anyways, so yeah, I mean, like, obviously both teams are kind of wrapping it up, but as it turns out, it definitely seems like BDG is a little bit on the back foot right now. I mean, I don't know how much they're paying attention to how, I guess, they're progressing through the dungeon versus the other team. In my experience, back in Legion doing the MDI, it seemed to be kind of almost like a distraction to even worry about that kind of stuff. But I do wonder if maybe maybe the nerves are starting to pick up.
This is actually an insanely impressive pull. So those headhunters have, like, I would say a third of the HP of the rest of the mobs in the trash pack. So you see the freezing trap and the, I don't even know what they would use, like polymorph or cage or something like that, on the other headhunter there to make sure that the mobs don't just bolster up the pack unnecessarily. That's actually a great use of CC by BDGG to be able to mitigate, just have better bolstering management. Well, DG Star Flex was running a slightly different route.
Did you see how fast that thing's HP moved? I thought for sure they were going to bolster that one up, but the headhunter got absolutely annihilated there at the end. That was crazy. I wonder what the breakdown on that was. But yeah, no, definitely. I mean, like, CCing enemies outside the range of bolstering, like, you don't necessarily have to only pull specific mobs to avoid bolstering. There is also a range component, right? And making use of that range component, definitely some big brain stuff.
They nerfed the range.
Obviously, in this key,
like,
this is a. Oh, go ahead.
I would say the range on bolstering is like 30 yards, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe in Legion it was like, what, 50 or 60 yards. It was definitely a lot bigger. I mean, like, if you brought, like, if I was watching this back in Legion, I would have thought for sure that was going to get bolstered. But yeah, it's Shadow Zul here. This is a tyrannical key, so he isn't going to be quite as swole as he normally is. Definitely, probably a situation where he can commit less cooldowns just because he isn't going to absolutely annihilate your raid. But you know, we do get to see down there in the bottom left, Self-Perplex, you know, pulling the final boss, having all those obelisks out, and you know, this pull actually, the final boss here, if you commit your cooldowns to the Shadow Azul, the start of this fight can be like deceptively hard, right? Because I mean, like this fight naturally ramps up over time with the generals. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because this fight naturally ramps up over time because the you know the general or the Raptors come out. But you know, at the start of the pull here with Awakening, we have a lot of boys out, and they got to be taken care of. And if you don't have your cooldowns available, you know, that's gonna be a yikes. But it looks like, you know, Fire Mage making quick work of all those ads. You know, definitely just priority cleaving down everything, and you know, basically the danger is over at this point. As long as we don't have anything catastrophic, no fears, no tank deaths, it looks like you know, this might be smooth sailing for Self-Perplex here. And then BDGG, same story. I mean, if you look at the DPS meters, they're about similar, I would say. But yeah, this is going to be a really close match. You know, I'm surprised at how close this actually ended up being.
So
how about you, tell us?
So BDGG absolutely has a better composition, but they elected to play Samrek by himself, which is not efficient, and BDGG also elected to play 4 constructs at the very beginning of the match, which also put them slightly behind. So even though they have slightly better damage comp, DG Self-Perplexed running a better strategy proves the fact that strategy and like minimizing the amount of pulls that you do across the whole entire dungeon is ultimately going to put you further ahead. And that's why right now they are, I don't know, like 20, I don't even know what they are, like 25% off killing King Dazar here in just a second, whereas BDGG is about to mount up King Dazar onto Zala.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. The strategy is definitely coming into play here. You know, it really is one of those situations. King's Rest, honestly, most of the polls, I guess, ended up being pretty much as expected. You know, some of those bolstering pulls were pretty interesting to watch, just how they were kind of manipulating the mobs. But you know, overall though, I mean, you know, King's Rest kind of always ends up being this situation right here. But you know, they're just pounding into King Dazar. It looks like Self-Perplex is right there. So you know, this is it looks like this is about to be it.
Yeah, this is gonna be great.
So yeah, moving on to game 3, it looks like. There we go. DG Self-Perplex takes the win in King's Rest. So we're gonna be moving on to Underrot.
Yes, we are. It's going to be interesting as well because we haven't seen an Underrot at all today, so we haven't really seen any of the strategies that have been pulled out. So this match is going to go the distance. Both teams had an incredible one with an incredible Tol'Degor, another one with an incredible King's Rest. So what do you think? Tettles, you were just talking about it. King's Rest. There weren't major differences in comps because they didn't really have that thing. It was just the strategies that you think were employed, like the first trash pack that gave them that little bit of an edge, and then not really doing those obelisks as much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 4 obelisks with final boss. I don't know, what is that? Probably like a 20, 30-second differential right there. And then on top of that, they did the 4 constructs together as opposed to doing it like 2 with the first pull, 2 with the gauntlet pack, which that's also probably like another 20 to 30 seconds. Which honestly, that would have been the win for them, like because their comp is higher damage. It's going to allow them to just is a strictly higher damage composition, so they should, in theory, be slightly ahead. However, like you said, the strategy is always going to be the most important thing in Mythic Plus, as it always has been. Where it's like just the strategies you implement and cutting down on the number of pulls that you have to do across the whole entire dungeon is always going to be the best way to save the most time.
Yeah, absolutely. So Preheat, we're going into Underrot. Let's talk about that then. So it's going to be Tyrannical, Teeming, and Volcanic. If you're going into this dungeon as either BDGG or DG Self-Perplex, what are the breakpoints? What are the things that you're looking out for, and what's the important things of this route?
Well, you know, in Underrot, we're basically going to be looking for, you know, how they're going to be utilizing Lust, I think. I think it's going to be one of the biggest questions. Are we going to be seeing a 1 Lust dungeon? Are we going to be seeing the standard, you know, Lust on the pole and then a second Lust later? We're going to be watching for the big pulls because, you know, a lot can go wrong in Underrot, especially as you enter in the room with the, what's his name? Oh,
Cragmaw?
Cragmaw the Infested. That's his name. Yeah. As you move into that room, I mean, like, basically we have a couple interrupts that need to go out on the trash as you kind of get that pull together. But if you have a second set of casts go off, that can really spell doom for a lot of teams. And there's a lot of deadly stuff in there as well. Frontals from some of the mobs. I mean, so yeah, I think it's going to really come down to, I guess, the overall strategy of how cooldowns are going to be utilized, what sort of comp we end up seeing, and really execution when it comes to those big pulls, because there are definitely going to be some really big pulls.
Yeah, piggybacking off of that, like Underrot, and especially like something like teaming Underrot historically has been like double Unholy Death Knight Heaven, right? Like that's been the comp, like double Unholy DK and then like a Havoc Demon Hunter. That was like what we saw as the standard Underrot comp in MDI for a very long time. With the comp restrictions coming through, I really wonder how teams are going to be able to pull the Kragmaw room and like what they're going to do instead. Like, are they able to do all of Kragmaw still in one pull? Or are they going to have to break it up a little bit more than we have seen previously? There's a lot that can end up changing just because of the lack of stupid amounts of exponential scaling that you get whenever you bring in Unholy Death Knight.
We haven't really seen any Unholy Death Knights throughout these dungeons. Do you think this is intentional in the first, Tol'degor, King's Rest? We haven't seen any Unholy Death Knights. Do you think there's potential that they saved it just so that if we get to this Underrot, we want to have that Unholy Death Knight?
Chow played
we had the
Unholy Tol'degor.
Tol'degor, yeah, both of the Tol'degors had
There was
Unholy,
one?
but I bet you, I would put money on someone else picking up Unholy for both teams for this dungeon. I can't see it going down without an Unholy Death Knight, so I think someone ended up having to draw that short straw, or maybe the long straw, whichever way your perspective is on having to play melee in this. But something that is also interesting is, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be a reaping dungeon as well.
Sorry, I missed you just there, but we do have the compositions coming up right now. Anything stand out for you guys? Obviously, pretty much the same compositions across the board, except for that Warrior compared to that Vengeance Demon Hunter.
I think that both Warrior and Vengeance are actually quite strong, and in this dungeon, again, I do lend myself to thinking that Protection Warrior is going to be slightly better, especially for a couple of the linchpin points in the dungeon, like the Kragmaw room. But Vengeance Demon Hunter, we've actually seen it time and time again inside of Underrot whenever it wasn't even the most meta pick, because it makes some of your more difficult pulls easier. And it's like the same as like we saw in Tol'degor. While it's not the fastest or the highest damage, it can, the utility that it brings can, with like Sigil of Misery and Chains, make stuff a lot easier. And if you're able to do the Massive Kragmaw pull and Massive Kragmaw room pull in one pull, it'll be absolutely great. Of course, we do also have a graphical error on screen. It is actually a Reaping dungeon, not an Awakened dungeon. So I think that lends itself slightly more to Prot Warrior than to Vengeance, but I don't think that these comps are so wildly different that it's going to make that big of a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, so this is, it's going to definitely be interesting to see Reaping again here. If we think about this in terms of what we've seen in the past two dungeons, especially in King's Rest, I feel like a lot of the strategy that really kind of decided, which team took it, the win in the end was down to how they played Awakening. So, obviously in this situation, Reaping does have its own questions, right? Like, when do we want to proc those ads coming in? And especially in a situation where you have classes with funnel, right? You can kind of min-max, I guess, when you have those Risen, Tormented, and Lost Souls coming in to help you funnel damage onto the boss. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see those big pulls, especially if there are mishaps with maybe misprocking Reaping at the wrong time. So it should be pretty fun to watch.
Do you think Reaping is actually going to be that big of a deal? Because I feel like Awakened is like a substantially harder a fix than Reaping just to be able to deal with. Especially with like how much gear and like burst damage we have now with Corruption. I feel like Reaping is really easy.
Not necessarily hard. I think it's more fun, right? Because like it's essentially adding an AoE, which is always like great. Obviously with Awakening, it's, you can kind of make like big brain strategies about how you want to move around. You can make strategies about, like where where you're going to pull the boss to pull everyone out. But ultimately, the difficulty comes down to the last boss, right? Because most teams just play most of the Awakening mobs with the last boss if you can. With Reaping, however, it kind of happens throughout the dungeon. I guess it's a little bit more just kind of like, I guess you would say like it's more implicit, right? But in a lot of ways, it can be kind of fun as well and can kind of make for some interesting pulls just because you might be able to funnel in situations you wouldn't normally be able to funnel.
Yeah, so with that said, the
And right
dungeon
out the
has
gate here-
begun underway. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I actually like that Thala is running the Fang Blood Barrage build for Havoc Demon Hunter inside of this dungeon. I think it kind of helps, like we were talking about, the lack of a second Unholy Death Knight. I feel like that Fang Blood Barrage Demon Hunter kind of helps mitigate that in some elements. So you actually saw BDGG smoke to their first pack of trash, whereas DG Self-Perplexed is actually slightly slower on theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really big pull. I was interested to see kind of how they were going to move through this. It's always kind of a question of like, how big are they going to go and how quickly are they going to download those ads? Really, I mean, like, you can just tell how practiced BDGG is on that first pull in how quickly they were able to just completely annihilate it. I mean, just
Look at DG
those mobs
Self-Perplexed.
absolutely got erased.
So DG Self-Perplexed ended up killing some of the mobs into the mass pack. To be able to get their 20% proc of Reaping, they melded off all of the like all the mask mobs that they didn't really need, and then they just proc their Reaping and pulled it straight into the Elderly Axa. So that's where their first Reaping is going to be. Whereas BDGG has not proc their first Reaping. They are probably going to end up having like 2, potentially 3 Reaping stacks in their Crag mob pull, which is, I feel like that is actually quite scary, but I have not played Reaping in a hot minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
This is
sounds
exactly
scary,
what I
but
was
I'm not
saying whenever I was
sure.
talking about Reaping being like super interesting, right? Like this, to me, right? Like walking into that Crag, into the room with Cragmaw, and thinking about Reaping also happening simultaneously. All I can say is, thankfully, there are no target caps yet in BFA. Because if there were, wow, that would be a situation, wouldn't it? But yeah,
Well,
I mean, you can just go ahead.
I was gonna say the Unholy Death Knight and like the Havoc Demon Hunter's damage is like all instant. So like once you use it, it's gone. But it's hard to be able to deal with. Oh, look at this! Trell is actually emptying everything. Oh my god, what is this pull? Okay, I've yet to ever see these right side double Bloodswarmers pulled before. But BDGG here electing to get their first Reaping, so they don't want 3 Reapings in one pull, but which is basically what they're saying by doing this right here. I think they may end up proccing their 40%, but I'm not 100% sure on it. Okay, so it looks like they're probably going to be about 39ish. Maybe 4. Okay, so they're gonna proc 2 Reaping Waves in one. Looks like they may try to meld it all off, or at least meld off as much as they can, because they have some of the Reaping mobs that are from the beginning of the instance that they don't really want in their pack.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how that works. Honestly, like it's been a while since I played Reaping, but I'm pretty sure that, they don't really count for anything. So I mean, like having them in as part of like the pull, the larger pull itself, doesn't really, I guess, lend you much unless you're kind of getting damage out of it. But wow, pulling this many ads together, if you've ever done Underrot, you know just how impressive it is, and what amount of coordination it requires. And it looks like we have a Reaping proc there. All the souls are back up, and look, the funnel is just open.
Dude, they are smoking that trash bag. Everybody's dropping so incredibly low though.
That
but like,
HP.
Oh, everything's fine. Honestly, just go on, Divine.
Just
please
don't
live.
Look. I can't look. Wow, we are yo-yoing here. So I mean, definitely the spin to win tactic here. The Crane is really doing overtime work here on this pull, keeping the team alive. Wow, there were some really close calls there.
As MDI
and
champion
still,
Yoda
I mean,
once
it keeps
told me,
going. It literally keeps going.
You just keep pulling, and you keep pulling bigger and bigger until the pull gets easier, and that's the Mistweaver Monk way, man. I swear. Way of the Crane. Like, even though they don't have it all the time for stuff like this, the amount of uptime that they do have on it just allows them to keep the group topped, especially whenever they are chain procking Reaping over and over again.
I don't think this is how Reaping was intended to work. You know what I mean? Like, chain procking Reaping. Honestly, I love to see it, though. And what's really cool is, like, this kind of thing, I don't think we would ever really see this again, right? If it wasn't for the kind of wacky tournament rules that we have, in this Keystone Masters. So definitely really cool to see Reaping come back and one final hurrah there. But wow, it is one of those situations where if one person were to take just a little bit of incidental damage there, maybe from a pool, maybe they pulled aggro on one of the little ads. I mean, that would have been it, right? That person would have been toast. So definitely crazy. What am I trying to say? Basically, it's a lot of coordination here, honestly. Very impressed by the coordination.
Yeah, and over the course of Battle for Azeroth, the damage scaling has increased so much. Like in the Reaping season of MDI, I want to say dungeons were at least like almost twice as long on average than they currently are inside of the BFA variant. Corruption and essences and everything have added just so much damage that we didn't see during the Reaping season. Now, with access to all of those things, you have Reaping buffs,
corruption,
spawning,
essences, all the systems, right? We've built up, we've built up all these systems, right? And like at this point, Underrot has been distilled to basically 5 pulls, right? Like if you think about it in terms of like how the dungeon plays out, you've got all these super, insanely large action-packed pulls where you're pulling everything together in the first couple rooms just because you can. Right, but as you exit the Cragmaws boss room, that's where things kind of slow down. We kind of hit the brakes here because a lot of the enemies that we're going to be dealing with here, like the grotesque horrors, they don't really like to move around. You kind of have to just kind of play by their rules. But wow, this is a very, very large pull. They actually opted to pull everything.
They have triple Death Speaker, double Defiler, and those. Okay, so the Death Speakers have a 2 melee kick rotation. The Defiler has a 1 range kick rotation per one. So they definitely didn't have enough kicks there, but they don't even need them. They literally just blow everything up, spawn their Reaping right on top of Xancha. Who cares? Just murder everything anyways.
Yeah, who needs kicks when you have this DPS? Like Unholy Death Knight, infinite amount of kicks, right? Because just kick it or just kill it. You don't have to kick it then. Wow, that was a crazy pull. And it looks like we're going to get a Reaping there too, or at least sometime soon.
They don't even care about their mushrooms either. So basically the problem with this is that your mushrooms are going to be very scary, but since you do have access to Mystery Monk, there goes the revival right there, all of the stacks are taken off. So you basically have like a 1 Festering Harvest cast of leniency because of that revival to be able to completely counter it out. You just fully focus on smoking down all of those skeletons as quickly as possible, and you just worry about doing boss damage to Xancha and not really worry about the mechanics because your homie's got you covered.
So I know that some teams actually do the strat where they pull in the Fallen Death Speaker into that boss from the room that's beyond it, but there is kind of a faceless corruptor there that doesn't really like you to go into that room. I was kind of interested to see if either team would go that route, but I mean, honestly, these pulls are so big that I can't say that I'm disappointed to not see it. I mean, oh wow, that HP was way too close for comfort. Oh my goodness, we have people who are just hanging on by a thread here. Wow, and look how far out we have that.
This is really bad. So Chow died. I don't know what to. Now this is very bad. Okay, oh. Yeah, well, that's that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the HP value go extremely low. It almost even looked like he perked, but he's not the right class to do that. Yeah, definitely not a good situation to be in. I was a little surprised to see how the Demon Hunter was moving on that pole, but it fully makes sense. But yeah, I mean, so they're obviously going to have to just run it back. BDGG, definitely not in a great situation here, as they have to run past this trash pull that they skipped previously.
They were, I think they were going to be in an
okay
okay spot. Yeah, like they were slightly behind DG Self Perplexed before that pull, and but they were slightly ahead in terms of trash count. So I thought that they may have been okay. I still think that they were slightly behind, but now DG Self Perplexed, BDGG is just hoping that DG Self Perplexed has a colossal error. Right now, DG Self Perplexed has done the standard, all of the animated guardians and double faceless corruptor on top of the nope rope, and are just murdering everything as quickly as possible here.
And it looks like BDGG just ran past the Reaping mobs, and they those mobs definitely want to have a word with them. They might be a little bit upset that they got skipped before, but I'm assuming that they're going to run out here and use Shadow Melt to get all of these off. But who knows? Maybe they'll just do like a really big pull here with the boss. Yeah, it looks like they're opting to just AoE it all down.
I feel so out of place because I forget. I don't know the meta strategies for how teams are actually doing reaping. Like I know the reaping is about the
I don't
teleport.
think anyone does.
Like I know that reaping is about to teleport to the whole entire party once this group like drops all the way down to the bottom here. Unbound Abomination is one of the easiest bosses to deal with right now with how everything works. So even a reaping wave spawn on top of this. This boss should be fairly free for DG self-perplexed here. I think that they're in a pretty good position, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like obviously you can't ever call it because something could happen, but I mean, this is a boss that isn't particularly known for being, challenging. Also, we don't have to deal with Awakening here. Obviously we had the Reaping mobs follow them down, but they made quick work of them. And honestly, it probably ended up just being a little extra funnel. And it definitely helped the Death Knight pad the meters just a little bit there too. So you love to see it. But yeah, I mean, so on this boss, for those who aren't aware, basically the boss spawns these little blood visage, and they are actually the boss fight. You just want to kill those guys really quick. Now you do have assistance with killing those. They're brought out at certain HP thresholds. But essentially the boss's HP is tied to those little minions, and you just want to kill those little guys as quickly as you can as soon as they pop out.
Yeah, 3 of his energy bars, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely, Humphrey. But yeah, I mean, like as we look at how this has all turned out here, just kind of thinking about this dungeon in retrospect and how we got here. I mean, I think it's fairly clear that this just came down to kind of execution. Obviously, both teams are playing this dungeon really well, but having a full team wipe whenever the other team has 0 deaths on the counter, it's not going to be a good situation for you, right? Like there could have been a situation, there could have been a world where DG Self-Perplexed also had a team wipe, and then we'd be maybe neck and neck here. But ultimately, it looks like better play has prevailed, and definitely going to be DG Self-Perplexed taking the win here, honestly.
Almost sub 12 minutes for DG Self-Perplexed here. As the last couple of ads spawn, Titan Keeper will end up zapping them down. Well, honestly, I'm not super surprised because of how this dungeon has evolved and changed over the years, and especially with teaming. I think this was an appropriate send-off to the Underrot, at least, just watching it like this.
And honestly, seeing Reaping again it's pretty cool to see just like how much how much the meta has kind of changed and how much damage values have gone up too. It's easy to just kind of watch a dungeon play out and look at the DPS meter and see the difference, but it's kind of harder, I guess, to like have like an actual understanding of how much stronger we've all gotten throughout this expansion until you see something where it's like a very clear cut plateau in the form of Reaping, right? Because obviously you can tell how far in on the trash pulls you are there because of that affix. So yeah, definitely really cool to see.
And that's it. DG Self-Perplexed take it 2-1. They will be booking themselves a ticket to the grand finals that will be played tomorrow. So that was pretty back and forth. That was the only error that we saw by BDGG on that third boss. That's the only real error that we really saw throughout the entirety of the series. So do you guys expect to see BDGG in the grand finals tomorrow? Do you expect them to make that run through the lower bracket?
To me, it's hard to rule any team out. I feel like Paint for Fam and the boys both looked incredibly strong today. I do think the DG Self-Perplexed team that we just saw as well take out BDGG, also great team. I think that all of those teams, very competitive. We've actually seen a lot of competitive matches, and I think that the upside of like speedrunning dungeons is that you really never know who's going to win, because at the end of the day, it comes down to, more often than not, who makes the fewer amount of errors. And like that's what makes speedrunning and MDI and KeystoneMasters and tournaments like this great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like BDGG definitely has a chance to bring it back, and we get to definitely, looking forward to cheering them on. I just want to talk about something really quick with DG Self-Perplexed. They basically, across this entire set, had less than 5 deaths, right? Like, this team played insanely well. It's really, really hard, I guess, if you're in a situation and you're playing against a team that has, I guess, the mechanics and the strategy down this well, and they also have that consistency. It's really hard to gain, I guess, an edge on them. So definitely, props to them for their excellent play today.
Yeah, absolutely. expect big things from them tomorrow as we see them play more and more. Obviously, they were very clean, but we have Undad and we have Sinek here to break down the matches that we just saw, sort of go a little bit more in depth from what we've seen.
Thanks, casters. These two teams really put on a great fight today for us all. They've spent a lot of time perfecting their routes and really walking through these dungeons and squeezing out every last drop of efficiency. One thing we wanted to talk about was, in Toldegor specifically, the meta story here is the notion of big funnel versus small funnel, right? With Unholy DKs and Frost Mages, you have this conversion of lots of targets into strong single target damage on particular priority targets. Whereas with Hunters and Rogues, you have this notion of small consistent funnel with wit stacks and rapid reload. You have small target counts working out really well for us. So here's an example of some great small target interaction here. Undad, you want to walk us
we're
through
gonna
this?
see we're gonna see the cannon pull here first, which I think showcased the difference in comps even more than the small versus large target funnel. We have the Vengeance Demon Hunter that sets this up a lot better than a Prot Warrior, and Rogue is obviously much more powerful with the cannons because of the way Tricks of the Trade works. And then this funnels into the third boss where we have small target cleave. We actually, we see these big pulls and we think, man, the Unholy Decay is blasting the boss. Something like the Frost Mage is blasting the boss from Frozen Orb resets. But then on these small bosses, we went in and we looked at the boss damage at the end, and Thalamir topped on both Overseer Korgus and Knight Captain Valeri just because he had Awakened mobs on Korgus, and he had the three mobs we just saw there on Valeri, which is not what you expect from Outlaw Rogue, right? At the beginning,
even
we were like,
double-checked.
man, yeah, we had to go in and be like, did he really top? Did he get a 5 buff or something? And it's like, no, he just benefited from Keep Your Wits About You and did big damage. So then we saw a shift in what we saw in the next match after BDD's clean play, or BDGG's clean play took them Toldegor. We saw routing differences finally in King's Rest. So why don't we talk about what we saw here, Sinek?
Yeah, absolutely. So the most important difference in the routing here was that GGSP had its very clever, I'd say, first pull where they took these animated Guardians straight into the first boss room and rang the gong, and actually played these two Guardians with the first half of the room. So this effectively, like Tettles was mentioning during the match, this cuts a whole pull out, and it gives you a lot of efficiency with waiting for RP and that sort of thing. We also have a difference of comp here where you've got some interesting extra damage coming out of the Fire Mage with Lust on that first boss.
Yeah, BDG almost came back in that match because of their comps, just because they did kind of more overall damage. But the classic Divine Field Omega Brain route is what allowed Perplex to stay ahead for the whole dungeon and eventually finish it off with the 4 obelisks on the last boss. And then we saw more of that in Underrot. And this clip in particular, we have not seen Reaping in a while. And even when we saw Reaping, we didn't see this. This was not something that was done in the Reaping MDIs. But this is 25% trash on top of Spore Caller, spawns Reaping, kills Reaping again, and because of the strength of Mistweaver Monk, we just revival the first explosion that applies all the diseases from the mushrooms. So they ignore that, they take this out, and this really put them ahead. They seem to have slightly better route for Spore Caller, or not Spore Caller, for Kragmaw to begin with, and then this was just like the nail in the coffin. They pulled this off and was like, man, this team is back.
An unbelievable pull, really, from all of these teams. But that pull in particular felt extra spicy. We tried that a lot in practice, and we always got caught with this problem where, oh no, there's so many Shadow Ball volleys going off, and we only have 3 kicks. So the sigils from the Vengeance DH were quite effective in that pull as well.
Yeah, they ended up saving it for this dungeon, right? Because we saw BDGG play the Vengeance in their first match in Toldegor. Now we have the comps on screen we can take a look at. So we had BDG play Vengeance in the first match, and DG Self-Perplex saved it for the Underrot, so they could do kind of some better setup on these Reaping pulls, specifically on Kragmaw as well, which we don't have a clip to see here, but they pulled the entire Kragmaw room, Grip goes out, they're dropped right on top of the boss, they wait for the first mechanic to come out, and then the DK pops, and everything dies, which is just... It's one of the strengths of Vengeance Demon Hunter that we saw throughout. Is there anything else to note in these comps, Sin, that you think really helped propel the teams forward?
I think one really interesting notion here is the 2 Paladins on King's Rest really help with the bleeds as well. We saw also getting 2 freedoms out on their casters during the Orb Room, let their casters really just sit there and chunk what they needed to do. I think they started pulling quite ahead right there as well.
Yeah, they just went in there, and they actually showed... Another thing we noticed in King's Rest was that we had different players playing the mage. So we showed some more flexibility inside these comps, which has just been the upper bracket teams have shown a ton of flexibility, which is great. So we're going to send it back to the casters to close it up for the day and get excited for tomorrow's upper finals.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Undead. That is a wrap for the day. So, guys, we saw a new format with the Keystone Masters. Can I get your final thoughts of what we saw after the first day?
Preheat, you can go first.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, like, it's great to see, I guess, and it gives me hope to see a team where they have a player who is mainly just playing mage and hunter, and they're able to execute, just as well as meta picks. We saw last on Frost Mage in the first round. Obviously, that one didn't go in their favor, but we're able to bring it back with the Fire Mage and then the BM Hunter. So I just kind of see myself in that, right? Like I mainly play Fire Mage and Hunter myself. So, I think it's really cool that we get to see, I guess, this sort of action in this format. Some really cool stuff that we got to see in terms of reaping as well. Like Tettle said, don't really know how that one works anymore. Not really sure how people play around that. But hey, they're doing it, and I'm watching, and it's
showing
great.
up.
Yeah, they're showing up, and I don't think, honestly, it's cool, right? Because I don't think anyone really knows how to play reaping, but it doesn't matter, man, because our damage is insane. We've got corruption, we've got our essences, and we're just tearing through things, basically seeing mechanics in ways that they should have never been seen. So, yeah, I love it. Love to see it.
Tettles, anything for you? Anything about the end of the day? Anything to wrap it all up in a nice little package?
I think it's been great competitiveness between all the teams here. I think it's been insane to see the adaptation that comes out, like Preheat said, via the compositions. I think that brings an added advantage and a little bit of an optical difference from like a viewership experience in terms of like how teams are going to actually kind of play out stuff. Because like whenever you're watching a mirror, you're watching like one team do the exact same thing as the other team, and seeing so many different things that have to be performed in a slightly different manner, even if it's just very small intricacies. I felt like it was really nice to see just from a caster experience. I hope that chat as well also did enjoy it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an awesome day for me, especially. It's been awesome to sort of see all these teams sort of really go through and sort of push it to the limits, given all the specialization limitations that we applied to them. So it's been a lot of fun. I'm really excited to see what else is going to come through tomorrow, because tomorrow's for all the marbles, right? We're going to see more teams get knocked out, and then we're going to go into the grand finals. So final question for both of you guys. Who do you have taking the tournament? Do you see BDGG making a run back? Do you see DG Self-Perplex just taking it all the way home?
What is okay? So it's Totalizar, Siege of Borealis, Underrot is the final three. I think DG Self-Perplex is going to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to sound like I'm copying your homework here, but yeah, I mean, okay, so like, what did we see in this set, right? We saw a team that basically executed perfectly, like minimal deaths. Like I said before, we had like less than 5 deaths across the entire set for this team. Obviously this is a team that has been formed in kind of a strange way. For those of you who don't know, maybe like basically a merging of like two, pretty good teams here. And I honestly, I think this player skill on this team is, I'm not gonna say leagues ahead, but they're definitely very high up there.
Wait, you're flaming people. Wait a second.
No, I'm not saying anything about the other teams. I'm just saying there's a lot of player skill, kind of consolidated in this team, right? Like whenever you take two good teams and you add them together, you're probably gonna have a team that's bigger than the sum of its whole. So I don't know. I just think that they just played really well, and that's what I'm gonna have to go with.
That's what I heard. Obviously not, though. We had the qualifications. These are the top 8 teams that all did the time trial. So it's been a phenomenal day. Thank you very much for joining you. We do have more matches coming tomorrow to finalize it all up. It will start at 12 noon EST. So I don't know what that is for everyone else, but use a world clock. I'm sorry, I can't help you with that one. But make sure to tune in. Thank you to all the casters. Thank you to all the teams. And thank you to all the players for tuning in. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.